Listen, all right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Well, folks, welcome to Stanley versus the world. I have no clue what happened. All of a sudden, the show continued on my phone, but it did not continue in StreamYard, at least the session I had up on my computer. So let's start with the video I was going to show. But I guess since I got you, welcome to Stanley versus the world. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button as you file in. And I will try and recover some semblance of order here. We're going to start with Irami talking about Rob Reiner and his wife. Basically, seems like they got murdered by their son, which is the strangest of occurrences. And we're going to follow up with that for a little bit because Trump's reaction was telling, I guess. And then a couple of show notes before we get into news. And then more or less the theme of the show is going to be Where MAGA Is. That's a Ross Douthat interview. And Brett Stevens, who's a conservative columnist for the New York Times, as well as Ross Douthat, he talks about the center right and how and if it can recover from MAGA. So that's kind of the general theme. And I don't know. Actually, I said housekeeping notes. I'll save the housekeeping notes for the very end of the show before I sign off. Won't be too long a show. Around 5 p.m. Eastern time, my buddy Charles over in Nigeria is going to be talking about Frank Zanu. So we may just stream his live in this live, or I may just shut it down and everybody go over there. We'll see. So let's go ahead and see what Irami has to say about Carl Reiner and a couple other things.
Okay, my name is Irami Yosef from Pong, and let me be very clear. Rob Reiner's son, Nick, shot and killed him and his wife. That means the son shot and killed the mother and the father. And I want to tell you this right now, and I want to start.
Well, let's hold up. I heard he stabbed him, so maybe something changed. Or is he getting it wrong right off the bat?
As soon as your kid goes off the rails and you're rich, you need to quit your job and parent your kid. I'm going to tell this again.
Oh, really?
As soon as your kid goes off the rails, and Nick Reiner, the son, has been in rehab since he was a teenager, you need to quit your job, and now your job is parenting the kids, because the only reason you make money is to help parent the kid. Whatever cultural product Reiner produced after 93, and in 93, that's when Nick Reiner was born. The world didn't need primary colors. Great movie, that's fine. Actually, good movie, fine movie, but we were living the Clinton presidency. So did we really need primary colors? I don't know. We were living it. So the American president, or the first inkling that your kid is going off the rails and you're rich, you need to quit your job and raise your kid. Whatever you're producing for market-based civil society is not as important as you.
Well, see, this is where somebody needs to ask him. Your caveat is if you're rich. What if you're not rich? I hope he covers that part because irony, most people aren't rich.
Making sure your kid stays where they should stay. You can't farm this off to other institutions. This is what the big boomer con is, that the market works so well that if your kid screwed up and you just make money and then send your kid to an institution and the institution will fix your kid. No institution cares about your kid like you do.
See, he totally lost me when he said, if you're rich. Again, someone like Irony should be talking more about the working class, people who are not rich. This just comes off as gloating, to be honest.
You need to quit your job and mind your kid. That's your full-time job now. As soon as you get rich, that's it. And the kid goes off the rails. Now, if the kid is going fine on the rails, that's fine. You can keep working and then kind of keep checking in. But the moment your kid, your teenager, your 13-year-old has a drug habit, you've already screwed up. You already took your eye off the ball. You need to take the L, quit your job, watch the kid. That's your full-time job. You now have a special needs kid, right? And you need to treat it as such. There are no institutions that will save you. If you like, as soon as you make money, the purpose of money is to help your kids. Once you get a kid, everything else is a hobby. Everything else is for the sake of the other thing, right? So Rob Reiner should have the moment. So he has his kid in 93, right? So he has his kid in 93. The kid's already screwing up by early 2000s. That's when Rob Reiner's like, all right, should have been. All right, I'm done. I'm done with the movie business. I got to raise my kid full time now, which is what he should have done. When you have the money, that's what the money is for. You should have just done that. There was another way. People say, oh, you keep saying problems but no solutions. Yeah, that's the solution. You are rich. Stop working. Mind your family. Mind your family and yourself. The con is that these civil institutions will do it for you. I could send them to a really nice rehab and that'll clean them up. No, you needed to be there every day, waking them up. Your life is now his. You guys are tied together now. There's no getting out of it. You need to just understand that that's your life now. No institution's going to save you. And black people, I'm just telling you, this is the case. This is the case. Because the big boomer con is that if you make more money, the institutions will raise your kids. So your job as a parent is to make money and send your kid to the best institutions. And I'm saying, like, no, nobody's going to raise your parent. Nobody's going to raise your kid. So you need to study what your kid needs to learn, and you need to do it yourself if the moment these institutions show that they're not doing their job. The moment, preferably you can identify prior to and then anticipate the institutions not doing their job and raise them then, right? But if you have money, quit your job, raise your kids. The goal is the family, right? Everything else depends on the family. As soon as your family falls apart, you stop the other things. You stop the other things. The other things aren't going to be with you. I don't care whatever Rob Reiner.
Okay, and hence the problem, Fred. It's a different conversation, and my question is, why is Irony not having that conversation instead of this one? This just comes off as gloating. I'm sorry. This, in my opinion, is not helpful. Most people are not rich. That's the conversation that he should be having. Just my opinion. What's up, Black Knight? What's up, Lawrence?
Kind of produced after A Few Good Men, right? So A Few Good Men came out in 93. That's when his son came out.
Okay, Fred, let me help you out, Fred. I clearly heard him say, if you have money. Now, the question that comes up is, what happens if you do not have money? Most people are not rich. Therefore, the conversation he's having is almost like a boutique opinion. something that does not apply to the masses, the working class, the people, in theory, that people of his political bent are actually trying to help. If you are rich, makes it a boutique homily or hot take. What if you are not rich? That's the conversation he should be having. That is my critique.
Like, he should have just stopped. And I'm telling you to stop. And I often mention the Cosby Show. When did A Few Good Men come out? A Few Good Men in 92. Yeah. So his son was born in 93. A Few Good Men came out in 92. Rob Reiner should have just stopped doing everything in 92. Or like, maybe you think you're doing it all and it's all working out fine. It's all working out great. You can just kind of keep going. But as soon as, I don't know, the kid starts falling off, the first time you have to send him to rehab, like that's a wrap, man. Your career is over. No rehab. That kid is with you on your hip every day. And that's your new job. And if you don't understand that that's your new job, you don't understand the job. You don't understand the job. You don't understand the job. Like, that's just your life now. You just got to take the L, because you could have controlled the environment, but instead, like, they fell into some bad habits, and now you have the equivalent of a special needs kid, and you need to, like, become the equivalent of a special needs parent, which means you don't get to do all of the things anymore. Your kid is on your hip, right? You are shepherding them through. All right. And if you're not up to that job, you don't understand. Like, you're confused about the role of parent, and you're confused about the role of money. Because the money is supposed to enable you becoming a better parent. By the way, if you want to enable me becoming a better parent, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep, trying to clarify this, lest you screw up your life thinking that you could buy your way out of problems that you cannot. People realize, Ambassador 750, people really believe that the market solution is better than a family solution. No, the family solution is the better solution. The family solution is the best. Market does not care. These therapists do not care about your kid. These teachers do not care about your kids. They just care about your money, right? You're the only one who cares about your kid. You watch your kid. As soon as anything starts going a little bit weird, you quit your job and you're on the thing. You're on your kid. That kid's on your hip. There's no 17 rehabs. And this is why I talk about Cosby, and I'm upset about Cosby not realizing that his kid couldn't read until the kid was 14. Theo was in high school before they realized he couldn't read. Same with and that was paralleled off of Cosby's own kid, right? So if it's
by the way, I hope Ira knows that Theo was a fictional character.
If your kid is 7 and you realize that they can't read, that's the problem. That's when you should have picked it up. What were you doing, Cosby? Like, why did it take to 14 before you realized your kid couldn't read? That's you, and you're like an educational philosopher and very important. No, you should have been able to identify that your kid has a problem at 7. And that this is kind of a thing. And I say 7 loosely, like my kids are reading in preschool, right? So boomer parenting really told that generation that their kids don't need real parents, that parenting can be farmed off to the market, and that the parent's job is to make more money for the market. And that was always false. So a lot of people faked it and got through, kind of, but really your kids needed you to actually learn what it takes to be a parent and then administer it yourself, because the market wasn't going to do the job. The market was simply not going to do the job, and the market didn't do the job. So that's the reason your kids don't play instruments very well, because you let the market teach them as opposed to you being there all of the time. It's the reason your kids end up with all these habits, because you let the market raise them instead of you actually being there and raising your kids. It's a job, and the market's job is to convince you that it's not your job and that your job is to make money because that's good for the market. Your job is not to make money. Your job is to raise your kids and use the market to raise your kids. but don't expect the market to raise your kids. All right. So I hope this has been clear. Meathead, and I call him Meathead.
You know, I wonder if Irami's ever read Poliani, who basically says, you know, pretty much that you know, I actually ought to do a show on Poliani, and maybe I can find Ryan or somebody who's good with economics. Anyway, sorry about that. Yeah, the market should be a tool. It should not be the master.
Because that's what he was called on Archie Bunker's show. I'm not so old that I've watched Archie Bunker's show, and even in
Fred, it didn't go over my head. The argument is lacking. The market, again, he has not talked about what you do if you are not rich. Cosby is not an argument. Theo isn't even a real character. I understand that this sort of thing, these half-assed arguments, sometimes satisfy your needs, but they don't mine. He has not laid out a good argument. Irami has laid out a boutique argument that has no practical use. I would like to know what he thinks when people are not rich and can stop working. He hasn't covered that.
Reruns. I didn't really see it too much, but I watched a little bit of the Jefferson in reruns because I was a latchkey kid. So summers I pretty much just spent my time watching TV. And so I remember the Jeffersons in reruns, and I remember a few Archie Bunker episodes. I've never really saw the show. I remember him being called Meathead. So Meathead got killed. Then Meathead was the liberal on the show, and he was supposed to be the liberal. That's the thing with boomers. They think they thought they knew everything. He was supposed to be the liberal on the show. And it turns out that liberal parenting is the worst parenting in the United States, which I've said. They think the kids raise themselves, or they think that they could fix the problem through the market as opposed to raising them themselves. And it turns out that the market will screw up your kid 10 times out, not 10 times out of 10, enough that you should not let the market raise your kids. As soon as something goes a little bit off, you quit your job if you can and raise your kids. The job is for the sake of the kids. Nothing you produce in civil society.
Again, apparently that last comment is going to go over your head. What if you can't quit your job? Let me back this up. Again, this is his whole argument, which I consider boutique.
That the market will screw up your kid 10 times out, not 10 times out of 10, enough that you should not let the market raise your kids. As soon as something goes a little bit off, you quit your job if you can and raise your kids.
You quit your job if you can. But what if you can't? That is what he's not addressing still. And we are now almost 10 minutes into this very boutique, argument that only covers rich people.
Kids, the job is for the sake of the kids. Nothing you produce in civil society and market-based society is worth screwing up your family. The movies Reiner produced after he got rich. What do you
think this time
he should have just not produced and raised his family instead. I didn't need First Wives Club. And I know it's too soon. I'm done. People are going to be dying. Baby boomers especially are going to be dying for the next 20 years. And I'm done trying to pretend that one, any of these guys actually cared about me. And two, that we need to, show a whole lot of respect for them screwing up society. So this is what happened. He took his eye off the ball, sent his kid to institutions to fix him as opposed to quitting. Nobody needed Bullets Over Broadway. I remember Bullets Over. I was working in a movie theater when Bullets Over Broadway came out. That's fine. I would have we just would have had another show, another theater showing The Lion King that summer. It would have been fine. We didn't need any of his show. We didn't need any of his movies. He should have quit this and raised his kids instead. And if his kid was born in 93, I'm sure the first signs were around 2003. Yeah, everyone, like, I'm looking at the movie that came out in 2006 when his kid was 13. Everyone's hero, The Wolf of Wall Street. And so it goes. None of these movies matter. None of these movies matter. He didn't have to be in Sandy Wexler. All the rumor has it, the bucket list. We would be fine without these movies. We would be fine without these movies. It wasn't worth screwing up your family. The moment your kid went off the rails, you should have stopped and just understood that your life now is raising your kid. It's a good life, but it's your life now. And I'm saying that you too, people, should understand that your life is raising your kid. Once you get enough money, quit your job, raise your kid. And your kid goes off the rails, quit your job, raise your kid.
Yeah, it's a fine boutique argument. Advice for the rich. I love it. It's great advice. If you ever become independently wealthy, and you can afford to quit your job to be a full-time parent, this is excellent advice. My only, remaining question is, what if you aren't? Most people are not of Rob Reiner's financial status or his former status.
If your kid doesn't go off the rails, you should probably think about seeing if you can quit your job and raise your kid anyway, and then you could just kind of be in more productive way. Maybe be a school teacher at their school or something like that. Something like that. It's not worth it. The boomer ideology that the market will raise your kids is bankrupt, and I'm trying to help you before you screw up your own kids, because a lot of those boomer raised kids are my age raising their own kids, and they're taking their eye off the ball. And I'm telling you right now, raise your kids yourself. Your parents were wrong. Part of their culture, it's not their fault. Raise your kids yourself. As soon as you see something a little bit off, that means you need to learn.
I do have a question for you, Fred, and other people, in the chat. I mean, Irami is almost 50, if he's not 50 already. I'm the last year of Gen X. I'm 60. A lot of people that are at the top end of Generation X, they're done raising kids. So I'm not exactly sure why he's harping on the boomers. I guess I understand, but aren't Gen X people doing the same thing? I would think this actually would be, maybe he's talking to Gen X, but that die is already cast. The upper end of Gen X probably have grandkids by now. So I wish this argument were a little bit more expansive or inclusive or whatever the word would be. I find this, I understand he's talking about Rob Reiner, and I understand this is, he's just, this fits his argument so well that, if he got up and did a jig, I would not be surprised. But I don't think it's a good argument, but it's not, this is advice for rich folks. The rest of us, I'm wondering what he would think.
That means you would have needed to learn how to raise.
Oh, by the way,
someone says,
actually, what I meant to include in my last statement was the way American capitalism is set up does not encourage, in my opinion, it doesn't even encourage stay-at-home moms. It's expensive these days. And, the thing is if you want your kids to go to the best schools, that pretty much requires, moving, to school districts with the better schools, that sort of thing. A lot of people are doing homeschooling or, these academies like Q Butter has set up. But even so, that does take money. Homeschooling is an option, but getting kids. I mean, education is pretty much a commodity these days. So I don't see any short or even medium term fixes here. That die, in my opinion, is cast. I think you have to do the best you can do as an individual, because I don't think institutions in America are set up to foster that level of parenting. It's why we're screwed up now. Arami and I will agree on that part, but where I often find his arguments lacking are what are the people who aren't as fortunate to do. Arami can obviously, somehow or another has figured out how to focus on his kids and have time to do this sort of stuff. Not everybody is that blessed.
He would have had to become a mental health professional to get his son straight, because that's what addiction is, mental health. No, if your kid's 13, 14, you don't need to be a mental health prediction to get him straight. You just need to keep your kid in your sight. That means they don't have friends. That means you're Rob Reiner. You have Rob Reiner money, which means you functionally live in a compound and your kid is with you all of the time. Your kid is functionally with you all of the time. If you're Rob Reiner and you have Rob Reiner money and your kid 12, 13 starts like experimenting because you raised them in Hollywood, you need to maybe move out of Hollywood, move to someplace on a compound, but you understand that your kid is now within 3 feet of you for the next 6 years. That's what's at stake. They'll hate it. You might hate it. It doesn't matter, because the rehab isn't going to send your kid. Sending your kid to rehab is not a solution. That's the only reason you think sending your kid to rehab is a solution is because you fell for the marketing of rehab. The solution when your kid's 12 and 13 and like coming home drunk or whatever, getting messed up, is that kid stays with you on your hip. That's the solution. You negotiate it the way you want to negotiate it, but that's the solution. The solution is you are right there with that kid. Right? And anyone who tells you anything else is trying to sell you something else or get rid of the fact that they're bad parents from a degenerate culture. So I'm the one who's actually telling you what you don't want to hear. Other people will tell you, no, you did fine. No, you didn't do fine. Your kid fell off the rails and you send them to an institution in order to fix them, as opposed to taking ownership and doing the job yourself. That's like, it's the chat GPT of parenting, right? You go to college, have institutions raise your kid, and that's like going to college and having chat GPT raise your grade your papers. No, you have to do some things you have to do yourself. Some things you have to do yourself. The institution's not going to do the work for you. It's just going to make you feel like it did the work for you. So there is an analog between having ChatGPT write your college papers and having schools or some sort of institutions raise your kids and try to fix your kids. And it's the same things. You need to do that work yourself. You need to do that work yourself. The moment it stops working, you need to actually do it. And don't be surprised when you try to, send it off to an institution and the institution fails. Well, okay, so someone says, any parenting books you recommend? I mean, if you're going to homeschool, The Well-Trained Mind is a good book. The Engelman's book.
Trevor.
100 how to teach your kid to read in 100 lessons. And he also wrote another book, which is equally good, I think. But it's just more about parenting in general. Mortimer Adler's Reforming Education. Lessons. I'm getting Dr. Engelman's. How to teach your kid to read in 100 lessons. I want to say his name was Stephen. Siegfried Engelman. Yeah. And both of his books are good. What do I think about prediction markets? I wonder what Kalshi's odds of making payouts. I did a someone asked in chat, what do I think about prediction markets? I did a video on prediction markets 2 videos ago. You can go back and see them. I think that they're bad because they confuse investing with gambling. And investing's good insofar as it's good for civil society and it's good for our market-based way of life. Gambling's bad because it's actually parasitic upon the operations of civil society. So it seems like it's productive, but it's not productive, whereas investing is actually productive. And even investing is like dicey in terms of productive because it's mediated through money as opposed to you actually producing something for civil society.
Yeah, I guess unless someone is interested in him answering his audience questions, we'll move on. I don't think this was a very it's not that the argument was a bad argument. It just, it's targeted to a specific segment of society, and most people are not. Most people don't have the option of not working. When their kids are like 13. Most don't. I didn't find it, that compelling an argument. Hey, what's up, Kim? There's the woman of the hour. I'm going to talk towards the end of the show about that email you sent me. I think to be honest, that's like the best advice I've gotten. So believe me, I will be taking it seriously, and you and I will be talking. It's excellent advice, and it's the problem is sometimes people like me actually need a direction, and I think you have provided some goals for the new year. So I appreciate that. It's like I said, it's probably the best advice, kind of behind the scenes. This is a direction to go, sort of stuff that I've gotten since I've been on YouTube. So it is very much appreciated. So anyway, sticking with the Rob Reiner thing. And guys, you kind of have to understand, I tend to be a little squeamish in situations like this. I don't like, I don't know, maybe it was too soon. I think Irami's point is well taken. I think maybe he wasn't the right messenger. But then in a time like this, who is the right messenger? So, I guess that's just me. So let's see, this actually was amazing. Trump says Rob Reiner, victim of possible homicide, died of Trump derangement syndrome. I'm like, dude.
He's a powerful voice.
I thought Irami wasn't the right messenger. Wow.
Bronx-born director behind some of the most beloved classics of the 20th century, found dead alongside his wife Michelle Singer in their Brentwood, California home. Our sister station, KTLA, confirming firefighters allegedly found 78-year-old Rob and 68-year-old Michelle suffering from stab wounds in an apparent homicide. Mounting confusion in the investigation as investigators say they're not currently looking for any suspects, waiting on a warrant to get into Reiner's home since the 911 call just after 3:30 Sunday afternoon.
Well, apparently this is a bit time. This was an early report. They've arrested his son. I don't know if it's an oldest son. I just know it is a son.
Heavyweights from Hollywood to Washington, D.C. are mourning the loss of a legendary actor, director, and political activist. Governor Gavin Newsom posting on X that the empathy extended well beyond his films. Rob was a passionate advocate for children and for civil rights, from taking on big tobacco, fighting for marriage equality, to serving as a powerful voice in early education. He made California a better place through his good works. President Barack Obama also posting his grief on X, adding, but beneath all of the stories he produced was a deep belief in the goodness of people and a lifelong commitment to putting that belief into action. Rob was born into fame, his father Carl Reiner, a comedian and director, but Rob creating his own lasting legacy over 7 decades. The Princess Bride, Stand By Me, When Harry Met Sally, and The American President. As an actor, Reiner made his mark as Archie Bunker's son-in-law, playing Michael Meathead Stivic in All in the Family. His production company, Castle Rock, was behind hits like City Slickers, Shawshank Redemption, and Seinfeld. His wife, Michelle Singer, was a photographer at one time, shooting Donald Trump's photo for the cover of The Art of the Deal.
Wow, that's ironic. All right, so let's see what else is in here. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and let Chris Saliza pretty much give his reaction to Donald Trump's reaction to this, and I agree with him. This is not good. This guy's supposed to be president of the United States, and this is just how did these people elect this dude? Oops. Sorry about that.
To that news on Monday morning, and I'm going to read the whole thing for you. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. That was all one sentence. He goes on. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us, perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. Okay. First of all, we don't know what happened to Rob Reiner. People magazine reported that he and his wife Michelle were murdered by their son. I've not seen.
You know what? I don't need the rest of the homiletics. I think that tweet or truth or whatever it was, whatever vehicle that Trump used to deliver that inspiring eulogy speaks for itself. Yeah, we need to we definitely need to not give MAGA a 2028. These guys are bad people. So let us move on to other issues. And Dave says you get elected by being better than your opponent. Well, you know what? The funny thing about that is better to whom? A lot of times, I don't ever blame politicians for being elected. I blame the people who vote them into office. So if the president is a horrible person, what does that say about the people who voted for him? So maybe your version of what's better differs from 50% of the rest of the country. That part I can acknowledge, but define better, I don't think MAGA is better. I think it's worse. But that's just my opinion. All right, so we have had a whole weekend of violence from here to Australia, apparently. So police searching for two masked gunmen after 16 shot in East New York. So it says here, police are searching for the suspects accused of shooting 6 teenagers in Brooklyn early Sunday morning. Shooting happened about 1:15 a.m. outside a venue on Atlantic Avenue in East New York. Upon arrival, responding officers found 4 boys and 2 girls, wow, with gunshot wounds. The victims are between 15 and 17. First responders transported the victims to nearby hospitals in stable condition. So It was some sort of Sweet 16 celebration that concluded at 1 o'clock. So, man, I don't know what to say about that. And then we all probably have heard about Brown University, 2 students killed and 9 injured on that campus. And I know they arrested a person of interest, and then, from what I understand, he's been let go. Authorities released suspect in Brown University shooting. Authorities said a man detained after Brown University shooting will be released after investigators found no legal basis to keep him in custody. Officials described the decision as a major setback, undoing what had appeared to be progress earlier in the day when the individual was detained at a Rhode Island motel. With no known suspect, law enforcement said they will intensify efforts, including canvassing for video surveillance to identify the shooter. So, wow. And this is actually, from Australia. 12 dead in terrorist attack on Jewish Hanukkah event at Bondi Beach. 12 people killed on the first day of Hanukkah, authorities say. The attack targeted Sydney's Jewish community, and the force declared it a terrorist incident during response. From what I understand, it was like a father and son went in and did this. So the most interesting response I saw was, of course, from Stacey Patton, and she wrote an essay called "What was a MAGA hat doing at Bondi Beach?" I guess she has an idea, and I have not read this essay, so I don't know where she's going with this. Oh, there's a MAGA hat. Well, let's play this video here. If it'll play. Oh, you know what? It's not a video. I thought it was. My bad. So she says there is a video image from the Bondi Beach shooting massacre that will not loosen its grip on my mind. I took a screenshot of it, not to sensationalize the violence, but because some images demand to be examined rather than consumed and then discarded. Look at it with me. A man is crouched low to the ground. His shoulders are folded inward, and his phone is pressed to his ear and cheek. Around him, we can see the bright openness of the beach, the sky, the sand, and leisure are fractured by terror. On his head sits a red MAGA hat. Its slogan is half visible. Its promise is suddenly useless. It is not defiant here, and it ain't ironic. It's simply present, like an artifact from another world or another script dropped into a moment it cannot control. Yeah, I see where she's going with this. Frankly, I'm unimpressed. I think probably this is, yeah. It's not like the terrorists were wearing the hat. It's just a hat in this case. Kind of disappointed in Dr. Patton. And then I guess more shooting. 2 U.S. soldiers killed in Syria, identified as Iowa National Guard sergeants in Palmyra. Palmyra, I don't know how you pronounce it in Syrian. The shooting back in Palmyra, Syria on Saturday struck troops deployed as part of an anti-terrorism mission. 2 were killed along with an American civilian interpreter. 3 others were wounded. I had no idea there was this kind of military presence in Syria. Apparently we're training troops there or something. So also an American civilian interpreter was killed. So let's listen to this story.
U.S. soldiers killed in Syria, identified as Iowa National Guard sergeants. This article is by Christina Morales, Sonia A. Rao, and Anne Hinga Klein, and read by an automated voice. The two Iowa National Guard soldiers who were killed by a gunman in Syria on Saturday were Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard and Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tovar, the Guard said in a statement on Monday. The gunman also killed an American civilian contractor who was working as an interpreter and has not been named by officials yet. 3 more Iowa National Guard soldiers were injured in the attack, 2 of them seriously enough to require evacuation. All the soldiers involved were assigned to the 113th Cavalry Regiment, a part of the 34th Infantry Division. About 1,800 Iowa Army National Guard troops were deployed to the Middle East in May as part of a continuing military mission to work with local forces to defeat the Islamic State, also known as ISIS. Roughly 250 of the Iowa troops are in Syria, part of a total of about 1,000 American troops in the country. The soldiers' next of kin were notified over the weekend. Sergeant Howard's stepfather, Chief Jeffrey Bunn of the Meskwaki Nation Police Department in Tama, Iowa, wrote on Facebook that he and his wife had received that visit from Army commanders you never want to have. Our son Nate was one of the soldiers that paid the ultimate sacrifice for all of us, to keep us all safer, he wrote on Saturday in a post shared alongside a photo of Sergeant Howard in uniform. He loved what he was doing and would be the first in and last out. No one left behind. Sergeant Howard, 29, grew up in Marshalltown, Iowa, about 50 miles northeast of Des Moines. According to a post on a Facebook page affiliated with the Iowa National Guard, he had been serving in the Guard for more than a decade and was inspired to join by his grandfather. His goal had been to retire after 20 years of service, the post said. His wife, Ariana Howard, wrote in a statement to the New York Times that he was a fun and loving husband who cared deeply about his country and his fellow soldiers. He always put everyone first before himself, she said. Sergeant Torres, 25, was from Des Moines. His father, Hugo Torres, confirmed that his son had been killed in the attack. They were dedicated professionals and cherished members of our Guard family who represented the best of Iowa. Major General Stephen Osborne, the Adjutant General of the Iowa National Guard, said in the statement. Government Kim Reynolds of Iowa ordered that all flags in the state be flown at half-staff until the evening of the day the soldiers are buried. The 2 soldiers were the first American casualties in Syria since the fall of Bashar al-Assad, the country's longtime dictator, a year ago. The last Iowa National Guard member to be killed overseas was Sergeant First Class Terrell Pasker, who died in Afghanistan in July 2011. The gunman who fired on the American soldiers was killed by Syrian security forces, officials said. President Trump wrote on social media on Saturday that the United States would retaliate against the Islamic State for the attack.
What? I thought the Islamic State was no more. What on earth? Interesting. In a related story, Veterans Affairs plans to eliminate tens of thousands of healthcare jobs, Washington Post reports. Now, it's not as bad as it sounds. The U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs plans to eliminate as many as 35,000 healthcare positions this month, mostly unfilled jobs, including doctors, nurses, and support staff. So eliminating vacancies versus actually laying people off or firing people. The agency hopes the cuts will reduce the healthcare workforce to as few as 372,000 employees and a 10% reduction from last year. Veterans Affairs Department spokesperson confirmed the job cuts for unfilled positions and stated it would have no effect on operations or care delivery to veterans. So the waits won't get better. Also, one thing that this particular ground news story does not, or summary does not say, MAGA is seeking to funnel some of this care or outsource it to the private health care market. And I can tell you from personal experience, veterans will suffer for that. I have interacted twice with private health care through the VA, and the most important interaction I had, it turns out I needed some paperwork for a diagnosis, and turns out that the private doctor's computer system, record system, or whatever, did not interact or did not interface with the VA system. It was just papers, that needed to somehow or another find their way to the right person, the right healthcare provider in the VA system. And I had to literally intercede myself, because after like a month, I'm expecting stuff to happen and it didn't. So I did some investigating, and, I was kind of shocked. Well, why would you be outsourcing this sort of stuff to providers that can't interface with their findings or results? So hopefully that gets better. If the intent is to privatize some of this stuff, it needs to be better than it is now. And by the way, I had a choice to either wait a long time for an appointment with the VA. It was a dermatologist, as it turns out, or I could go to a private dermatologist. And I figured, well, you know what? I can get an appointment with the private doctor quicker. So I took that option. I had no idea that the results of the examination would actually take so long. So that's just my personal experience. Well, Rand Paul might be the only sane Republican in the Senate, and that is saying something. Rand Paul says partisan gerrymandering might lead to violence in our country. I'm not sure he's wrong about that. Senator Rand Paul said Sunday that partisan gerrymandering will lead to more civil tension and possibly more violence in our country. And he would know a lot about violence between neighbors. I don't know if many of you know, but he and his neighbor years ago had an altercation, and Senator Paul suffered some broken ribs. So Rand Paul says, I think there is the potential that when people have no representation, that they feel disenfranchised, kind of like the American Revolution, the no taxation without representation piece, that it can lead, and it might lead to violence in our country. He was talking to NBC's Meet the Press. Paul's warning comes as state lawmakers across the country consider redrawing congressional lines at the insistence of President Donald Trump, with Democrat-led states like Virginia and Maryland weighing mid-cycle redistricting to counter GOP gains in Texas, Missouri, and North Carolina. So I actually think that that this is the intent. And the reason I say that is that, once, the turmoil started after Trump asked Texas to redistrict, any sane president would have probably just given a speech and said, you know what, maybe that was too far. Just let's, let everything stay, as it is. And we will do the fair and square thing and follow, precedent or democratic norms. But no, Trump didn't do that. Trump doubled down, as any good MAGA extremist will do. I'm wrong, and people are kind of complaining about it, so I'm going to double down and get more states to do it. And then when California does it, we're going to sue. So this, if Rand Paul is afraid that this early redistricting and gerrymandering might cause violence, his party needs to stand down, and they're not doing it. And apparently, he is the lone voice in that MAGA wilderness, lone voice of reason in that MAGA wilderness, and don't know what to say. He needs to do something about it. And kind of staying on the same topic, Richard Hanania, who happens to be a conservative and probably votes Republican, he is comparing J.D. Vance with Ibram X. Kendi, which when I saw this, my jaw dropped. I'm like, wow. And by the way, Richard Hanania was like considered kind of an architect of some of this policy stuff that MAGA is doing in the second term. So he is not chopped liver. He was a participant at one point before he got disaffected. Let's see. Dave says, no one asked me if I approve. Shows how much stock you put in opinion pieces. Not sure I follow you. I may have lost track. No one asked you if you approve of what? You mean in approval polls? Yeah, well, nobody's going to ask you unless you volunteer for, someone's approval poll. So anyway, J.D. Vance is the white Kendi. And I'm sorry, I have to read this. Now, I'm sure I don't think this is a real photo. Though it looks real. I wonder if it's Chat GPT or AI. And I should have highlighted some of this. Well, you know what? The first couple paragraphs, as long as I remember, I've always, and this is Richard Hanania talking. He says, as long as I remember, I've always deeply hated self-pity. The world is full of enough cruelty, sadism, and injustice. The least we can do is not add to the suffering by imagining new forms of oppression that don't exist, or sitting here as privileged people living centuries after the start of the Industrial Revolution, feeling sorry for ourselves. In a way, he's kind of making that MAGA argument that Americans should feel lucky because they don't live somewhere else or in another time. And, that's an argument, not one I often agree with. Everything is relative, in my opinion, when it comes to these types of arguments. And if there are wide disparities between, say, the billionaire class and people getting SNAP benefits, the wide disparities are not good. And not that being a billionaire is bad or getting SNAP benefits is bad. It's just that wide disparities naturally lead to unrest. People don't like Elon Musk and Donald Trump and all these people flouting their wealth and acting like they're the boss of, people, on SNAP benefits. You don't win friends and influence the masses, the hoi polloi, by knocking down the East Wing of the White House or basically saying, hey, you know what? F your SNAP benefits. We're going to shut down the government. You're not going to please people. So Hanania continues, leftists were the people, to him, leftists were the people who exaggerated their problems and blamed others for them. Anyone living in a modern developed country is absolutely blessed by historical standards. Again, that argument only goes so far. So he's comparing, people like J.D. Vance to the left. Says here, let's see, let me get to where he actually does the comparison. He says here, I thought that the left had basically cornered the victimhood market, and then came J.D. Vance. While supposedly a figure of the right, his embrace of the politics of victimhood is so over the top and deeply embedded in his worldview that he makes Al Sharpton look like a hero from an Ayn Rand novel. Yeah, that's hyperbole. Every time you ask Vance about any topic in the world, he will return to some story about how elites or immigrants hurt regular working class Americans, particularly those who live in the Midwest or Appalachia. There is rarely a hint that human beings have any agency unless he's talking about the need for conservatives to use government power to crush their enemies. So basically, I guess he's basically making the argument for the claim that the right is woke now. So I'm not sure I disagree with that. He says all politicians demagogue to some extent. What makes Vance special is the degree to which his worldview is conspiratorial, tribal, and zero-sum without any ideologically consistent aspects beyond that. Those are things you would think conservatives would have antibodies against, given the kinds of arguments the movement has been making over the last several decades. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Vance has been able to ride the train of lower class white grievance all the way to the vice presidency, and perhaps it will get him to the top job itself. His success is perhaps the clearest indication of the degree to which conservatives no longer believe in much of anything beyond being attracted to a political style that centers around denouncing foreigners and elites. Look, MAGA is not a conservative movement. It is a right-wing populist movement that has some conservative elements to it. It's also not a populist movement because the oligarchs are basically running the movement. And, occasionally they'll throw bones like no tax on tips and that sort of thing, just to let just to keep the working class kind of like, hey, they're doing this for us. In the meantime, Jared Kushner and the Trump family are just making billions. Let's see. Dave says disgruntled liberals communicate with anyone that will listen, especially approval polls. Is that right? You don't say. You don't say. All right. So let's move on. I don't know. Let's see what this. Vance is political entrepreneur. Oh, wow. He goes farther. Vance can be understood as a political entrepreneur, having taken the form of Black identity politics pioneered by figures like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson in a previous generation and applied it to lower class whites. Oh, wow. Because Vance is a Republican, hates the media, allies with Silicon Valley billionaires, and is anti-woke, observers have trouble taking his actual worldview on its own terms. Yet once you start comparing Vance's outlook to that of practitioners of inner city identity politics and their sympathizers in the press and academia, you can't unsee it. And if you believe, like I do, that Black identity politics has not only been wrong on the issues, but contributed deeply to deeply unhealthy cultural trends, you must admit there is a great deal of risk in Vance eventually becoming the leader of the Republican Party and being able to shape lower class white America in his own image. Let's look at some of the commonalities between his worldview and that of Black identity politics. Holy shit. Dave, I wish you could come up here. This dude is about to make an excellent argument. Wow. This guy is a good writer. That's why I follow him, even though I don't always agree with his politics. So this is going to be commonalities between J.D. Vance's worldview and that of Black identity politics. He's literally going to compare J.D. Vance to Al Sharpton. Nice. Number 1, zero-sum economic competition between groups. I agree with this one. That has been a problem, but I would say mostly on the right. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, there were tensions between Korean store owners and Black residents in inner city communities, which came to the forefront during the Rodney King riots. As Ice Cube explained, so don't follow me up and down your market. I guess these are song lyrics, rap lyrics. So don't follow me up and down your market, or your little chop suey ass will be a target of a nationwide boycott. Juice with the people, that's what the boy got. So pay respect to the Black fist, or we'll burn your store right to a crisp. And then we'll see ya, because you can't turn the ghetto into Black Korea. Nice. At the time, conservatives would ask what exactly prevented locals in cities like Los Angeles from opening their own stores to compete with Koreans. That was definitely a stupid question. If the experience of shopping in their establishments was so unpleasant, groups like the Nation of Islam did promote what has been called Black capitalism, telling their followers that the reason they were suffering had nothing to do with their own cultural shortcomings, but resulted from the mere existence of other people in their vicinity engaging in commerce. Vance likewise adopts a zero-sum mentality when it comes to economic opportunity. And I think that's basically what MAGA's whole immigration policy has been about. It's literally that Black jobs trope was literally a zero-sum mentality. Vance is constantly talking about wage competition as a reason to restrict immigration, apparently not realizing this idea is one of the oldest and most blatant economic fallacies in existence. Well, the thing is it makes sense on the surface. It's basically counterintuitive. You would think that in the visual evidence, how Hispanics took over the construction industry, roofing. I think I told the story. My father had a roof put on his house, and it was basically an all Mexican crew. And not only did they get it done in a day, they didn't even leave nails on the lawn. It's like my son and I were going to mow my father's front lawn, and he told my son, "Well, be careful. There might be a nail or two down there." Mow a whole damn lawn, and not one nail, at least none that got flung by the lawnmower. Let's see. Other politicians have used this fallacy before. Vance is different in that he always returns to foreigner bashing almost no matter what the topic is. That actually sounds like some folks that frequent my chat. Disgruntled liberals. Let's see. I already read that one. Foreigners always bad. Foreigners are the reason for this, that, and the other. Yep. A lot of people who frequent this show kind of say the same thing. Immigrants buy houses. What has gone wrong for the American worker? Foreigners came into the country and competed for jobs, and other foreigners took the jobs that were shipped overseas. How can we explain variation in economic growth between nations? Canada has suffered because it let in too many immigrants. Worried about communicable diseases? Forget the fact that Trump appointed the most famous anti-vaxxer in the country to run HHS. Blame immigrants. Oh, by the way, talked about it a few days ago. Canada's looking to bring in more immigrants. They're going to compete with the United States for H-1B visas. That Trump thing about, these H-1B visas, I think it was H-1B visas costing $100,000 a pop. That's just going to make, Canada more attractive. But, I think in the end, they really don't even want the H-1B visa, folks. It's probably just window dressing. So the second thing that Vance's worldview has in common with people like Ibram X. Kendi, disparate impact. Ibram X. Kendi famously called for a department of anti-racism that would be responsible for pre-clearing all local, state, and federal public policies to ensure they won't yield racial inequity. To Kendi, there's no such thing as an idea or policy that is non-racist. He has a good reason for that. Colorblind is non-racist, supposedly. And colorblind is racist. You can't just slap on a label to American culture saying it's non-racist when it was literally conceived as a racist project. Anyway, according to Hanania, policies can only be racist if they perpetuate inequalities. Academia is full of scientific-seeming studies blaming one black-white disparity after another on past or present discrimination. Everything from test scores to crime rates to high blood pressure and heart disease. Conservatives have tended to be allergic to this kind of thinking. They understand that often populations will differ due to choices and traits of individuals in those communities. Oh, by the way, if I recall correctly, Hanani is a scientific racist. He thinks a lot of these, things like IQ and things like that are so closely tied to, they're tied to genetics, but he thinks race is genetic. Why, I don't know. He says J.D. Vance came along, and just last month, he wrote, what really pisses people off? When they realize that their loved ones are dying much sooner than everyone else. And that is a big part of the story of what is going on in Appalachia and why I think so many people in Appalachia feel left behind. So basically, Hanania thinks that J.D. Vance is basically doing, and in a way, it's not that surprising. I mean, Appalachia is basically, I've called Appalachia the ghetto with fresh air. So it's not surprising that poor whites would basically, adopt some of the methods that the civil rights movement and the post-civil rights movement did. It's basically the playbook. Political entrepreneur, basically someone benefiting off of the people they supposedly lead. Al Sharpton was Al Sharpton and Ibram X. Kendi are the comparisons. He's basically saying J.D. Vance is a white version of Al Gore as far as worldview, someone who's benefiting off of their political leadership. He thinks J.D. Vance has, and I would tend to agree. He thinks Al Sharpton has. I would tend to agree. What he doesn't say is Donald Trump does the same thing. Donald Trump is being enriched off of his presidency. So hopefully that helps you out. Here's the deal, Brooklyn. Someone, I think it was Sin7Sin, said I ought to try doing both. So what I did today, it's the first time I've done it. There's a vertical version of the stream, and then there's also the regular horizontal or whatever they call it version. So she thought it might benefit the show. So y'all let me know if you don't like it. I don't have to do it. But I do know that the vertical version looks better on phones, I guess. And most people, believe it or not, stream this show. Like the overwhelming majority of people watch this show on their phones. So let me know. I really don't mind accommodating. We don't have to do vertical. Now, what I don't want to do is just vertical, because I watch this on I watch the show on computer. Oh, is there? Okay, yeah. Let me put it to you this way. Excuse me. In StreamYard, I have the option of looking at the vertical and the horizontal at the same time, and I don't. I prefer the horizontal. Now, the landscape, I guess you would call it. Now, I do occasionally look at the vertical just to make sure that it looks okay. So anyway, I'm open. It doesn't have to. I don't have to do both. Y'all let me know. So anyway, it's time to move on from this. I just found this. I found the comparison just it. Like I said, my jaw dropped when I saw the comparison, and I went, "Well, damn! You know what? You're right." So let's see. Now this is a snarky little essay here from a lady named Heather Delaney Reese. She's basically saying the war on thinking is tearing the United States apart. And I totally agree with that. We have MAGA is basically anti-intellectual. And why this kind of strikes home was just, the John Galt weekend back and forth between us. These anti-black blacks like John Galt and even Be Brave, people like Be Brave, they have a war on books. It's like Izzy Bands came up to John's show and talked about some books that he'd been reading. And he just got shit on for the rest of the show for bringing up books. And I really think that for some reason or another, a lot of these anti-black blacks don't understand that black people can and should walk and chew gum at the same time. Okay, reading a book does not prevent you from turning a screw or learning a trade or anything like that. Why not do both? We have that kind of opportunity in the United States. I was thinking of there's a guy named Robert Persig. Long ago, he wrote a book called Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. So, he was into, motorcycles and, did all the work on his own motorcycle, that sort of thing. But then he wrote a long ass basically combination self-help / philosophy / spirituality book. It was popular when I was in high school. You can do both. You can be good with your hands and use those same hands to turn pages. And for some reason or another, there's a whole bunch of black people in particular who seem to think touching a book is like throwing water on the Wicked Witch of the West. You can do both. Nothing wrong with oil smudges on your philosophy book. But this hey, I'm anti-intellectual to be cool with the other anti-intellectual friends. I just find that kind of posturing hilarious. So I'm going to read this part right here. She thinks the reason there's such a strong push for anti-intellectualism right now is simple. It's a necessary tool of authoritarian power. Fascist regimes can't function in societies filled with critical thinkers. They don't survive when people ask questions, examine facts, or challenge what they're told. So they discredit the thinkers first. They attack scientists, professors, doctors, historians, journalists, not because those people are wrong, but because they know too much, study too much, and carry evidence instead of conspiracy theories. And evidence is a threat to any movement that runs on lies. When a regime discredits every outside source of expertise, it leaves itself as the only source of truth. That's how control takes hold. Look, I'm not going to get around to it, but I ran across a piece, basically noting that the government shutdown actually prevented a whole lot of economic reporting from being done and published, and I think that plays right into my expectations of MAGA. They don't want the numbers to come out because the numbers are not going to be spectacular. Those numbers are not A plus numbers, and my only thing is it all comes out in the wash. You can only hide or not report bad economic news for so long. And I don't think the news currently is bad. I think it's trending bad though. So let's move on. More doom and gloom. Now, the other thing I want to point out is that so far, all but one of maybe two of these talking about MAGA politics, which is mostly what we've been doing, a lot of this criticism is coming from the MAGA right, or the right, I guess I should say the non-MAGA right. This next article, this is David French, who is basically an evangelical conservative. He calls himself a classical liberal. What happens if you refuse to recognize that we're in a death spiral? So what happened in this particular opinion piece is they basically did a Clubhouse room on David French specifically, and the topic was, is David French based, or is he what do they call it? Is he based or is he cringe? And the upshot is he's cringe, because he basically is critical of the Trump administration. Everybody who critiques or criticizes Trump is basically going to get trashed, even if they're right or correct with that critique or criticism. And that's basically not good for America. And, making a parallel, and I hate to do this because Kimmy's going to shake her head and fuss, but, John Galt is the same way. When Izzy Bands went up there to, basically tell John, hey, I don't think you're right. And Izzy Bands came up respectfully. He didn't come in hot or anything like that. And John Galt just shit on him. So people who have a criticism of John Galt's degeneracy, and it's obvious degeneracy, making valid points does not work with people like that because they're just not open to the criticism. And a lot of people probably criticize me for that. And there can be times when I'm not that open to it, but there are also times that I am. A lot of it is in the approach. And I think Izzy Bands was very respectful when he came up there. And I think he was mistreated by John Galt and his crew. Izzy didn't come in hot. He didn't say anything, like I usually do and just shit on John. He didn't do it. And John is a weakling for not being able to hear other versions of what Black America is. He's gonna have a problem. There are a lot of people who aren't open to his criticisms. So we have come to more or less the video, and I have one 30-minute podcast that I'm going to do. People just have to suffer through it. Ross Douthat, host of Interesting Times, the podcast, he's asking, is anything holding MAGA together? And I'm interested to know. I didn't really know that MAGA was apart. Though there are some fractures, I think it's still doing okay. But apparently, he's thinking this Charlie Kirk issue is pulling MAGA apart, and I would tend to agree. I don't know if you've heard about the latest fracture. Erica Kirk and Candace Owens have been bickering back and forth. And now Tim Pool has joined the bickering back and forth with Candace Owens. And I don't know what to think about all this. I don't know if you all heard about the Tim Pool issue. Apparently, he last week, shots were fired from the driveway of his West Virginia compound, and he just knee-jerk reaction was to blame the left. Turns out it was his brother. His brother and he were feuding, I guess, and his brother just unloaded a couple bullets from a handgun into his brother's house. But the knee-jerk reaction of blaming the left and having it disproved the way it was disproved is just totally embarrassing. And, it makes people like Candace Owens actually, it lends them some legitimacy. So this is, who is he interviewing? I don't even know who he's interviewing. Oh, Andrew Calvet, who was, okay. He's like one of those TPUSA people. Apparently he was a close confidant of Charlie Kirk. So let's hear it, probably about an hour or so. And I'm actually interested. And let it not be said that I don't listen to what the right is talking about. I do it all the time.
What has happened to Candace Owens?
I interacted with her in the immediate aftermath of, what happened with Charlie. I didn't realize, that we were going to be the subject of a daily streaming show. I had no foresight that it was going to become what it's become.
Since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, the conservative movement has fallen into infighting, with big personalities.
Oh, and by the way, let me just be snarky here, which I am warned by a close personal advisor I need to stop doing. And I will try. But I hate that t-shirt and jacket look. Unless you're in Miami on the Miami Vice TV show, not everybody can pull it off.
At war with one another.
I truly believe that the deep state is involved in this assassination and multiple states are involved.
I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil.
And with a lot of uncertainty about what the future of the right actually holds.
If Lindsey Graham wins, it will be the most dispiriting thing to happen in American politics in a very, very long time.
So, was Charlie Kirk himself actually holding the right together? What unites the movement he helped build now? And what does populist conservatism actually want going forward? My guest today is Andrew Colvett, who was Charlie Kirk's close confidant. Since the assassination, he's taken on many of his friends' responsibilities, including hosting the Charlie Kirk Show. That's placed him in the thick of a struggle to define Kirk's own legacy and the future of the right. Andrew Colvett, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thank you. Honored to be here.
So I want to start just by doing a kind of introduction and having you explain your current role as a steward of the organizations that Charlie Kirk built. You're part of the leadership of Turning Point USA, which is the conservative youth organization that Kirk founded. And you're also, well, you were the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show, which Kirk hosted, and now you are hosting. So just tell me a little bit about how you came to be involved with Charlie Kirk in the first place.
Yeah. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that the real reason I'm here is because we had originally scheduled Charlie to come sit down with you. But I think what you said is probably accurate. I don't even describe myself as the host of the Charlie Kirk Show. Charlie is the host of the Charlie Kirk Show. And I see our job as being stewards of his mission, of his message. But yeah, Charlie and I, we started the show in 2019. May 2019 was our first episode, and we just did one podcast a week. And
which is, I should say, a lot.
It was just
I can say now that I have a podcast of my own. But you were working at Turning Point before then.
Yeah, I'll go back a step. So I was actually living and working in Hollywood. I had a job working with Mark Burnett, of The Voice, Celebrity Apprentice, Survivor, Shark Tank. So he was doing those projects, and then at some point he got into faith-based content. I was thrown into the deep end of, one day we would be at Jimmy Kimmel, or we'd be, at one of the nightly shows, and then we would go to CNN, and then we go to Fox, and then we'd be at a church. Mark's chief of staff, a guy named Johnny Moore at the time, started a PR company, asked me to start it with him. I wanted to write screenplays, actually. Doing the LA thing, my head was still very much in that space, and I wanted to make content. And so I kind of refused, and then he said, why don't you just work a couple days a week, help me get this thing off the ground, and then you can do your own thing. And along the way, we started bringing on conservative clients. So ended up, PragerU was one of those clients. We ended up bringing on The Blaze as a client. And at one point, Charlie came across the path of Johnny in Southern Florida at some event and said, hey, you should look into this guy. He's young, but, I think he's got a lot of energy. You should contact him. Here's his email. So I reached out to him, said, hey, would love to talk about maybe working with you. He basically ghosted, for a while. And eventually he had some news story that he tried to handle on his own that didn't go so well. And kind of blew up, and then he called me. Got to work with him via the agency for about a year, and then he basically said, hey, I like you. I'll hire you. I'll be your first client. And I also want to start a podcast, and I want you to help me do that.
So working for Turning Point, I think that there are a lot of people, maybe especially a lot of people in the audience for the New York Times, for instance, who have just a very hazy idea of what Turning Point is or what Charlie built it into, right? That it's a campus conservative group. Maybe it's an alternative to the Young Republicans. Can you just give a description of what, in its sort of full mid-2020s form, Turning Point is or became?
Yeah, Turning Point at its core is this campus activism, right? Because there is a felt need, and I think a very real need for conservatives on campus that are contending with, whether that be professors or other student groups. They feel isolated, they feel alone. And so we have chapters on campuses all across the country. And these become convening points for conservative, like-minded, curious, libertarians, whatever, to come meet, get together, and discuss ideas. So there's programming that we push out throughout all of the campuses. There are speakers that they are then able to book. We help them become a registered student organization on campus so that they can access student body funds and security, get venues on campus. So that's the beating heart of what Turning Point is. Now around that, there is there's a productions team that's producing a lot of content, documentaries. We also have a social media team. Social media has obviously been a huge part of Turning Point's growth.
And so this was, again, I think like when I think about the beginning of Turning Point, I was a conservative at a predominantly liberal campus. There have always been these, various groups that are sort of doing outreach or providing community for conservatives. And my sense is that as much as that is the heart of what Turning Point does, it has become a much bigger thing than any sort of purely campus conservative. That it has a religious dimension. It has obviously a legally separate political organization dimension. Yeah. And I think before Charlie was assassinated, a lot of people on the outside maybe didn't quite realize how big a part of conservatism and conservative Christianity in America, your infrastructure had become.
No, the infrastructure is huge. We're talking hundreds of thousands of students across the country at these campuses, a whole social media wing, a whole reporting wing, a whole political arm. Plus we had the Charlie Kirk show that became this drumbeat every day. So it was a lots of tentacles, and that's not even to speak of the work that Charlie was doing behind the scenes. I mean, the guy was an avid texter and emailer and phone caller. And so he was also working relationships behind the scenes constantly and ironing out differences or bridging divides.
Yeah, no, I want to get into that role because I think it's sort of important to understand what's happening in conservatism since his murder. But if you don't mind, so you were traveling with him a lot, or you would go to campuses with him for his tours?
Yeah, no. So I didn't go to all the campus stops. I wasn't there the day he was killed, but and I'm truly grateful for that actually, because I'm so glad I didn't see it. I saw the video in the immediate aftermath because I wanted to know if he could survive. And
I saw the video and immediately regretted seeing it.
Yeah, truly. And the whole team actively works very hard to make sure that anything we share with Erica, because she has not seen the video, and she never wants to see it, and I want to make sure that I do my part to make sure she doesn't. So I mean, I was traveling with him a lot, and
did it feel dangerous to you, the public's work? Like, do you feel like you had anticipations or premonitions of what happened?
I mean, everybody plays this mind game after the fact. Did we have premonitions about it? And you have these thoughts that run through your head, and you kind of try and put them down because you don't want to live in fear.
Right.
And you're watching Charlie, who's absolutely refusing to live in fear. So, and we had a full security detail around him all the time. I mean, but by the time he was killed, the security system and mechanisms and the team members that we had around him were very robust, and we spent a lot of money on it as an organization. We took it very seriously. And so what I became aware of after the fact was that a lot of what we had to do was rely on these campus stops, was rely on local PD, whether that's campus PD or local PD. And so much of the, I guess, safety or lack thereof is contingent on the precautions that they put in place and the plan that they have in place. And some of that is beyond, the control of because Charlie's security detail covers his immediate proximity. They have like a 30-yard jurisdiction, if you will. And then the perimeter and the ingress, egress is all controlled by local campus PD. And that's, if you want to do an event on campus, those are the rules. So was I scared? No, genuinely I wasn't. Was I aware that Charlie was becoming increasingly famous? Yes. I'll never forget, he came and visited me, I guess probably a month and a half before it happened. And he just got mobbed. Selfie. And it was kind of this moment where I was like, you're really famous now.
If you don't mind, can you just say something about what the day itself was like for you?
Yeah. Well,
it can be brief.
Yeah, I know. It's so the day before, actually, I had booked an interview for him that he was not super pleased that I booked for him, but there was a good reason for doing it, but he was.
Oh, no, I'm gonna be honest. Skip ahead. I'm not particularly interested in reliving that.
City up to Chicago, and all we did the whole car ride was debate immigration. This must have been 2018, 2019, and I was, living in California at the time. I saw some of the cultural cohesion issues really up close and personal, and I was the immigration hawk in the car. Erica was probably more in agreement with me, and Charlie was like, he still had this kind of legacy Chicago boy experience where he's like, look at all this farmland. Chicago's losing population. We need more immigrants. Charlie changed it abruptly on this issue. But I remember telling Charlie, like, Charlie, you are wrong about this topic. Like, this is a bigger issue than you are realizing. And Charlie just wasn't quite on that page because he had gone to a high school in Wheeling, Illinois, where it was, I think, white minority high school. He had a good experience at that high school and didn't see any issue with it. And Charlie started out his political journey more libertarian anyways. Yep. He eventually became very convinced that immigration was, I think, if not the number one issue, darn near the number one issue that's animating the base, that is important to conservative voters to feel like we are able to still have our country that we grew up in, feeling like there is a sense of place, a sense of identity, a shared American identity. He became very convinced about that. And I think...
Do you think he was responding there to the kind of questions that he was being asked and the interactions he was having?
No, I think he...
Okay, what I'm hearing here is that Charlie Kirk started off normal. He had a normal view of what immigrants could be and generally are, and then he was just radicalized. I think the border was a problem. I don't think immigration is a problem.
Was responding to experiences he was having outside of that. I think he was responding to political stories. I think he was watching this emergent dynamic play out on the national scene, and whether that's Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or something like this, which he was deeply upset at the lack of gratitude from personalities that you might see.
See, that is the bullshit. See, that is literally the crux of it. They think that when people come over here, even after they've paid their dues and become U.S. citizens, that they should forever be grateful and never dare offer their opinion. And that's never been, that's un-American, to be honest. So it's just a bunch of white boys who got their feelings hurt because Ilhan Omar had a criticism. That's literally what it is.
Online, it felt like America had opened its arms and we were not getting, the love in return, right? More of a grievance-based politics. And in a departure from conservative ideals further. was worried that these cultures were bringing in socialist ideas, or that they were going to scapegoat white America for some perceived ill or offense. Those types of concerns, I think, grew over time, and he began to realize that the sheer volume was unsustainable. And then boom, the illegal immigration crisis of the Biden years put him well over the top. So I think it was a natural evolution. He just became more conservative, and his faith became.
And again, and the faith part is a bullshit argument. Again, the illegal immigration across the southern border, definitely a problem. Immigration as a whole, not a problem. Just because it was not controlled doesn't, necessarily mean that a controlled immigration is fine. And I guess American history tends to be cyclical. We went through a time when, the Civil Rights Bill, I forget which one, I forget the name of it. I guess Immigration Act of 1960, was it 66? I can't recall. We go through that cycle. All of a sudden, we're going to become isolationist. And I guess we're going to go back to the days when, only Northern Europeans can come here. And then it's going to wind up, 50 years from now, we'll be back in, a cycle where, we'll be back in a cycle where we'll open immigration up again. One of the things that has always interested me, and maybe it's just the nature of America and how we were founded, but we never seem to be able to reach an equilibrium. Might be because we have brought, immigration has always been, a thing here, country of immigrants. Maybe that's why we don't reach an equilibrium. But the problem we're going to wind up having is the falling birth rates are almost going to demand that immigration stays fairly flexible, if not outright liberal. So I don't know. I don't know why nobody's pushing back against some of this immigration policy extremism.
It was always important to him, but I think it became even more increasingly so important to him, and that began animating a lot of his political views.
Yeah, well, just to look ahead for a minute, let's take those three issues as useful for thinking about where the right is going, and just try and take them one at a time. We'll say Israel, immigration, and religion and Christianity.
Sure.
And I want to use them to stress test maybe how much cohesion there really is on the right going into the end of the Trump era. So start with Israel. And I notice you didn't answer my question about Candace Owens. I think Candace Owens is a clear example of just how much potential division there is on the right now, where, yes, as you were suggesting, you could see a kind of stable middle ground that reassesses the U.S.-Israel relationship in some ways. But in practice, you just have a lot of absolutism in the pro-Israel camp. And then you have an anti-Israel camp with Owens as a prime example that has just veered all the way very quickly into anti-Semitism. So maybe start with her. What has happened to Candace Owens?
I don't know is the truth. I know that, I've known Candace for, I guess, I want to say probably 2019, I think, is when I first met Candace. And she was always, very opinionated. She was always, I would say, a fiery personality. And she, for a while, she existed within the Turning Point ecosystem. And she just simply, grew to the point where it made more sense for her, I think, in her eyes, to sort of, do her own thing outside of the Turning Point ecosystem. And, she's obviously a tremendous just talent, right? And from a pure oratory standpoint. And she you've seen pictures of Charlie and Candace at in Israel for the embassy moving ceremony when they moved it to Jerusalem. So when I was interacting with her more frequently, there wasn't a question about Israel.
Do you or your team have interactions with her nowadays?
I interacted with her in the immediate aftermath of what happened with Charlie. I didn't realize that it was going to be this, that we were going to be the subject of a daily streaming show where, our own characters were impugned, or that we were somehow implicated in a betrayal conspiracy or something. I just assumed that Charlie,
she was his friend.
Yeah. And she was obviously worried, and she was, traumatized, as we all were. And, I had kept in contact with Candace, intermittently over the years. So I thought I should call her and be her point of contact when everything happened. And she was obviously distraught, and, I felt for her. I knew she, I had no foresight that it was going to become what it's become. But
for people who are watching or listening who don't know exactly, like, there is constant programming on her very, very popular podcast that is, it is a kind of conspiratorial drama about the betrayal and murder of Charlie Kirk, in which Israel features prominently, people close to Charlie, France. But you haven't, called her up. Someone doesn't call her up and say, what the hell is going on?
I believe there's been one contact in relatively recent days. But other than that, it became apparent that, that we were becoming a focus of her ire, and that it was not exactly a safe
is that what it is?
relationship to proceed with. So,
do you think your audience and her audience overlap right now?
I think, I think so I'm not sure how many people are.
Okay, I'm thoroughly confused here. So Dave says feminism is the core problem. When women choose career over family, you need immigration. You mean immigration for nannies? I'm not sure I understand the connection here. Help me out there, Dave. You mean immigration for nannies? Okay.
Are really buying into some of the
French theories.
I don't know what people are really buying. I do think that there is, and you see this with Netflix. You see that, like, the true crime genre of things. It's a successful genre. Is especially, women seem to especially be drawn to it. So I kind of think there's a big, group that tune in just to kind of see what's coming next in this unfolding narrative. But and I will say, I will never look at a conspiracy theory the same way again. Because when you're close to something and you know what's true and what's not, one of the allegations is that Bibi Netanyahu is offering Charlie all this money.
Right.
That's not true. There was never an offer. If there was, nobody on the team knows about it. So Charlie would have had to just privately
the secret flight.
Yeah. First of all, I don't think Charlie would have ever taken anything from Israel just as a matter of principle, or from Ukraine, or from the UK. Like, he just had a hard and fast no foreign money rule.
Has this changed how you think about sort of Trump era conservatism then?
Well, Kim, like the $40,000, doesn't that go to medical expenses and stuff like that of the birth mother? Help me out with that. I don't know much. Well, I really don't know anything about the adoption process. You may know more than me. So let me know. I always thought that's why it was so expensive.
Because there is, let's be honest, there's a lot of conspiracism on the right. And I am, by the standards of the New York Times, I am more sympathetic, I think, to many people about some conspiracy theories. I think there are weird things in the world that are not fully understood. I have interest in everything from Jeffrey Epstein to UFOs, right? But
same.
Good. We'll do a show about those subjects, but it is also the case that there's a wildness, right, to conspiracizing on the right in the era of Trump, in the era of COVID, with the 2020 election and so on, that is just a distinctive part of conservative culture. Do you regard that more critically now, maybe, that you've been on the receiving end of sort of theories about yourself that you know not to be true?
I've never been a hugely conspiratorial person in general, but I'm very sympathetic to why people are. And when you think about the conservative mindset and the conservative wiring, you realize, I think, even more why this is happening. What we are living through is an era where conservatives have this bent to conserve our tradition, conserve our culture, conserve our heritage. But those institutions that are supposed to be doing the heavy lifting for us are not in alignment. They are institutional capture by the left in America is pretty dramatic. And so I understand that that's actually fueling a lot of this. And then you throw in JFK, you throw in 9/11, you throw in COVID, all of these things that have, that people question, right? They question, are they getting the real narrative or not? Just having been on this side of a conspiracy theory, and you just know, you just realize there's a pattern to this where they will allege connections that might have a grain of truth, an ounce of truth, and then they will leap to a conclusion that is so wild, and you're like, how did you put one and one together and then allege this from these two things, or throw in a third element that wasn't even true, and then that spun it in a whole different direction, and then all these people believe it and then just distrust you, and now you have this pall of doubt cast upon your person. So that's the part that I didn't fully appreciate, being on that side of a conspiracy theory as opposed to being on this side of it. And you're just like, okay, the facts have to matter somewhere in this equation. And I think as a conservative movement, we do have to make sure we're fact-based. We do need to be sure that we police ourselves of some of the zanier, crazier, I think intellectually lazy conspiracy theories. But when it comes to UFOs, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, I think there's some good, there's some conspiracy theories that we need to dive into.
How do you do that policing? And is it on just the Israel question, right? Like, if there's no one who can call Candace Owens and say, what are you doing? You should stop, right? And she's only one example of people who have sort of gone all the way to conspiracy theories and to, anti-Semitism on Israel. Can the right hold together on Israel when there's so much difference, again, going all the way to conspiracy theories?
Yeah, I would say that the answer is yes. I firmly believe that. Charlie believed that. And he was working, I think, the preliminary stages of that. I would say this is a generational moment where you have President Trump, who is almost 80, in the White House, who is obviously fully supportive of Israel, at least ostensibly so. He's friends with Benjamin Netanyahu. But the base is becoming
a complicated friendship.
Complicated relationship. The president is
I don't think it's complicated in his defense at all.
But I think what you're seeing is this generational divide. You could call it under 40, under 50, which is becoming increasingly skeptical of the status quo. Now, I can tell you from our experience with Turning Point that Charlie and I actually did a focus group with a bunch of our students when we were at the Student Action Summit, and that was just in July in Florida. And we had dozens of these kids. We kept rotating them in. We wanted to get a really broad section of their feelings about Israel. And it was remarkable because a lot of them were like, well, we like Israel. We like them more than Hamas, but that doesn't mean I don't have questions about, should we be funding them? Right. Do we have to get dragged into wars? It feels like we're getting dog-walked into this conflict. And I actually thought that was great, because what I don't want to see, and I think this is the through line for Israel, is you do not have to support Israel to belong to the team. at least in a traditional historical sense. I don't want to see a conservative movement like that. I'm an American. I'm born in this country. My kids are going to be raised in this country. I'm going to die here. They're probably going to die here. I care about America. I mean, God bless Israel. I want them to succeed too. I just want to make sure we're taking care of home base first. And I totally personally get that impulse, and that, and I said, it's sort of the animal passions of the America First movement have been unleashed. President Trump perhaps didn't foresee or could not foresee all that would entail, but this is a central pillar of this. And I think Israel has become a symbolic, battle about what does America First really mean.
Yeah. Immigration seems like a different case. On Israel, you have these divisions within the right. You also have them within the left, right?
Sure.
And both coalitions are sort of trying to find a stable center. On immigration, it seems to me you have tremendous unity.
I thoroughly disagree with that point. America First doesn't have Israel in the description. And I'm not absolutely sure that the Donald Trump realizes that.
On the right now, and that the arc you described earlier of Charlie going from being sort of moderately pro-immigration to being very anti-immigration is just a general arc for the conservative base. This is if you ask me, what is the populist right believe in, what does MAGA believe in right now, it'd be hard to do any better than immigration restriction as a unifying issue. At the same time, it's also a place where
Okay, I also think that Ross Douthat is getting the term conservative base wrong. MAGA base is more correct. The conservative base is not necessarily MAGA, and we'll be seeing that in a few minutes.
Larger country, including lots of people who voted for Donald Trump in 2024, are not all the way where you are or where Charlie is. And there's a lot of people who have the suburban high school experience that Charlie had that you described, who have incredibly favorable experiences of immigrants and immigration. And there's a lot of people who were alienated by the Biden immigration wave, but also look at the right now and look at deportations to an El Salvador prison and look at, ICE agents wearing masks and are like,
I'm going to be honest with you, Kim. I think it was extremely predictable how America First would be. Now, what's surprising is how radicalized that base could get. But I mean, I'm not even exaggerating. Pretty much, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I think America First probably started with the Iran hostage crisis. When those hostages were taken, that was the first time. Now, I was 10, maybe going on 11 at the time. So, no, I was 11 at the time. And I remember the commercials, that every night they used to do, because back in those days, like 1976, they used to do TV stations didn't always stay on all night. Like our PBS station would pretty much on Saturday nights, for instance, would go maybe till 1 o'clock, midnight, 1 o'clock. And they would always play like the national anthem. But when the hostage crisis happened, they started playing I think it was The Long and Winding Road, the Beatles song, played over video footage of the hostages. the hostages that the Ayatollah took. And that was the first time in my memory of, the yellow ribbons and all that sort of stuff. That was my first time I could remember the country just kind of coalescing. I think that's where America first started, when Reagan, basically Carter lost the election, among other things. But I think that the Iran hostage thing pretty much sealed the deal. And I would say ever since the Reagan era, and there are plenty of people who would agree that, Reagan was basically the anchor point that started America down this road to MAGA. America first, the Tea Party, the contract with America, there have been precursors to MAGA. The only difference with MAGA is it's a lot more populist and a lot more racial.
Well, I want deportations, but I'm not sure that I want that. And, you yourself just said, well, in being anti-immigration, there's some things Nick Fuentes says that, that I think are true, right? There's a lot of Americans who are like, if you, to be clear, I know you're not saying that, that his anti-Semitic or racist hate is true.
Black Knight?
But there's a lot of Americans, it seems like, who are sympathetic to the Republican Party, who could be turned off by a, mass deportations for 20 years, everyone has to go back kind of conservatism. What do you think about that?
Yeah, well, and just to clarify what I was saying, what Fuentes tapped into, which I do believe that there is truth in, is that you have a whole generation of young men, and we saw this, for years. There's a whole generation, especially of young men, but of young women too, that felt betrayed, alienated, discarded, villainized by the establishment class, and that they were told that they were the problem just for being born in America. Maybe they had white skin, maybe they had brown or black skin, but they were told that they were toxic. They were told that they were, some sort of an issue. And when you do that, whether knowingly or unknowingly, you are going to create a whole class of people that are probably going to be reactionary for something that they were told they were supposed to get, but that got screwed out of by the incumbent financial system or by the incumbent political class. And that's an energy that once you unleash it, once you seed the ground for the base elements of that, there will be a reckoning. And that is a truth, regardless of who talks about it, that you have to, as an American, come to grips with. Now, what Charlie's mission was to say, hey, before us are two roads. You can either go grievance politics, socialism, free stuff populism, Mangionism, Mamdaniism, or you can go MAGA. Now, you might not like MAGA on its face. You might think it's mean or cruel or bad PR or whatever, but at least you can live with it. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow and stuff. There's national populism. There's going to be some medicine that we all have to take here. But at least on this road, there's still going to be an American.
What is the tough? Are we talking about immigration? But when you say those two roads, are you directing that to the alienated young man or to the squishy moderate?
Probably both. I think, MAGA on its face is a tough pill for some to swallow. That would maybe be young people, right? So I'm putting myself back into that 2022, 2023 mindset. Joe Biden in 2020, there was a lot of ink spilled about how he did with the youth vote and how he did so well. So we had a tough mission going into 2024, and Charlie had a tough mission. How do you sell this populist conservatism of Trump to a generation that seems to be repelled by either the energy or the branding or Trump himself? And so that's a tough pill to swallow for some young people. What we started seeing, though, was that they had been so disenchanted with the liberal establishment and the economic reality that they were facing, the malaise, everybody could feel it, that, when you would start forcefully presenting the conservative worldview on these campuses, they started flocking. But I think for a long time, it felt like this is going to be a tough, how do you sell, being accountable for your own actions, being, the fact that we have to, deport people that are here illegally, and you're going to confront all the nasty headlines and the sob stories from the news media. And so but here's my one pushback to the premise of the question. I think that this has been going on for so long in the transformation of the country. And
see, this is the disingenuousness of these MAGA TPUSA bullshitters. No one is upset about deporting illegal immigrants. What people are showing their displeasure and disapproval of is how you're doing it. These guys are just bullshitters.
In our cities and, basic social services have been so dramatic that this is such a wildly popular position. And I think it goes beyond the base. And you saw how much immigration played into Trump regaining the White House. So I think people underestimate the issue of immigration. I understand that there is differences of opinions about, the raids or who we should be deporting.
Let me just speak for the squishes, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a second, because it seems to me that when you're talking about, the hard sell of MAGA to different groups, there's the group of alienated, it's not all young men, but we'll just call them alienated young men, right? Who have the experience that you're describing. And those are the people who are getting pulled to more and more hardcore positions and potentially all the way to where Fuentes is, right? So to those people,
Kimmy,
Charlie,
you and I will disagree. Just Saturday, I went and did a poll. Well, you know what? Let's not me just talk about it. Let me go back and find the story right quick, because it was a good one. And Ross Douthat, being the Catholic conservative he is, he's full of shit too. Give me 1 second here. Oh, wait, maybe I put it in this folder. It's a problem. I put all this stuff in one place and I still can't find it. What I'm talking about, there's a religious or religion-based think tank that went and did polling on MAGA. And I was actually surprised at their numbers. Here it is. Oh, wait, that's not the right one. Or is it the right one? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it is the right one. Okay, basically ice and empty mangers. I did this, talk about this Saturday, but there's a parish up in Boston, Massachusetts that basically modified their manger scene. And I'm reading it just for you and why, Kimmy, and why I'm thinking this. Last week, the New York Times reported that a Catholic parish on a busy street in the wealthy Boston suburb of, I think it was Dedham, had caused a stir with their nativity scene. All the familiar elements were there: the shepherds and angels, sheep and hay, the three wise men, but Mary, Joseph, and the baby Jesus were missing. In their place was a large sign that said, "ICE was here." So apparently they deported Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. And the diocese made them put it back the way it should be, but that was very Catholic in my opinion. And Ross Stout, that the interviewer here in that video, is Catholic, and I would love to hear his comment on that. Maybe these Catholics are the squishes he's talking about. And then the other thing that was very interesting, let me bring up this poll. This is an organization that calls it, well, it's the Public Religion Research Institute. It's a think tank. And they went and they looked at Donald Trump's approval ratings for immigration, and they looked at it through a political and religious lens. So they basically interviewed Republicans, independents, and Democrats. Then they went and they interviewed people who identified as white evangelical Protestant, white mainline, non-evangelical Protestant, white Catholic, other religion, unaffiliated, Hispanic Catholic, and Black Protestant. So they went and they interviewed or polled people by those criteria. And in every category, even the Republicans, the numbers the numbers are shifting towards disapproval. They went and they looked at their numbers for March, and then they re-polled everybody, maybe the same people, I don't know, in September, and every category has had a shift towards disapproval. Some not as big a shift, but the bottom line is that overall, at least the religious people that got polled, Donald Trump's methods are not winning supporters, more supporters. He is losing supporters. So when I say that dude is being disingenuous, the fact that illegal immigrants are being deported is not a bitter pill. It's how they're being deported. It's the Kilmar Abrego Garcia types that are obviously being targeted and harassed, in my opinion, by this administration because of a mistake they made. That is what is losing Trump supporters for his methods. So these guys are bullshitting, in my opinion.
A year ago, now you are in the position of saying, okay, how do we keep them from becoming white nationalists? But we have to be sufficiently hardcore that they feel like they'll stay on our side. But then there's another group of people who were not super conservative, but were totally alienated by the Biden economy and by the Biden immigration wave, and who voted for Trump. Maybe they voted Republican for the first time. Sure. That group included a lot of recent immigrants, second-generation immigrants, a lot of Hispanic voters, right? But those voters are never going to be hardcore anti-immigration voters, I don't think. And it just seems, I feel like it's not just your dilemma, but it is your dilemma in part, right? Is you're trying to simultaneously say, look, we're really hardcore in immigration. We're going to do all the things that, that the alienated young man who feels like he's lost the future of his country wants you to do. But in doing some of those things, you end up alienating the moderate conservative who you got in 2024.
I don't know that that's true. I just don't know that I agree with that. I actually think
I could be wrong.
Yeah,
it has happened.
I think that is, when we saw that dynamic play out in 2016.
Say Ross is just he's a squish. He's a MAGA squish. And by the way, Ross Douthat was not a big fan, but he's warmed up to it for some reason or another. Bottom line is that you are losing moderate conservatives, and maybe it's some unwritten rule in the far right MAGA movement that you don't look at polls. But for those of us who do look at polls, you are definitely losing support on immigration, by the way, not just in other areas, the economy, etc. Specifically, what I just looked at, or what I just showed you, was immigration. You're losing evangelicals, which are part of the MAGA base.
With Build the Wall and, the Never Trump movement, and people consistently underestimate this issue. People have a memory of the way the world used to feel when they were a kid or when they were going to school, and they see how it's changed. Now, some of that change can be okay, and some immigration certainly can be okay. As a country, we've historically scaled up or scaled down or changed the way we formulate it. I think that there has not been nearly enough reform in this area, whether it's especially with legal immigration, H-1Bs. This is still a wildly and dramatically animating issue. And I think even with moderates that maybe don't want to tell a pollster that they don't like it, but they don't like it. Okay. Like people want to feel familiar in their communities. They want to live near people that.
Yeah. You know what? Black Knight, you and I both know what these untrained 18-year-olds can do if they don't have the right leadership and the right checking, mature leadership. I think ratcheting up recruiting like people fresh out of high school to go to law enforcement. I know police. I think you can be a policeman in most places right out of high school, but you basically have to go through the academy, and I know they weed out people. It's not that easy to become a cop coming out of high school. I'm afraid that ICE recruitment is just one step above TSA recruitment, where there were barely any standards at all. They just needed warm bodies. And then you give these people a badge and a gun. Ooh-wee. Even the FBI upper management seems untrained. Dude, you know what? I don't think Kash Patel is going to last much past the new year. And Dan Bongino, he's basically, well, you don't hear that much from Bongino, but they are a quote dynamic duo for sure. You look at polls, pun intended. Is that right? Yes, I do. Looking at them is not the same thing as swinging from them, though.
They share values with it, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I think so many times we turn this into you're a xenophobe, or you're a racist, you're a bigot. No, this is as old as time. People like to be in a community that they feel safe in, that they feel like they know their neighbors. This is just the way people tend to congregate. So I would say I think you're underestimating. And then when it comes to new immigrants, you're not giving immigrant communities enough credit for understanding the downside of unfettered mass migration. And then I would say this is an issue that has been underestimated time and time again, and it will consistently deliver for the conservative movement.
What else is conservatism, MAGA conservatism, turning point conservatism for right now? Because we've entered a phase of the Trump administration where there's no big legislative agenda in Congress. And I think there's clear unity on immigration on the right, clear divisions on Israel. And I'm just uncertain what the other animating issues are that will shape the contest to succeed Trump and everything after that. And you're closer than I am to those voters. what does the populist right want in 2026, 2028, and beyond?
Besides immigration,
setting aside immigration and the Israel debate.
Yeah, I mean, affordability is huge, and I think what we need to be for, and you've seen this.
Did I hear him say affordability? Who taught MAGA that word?
The beginnings of this is, a economic moonshot, if you will, to make housing more affordable. I think housing is the crux. I think people owning their own homes, feeling like they have a stake in this economy, in this country. I mean, if you want to have a nation of renters, then those people are going to burn down the country real fast when things go south. And so a bulwark against radicalization, revolution, is letting people own the roof over their head. It's a place to build a family, to get married. So, I mean, I agree with Charlie. He and I worked these ideas out together before he died. And it's like, hey, we need 5-10 million new homes. We need to make sure that those are not being bought by institutional money or by foreign buyers. We should be considering a lot of creative ideas. Now, I'm not a policy wonk, so I'll let the experts work this out. But maybe they get to write off the first $50,000 of their mortgage. Maybe they get special interest rates or whatever the idea is. Let's
the 50-year mortgage.
No, the 50-year mortgage was potentially a bit of a mixed bag. You know what's funny? Okay,
it's okay. You can just say it's a terrible idea.
It's probably a very terrible idea.
President Trump is not watching. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe he is.
No. I listen. I actually. So the reason I hesitate, my instinct was that it was a terrible idea. Then we put it out to the audience and asked them what they thought. And people are smart. I mean, listen, a lot of our audience was like, hey, listen, you don't want to be a debt slave to this. I mean, the medium home buyer is 40 years old, 50-year mortgage, you're 90 by the time you pay that off. But a lot of people were saying, well, if that gets you in the door, you start, your house appreciates in value. You could refinance. People were already getting, creative, and they were seeing it as a potential tool that they could take advantage of. So I just want to say, on its face, it felt like lipstick on a pig, but our audience was sort of split on it.
So you just said I'm not a wonk. I want to encourage you to wonk out.
It is literally what he basically said is it was such a bad idea that people had to get creative to do something with the lipstick on that pig.
On the just take this issue as an example. It seemed, and again, this connects to some of these larger dynamics on the right in the age of Trump, right? You mentioned two ideas. We need to build a lot more homes, and we need to make sure that they aren't bought up by, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, foreign investors, and so on. It seems to me that when I look around the right, there's a lot more enthusiasm for that second point. Like when I go on social media and someone's like, oh, bad news, this hedge fund is buying up real estate or so on, that gets tons of engagement. And there's less engagement if someone says, here's my legislative plan to remove regulatory impediments.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. But I feel like that's often the dynamic that the right gets trapped in, where you have all this energy around mistrust of institutions. But in the end, like if you want more homes in America, the most important thing is figuring out how you build more of them. Right.
Yeah. Sure.
Right. So this is, I'm not asking you for the 10-point plan. I'm just encouraging you to sell, because so much of the problem with the 50-year mortgage, like a lot of these ideas, is you're subsidizing demand. But the right and the left, everybody, we need supply.
Yeah,
right?
We need supply. You need to address core affordability issues, structural problems. Yeah, no, 100%. And I mean, I think, I'm not trying to be coy or not answer the question. I genuinely believe that there are people that are steeped in the regulatory side. What it takes to build a home, what it takes to clear the land, what it takes to approve the permits and all that stuff that are far more versed in this.
People from your home state of Nevada, I think probably have some strong views on this.
I mean, it's funny about this is I am a conservationist by heart, being a Western boy and watching cities expand into beautiful virgin land has always been a struggle for me, actually. But, I do think that we do need to, it's simply too important.
All right, let's end with faith and religion and Christianity. Charlie Kirk was a political activist, a political brawler, right? To some extent, somebody who liked to fight.
Mhm.
He was also, increasingly as he got older, a more serious Christian. I feel like to the extent that there is a kind of inevitable curation and sort of like presentation of a life in the aftermath of an assassination, that the presentation of Charlie's life has leaned on the religious element. I'm curious if you think it's good if Charlie Kirk is remembered more as a evangelist for Christianity, and not just Christianity, but someone who was sort of trying to be a model of fatherhood and religious commitment and family commitment to young men. Is that a more important part of his legacy than politics?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's not even a question, actually. He was asked not long before he was killed, and you could say before he was martyred, which I do count him as an American martyr, as a Christian martyr, that he wanted to be remembered for his courage, for his faith. And as the years went on, it was very clear to me just how much more pronounced that became, even as he would talk about politics. And, Charlie believed that America was, fundamentally founded as a Christian nation for Christians, providentially guided by the hand of God to become the greatest nation in the history of the world. And that if we lost our Christian heritage, we would lose our identity. We would lose the very thing that made us special, that made America so great. And Charlie and I bonded originally, over our shared Christian faith. Like that was really one of the things that brought us.
Yeah, that was the first mistake. You know what? Let's finish this, and I'm gonna go and apparently Charlie Kirk never read James Madison
Together. And it's one of those things that I think, will guard you from anti-Semitism. It will guard your heart against the radicalization and the excesses that you see in these corners of the internet. And I think that's why when you asked me earlier in this conversation, were you afraid? And I said, well, no, but because Charlie wasn't afraid. And he wasn't afraid because of his faith. And I think he had realized that his life was not his own, and he had come to terms with that. And he had come to terms with the fact that, God was going to use him however he was going to use him.
One important element of Christian culture and Christian heritage is the idea of loving your enemies. It goes all the way back, right, to the Gospels. And there was a now famous moment at Charlie's memorial where Erica, sorry, I have to ask you about it, and I think it's a good place to end. His wife, one of the leaders of the movement that he built, got up and talked about forgiveness and forgiving Charlie's killer, forgiving your enemies, loving your enemies. And then the president of the United States, also a friend of Charlie's, a man on whose behalf Charlie did so much work, got up and said, and it was a joke, but it was not a joke, right? As with many things, Trumpian.
We brought it back up at the medal freedom ceremony as well.
Right, that Erica can talk to me and talk me into it, right? But he said, I'm sorry, I can't help. I hate him. I hate my enemies, right? And I feel like that duality is very obviously on display in conservative politics, where you have a conservatism and a populism that is informed by Christianity in a lot of ways. But at the same time, I think it's hard to deny that the Trumpian attitude is a huge part of right-wing politics. The idea that, got to know what time it is. You got to fight your enemies. You can't give them an inch. Would you agree, and you could disagree, that conservative politics going forward through the end of Trump and after could use a little more of the Erica Kirk spirit? And if you agree, how do you do that?
Well, if you're asking, do I endorse a little bit more Erica Kirk's spirit? Of course I do.
Good,
you know?
good.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought that would be an easy lift. But what does that mean when you're not just preaching the gospel and talking about Jesus's love, but when you are doing politics with your fellow citizens who you end up having really good reasons to, or feel like you have really good reasons to treat as an enemy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even love using the word enemy when it comes to any political setting. I believe, some people certainly do. I find myself using words like my political foes or whatever more often because
my misguided friends and neighbor.
Yes, except sometimes extraordinarily so. I would say, I think there's a tendency in the modern media landscape, especially when you're talking about legacy media, and immigration's a good example of this, where they'll turn the volume all the way up for what I call a sob story of somebody that's in the country illegally getting deported. And they will turn the volume all the way down on the sob story, which is actually a real tragedy, of a family that lost somebody to fentanyl, or that was trafficked, or that was hit by a drunk driver that shouldn't have been in the country. Whatever the story was, you will see the volume turned all the way up in the legacy press on the one and all the way down on the other. My counter to that is that loving my neighbor and loving my community means that sometimes I'm going to be forced to do the hard thing on immigration, or I'm going to be forced to do the hard thing on law and order issues, because actually that's what love looks like. Love does not look like simply being sympathetic and saying, it's no big deal, we're going to let this pass all the time. Love can look hard sometimes. And it's basically saying, I love you enough that I'm not going to let you drink the toilet water, America.
Okay. But
I'm going to give you a glass of pure water.
But that's not quite, I think that's not quite what I want to press you on. So let's stipulate, for the sake of argument, that there are a lot of potentially harsh-seeming conservative policies that like deportation, that can be undertaken in a spirit of love for your country, and do not necessarily conflict with Christianity. I think that's true. I don't think that Christianity forbids deportation. I don't think it forbids, various forms of sort of tough punishments for law breaking, any of those kind of things. But there's also a question of the spirit in which you are doing those things. And this is where I think the Erica President Trump contrast is sharp, right? That if you are deporting someone who is sympathetic, you can do so while saying, this is the law and we have to enforce our borders. But I understand that, I'm doing something that, is going to cause hardship, and I want to be sympathetic to what people are going through. Or you can say, every immigrant here is an invader. And right. And, and if you read like the social media accounts of certain federal agencies in the age of Trump, right, I don't get a sort of cascading spirit of Christian love coming from them. And I think that's all downstream of Trump himself, who is, I would say, I think he believes in God in some way, but I don't think that he is animated by...
Yeah. Let's just say Trump is a horrible person, not a good example, and stop all this squish-like behavior.
The truest spirit of Christianity. So I guess what I want to know is not, is it Christian to deport people? Can you have conservative policies that are offered with more love and fellow feeling than they're being offered right now?
I mean, I think you said it, that a lot of this comes straight from the top, right? That a lot of this flows downhill from Trump, his persona, his imprint on the conservative movement more broadly. And this all reminds me of, by the way, the conversation that people, especially in the faith community, were having in 2016, 2017, of what to do with President Trump, the evangelical coalition that was around him.
Yep.
Can we support this man that has lived a very worldly lifestyle? And I think that there was a recognition by most, certainly not all, but I would think more broadly. I mean, you look at the voting records of evangelicals and Catholics, even, and you're Catholic, right?
Yes, most days.
Yeah, most days.
On a good day, yeah.
I for a second there was like, Lutheran? No, Catholic.
Never.
Yeah, okay.
With
I'll have you tell
we
that
welcome
to
all Lutheran listeners.
So a bit, you sort of have to acknowledge that, that old, it's cliche now, but we're voting for a president, not a pastor kind of thing. And you also have to acknowledge that there are critiques, especially for like big Eva, as we call it, big evangelicalism in the mega churches. And there is a very ample reason to believe that the majority of the evangelical movement, at least within the organized church circles, became soft, became limp-wristed, became weak, feminized. And Trump was this vehicle by which there was sort of a handshake deal where he was injecting a little swagger, a little masculine energy into church circles that had lost their backbone. Now, the question then becomes, you were asking, could we do for a little bit more of the Erica Kirk spirit? And I would say, yeah, I would agree with that. I would concede that point to you, that sometimes, even for me, when I see some of the social media posts, I'm like, that's a little too much. And then sometimes I'm like, I love that we're just unapologetic about the fact that we're reinstituting law and order. So I see it from both sides.
There's a lot of different social media posts out there.
Yeah, there's a lot, right? So I'm not going to, say all of them are bad or all of them are good, but I would say that, we need to find our backbone, I think, as a Christian movement in this country, and sort of reassert ourselves politically, which is why TPUSA Faith, was founded. Anyway, it was founded in COVID because Charlie never believed that the church was just going to roll over and take it. And they were going to tell them they couldn't meet and they couldn't worship together. He didn't think that stood a chance of holding up. And then it kind of did. Because, when you get into a pastoral role, there's all these forces that come upon you to go halfway, to say it a little softer, to go, I would say, a little more feminized. And Charlie didn't like that. He wanted everybody to be able to come together, get encouraged, get courage, and to go back out and take that abroad and say, hey, we're not going to cede the public square anymore.
But now, 3 years to go of Donald Trump, as, whatever happens, a continuing shaping influence on the right. You work with Erica Kirk. Maybe a little more feminization. Christian wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I believe the church has become overly feminized. I think Erica would agree with me on that. And she's even said she's Turning Point is not going to become feminized. Now, that being said, to the extent that Christian, like core Christian spirit and doctrine and biblical principles are reflected in our government, I'm all for it. And certainly I could concede that I would have a more conciliatory tone at times than our president. And sometimes I'm glad he showed me the way and said it like he said it. So I think
So Trump showed him the way. Jesus. You know what? Some of these assholes would think Jesus was feminized.
Good Christian execution of policies. You've got to take prudence, and it's case by case. But certainly, I think once the era of Trump is past us, the next you're not going to. Trump is singular. This moment will not last forever.
All right, Andrew Colvett, thank you so much for joining me.
You know what?
Thanks so much.
It took, let's see here. It took an hour to actually say something that I agree with. This is a singular moment, and it will not last. I think the polls are kind of pointing in that direction. I'm going to drop this link into the chat. It talks about James Madison and freedom of conscience. America was not founded as a Christian nation, folks. There's no evidence of that. So, using the word God, I don't even think the word God is used. It's a creator, or I think Madison uses the term governor of the universe or something like that. I could buy the argument that there were religious elements. You could even get away with America was founded as a religious country, but not Christian. So I think that the majority population is taking advantage of their numbers. So the next thing, and this show is just chock full of boring stuff, but we've got to trudge on for the sake of knowledge. Bret Stephens on the fight for the future of the right. Now, this is not a carbon copy of the interview before this. This is basically Bret Stephens talking about. Bret Stephens considers himself a centrist, a center right person. And he thinks the actual real political contest is in the center. And as a fellow centrist, except I'm on the left, I would tend to agree with him. Most of the, how can I put this? Kim, I wish you could come up here. I want to put this without, in my opinion, most of the actual more knowledgeable people, the more even-tempered, even-keeled people are in the nominal center. I've never been one to trust extremes, whether it's a left extreme or a right extreme. Extreme is always bad. And I consider MAGA extreme. I consider a lot of the even the populist left extreme, but not as extreme as MAGA. MAGA is a cruelty is the point sort of populism that and if the textbook definition, or one of the textbook the textbook definition of right-wing populism requires a racial element to it, in othering of a group of people, so there is a common enemy, basically. Left-wing populism does not, and that's just going by textbook definitions. And we know there are plenty of folks out there who don't think books are worth anything. So they will just have to they'll just have to suck it. So this is going to be Bret Stephens. It's only half an hour, and he is talking about the center right, and how does it basically recover for MAGA. And I don't think it's possible, at least not in the short term. Too many centrists have bowed to Trump and the MAGA movement. That's my opinion. So, give me 1 second here. Somewhere in here, I thought I uploaded a splash screen. I bet I didn't. Let's see here. Where did I put it? Damn it. I put it in gallery. Yeah, I did. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start this. Again, it's 30 minutes talking about right centrism.
Hi, I'm Juliet from New York Times Games, and I'm here talking to fans.
A series about the ideas that once held our country together and those that might do so again.
We the people, in order to form a more perfect union.
Ask not what your country can do for you.
Actually, that's not what I wanted.
America is too great for small dreams.
Change is what's happening in America.
And we will make America great again. God bless you and good night. I love you.
As we come to the end of the year and the end of this series, I wanted to have conversations with a couple of my colleagues.
No, socialists aren't necessarily far left, though some
As a
of them
traditional
are.
conservative, Brett no longer has a comfortable home in President Trump's Republican Party. But it's worth remembering that 2028 isn't that far away. And so I wanted to ask Brett whether the next election was an opportunity to rescue conservatism from Trump's warped version of it. What would that new version of conservatism look like? And if that doesn't happen, where does it leave conservatives like Brett?
Do you hear that, Kimmy? It's a warped version of conservatism, and I agree with that.
Brett, thanks for being here.
Good to be with you, David.
So you once identified as a Republican. How do you describe your political affiliation now?
I guess I'm in transition. Is one answer. No, actually, the reverse is true. I remember growing up, my parents would often say they didn't leave the Democratic Party left them. And that's how they became kind of Reagan conservatives. The line was not original to them, but they were reflecting on their experience of being sort of Adlai Stevenson, Kennedy Democrats in the 60s who were turned off by some of the radicalism in the party in the late 60s and 1970s. And now I find myself saying, I didn't leave the Republican Party left me.
And that, I think, very much conjures up Ronald Reagan for me. And what we've been doing with this podcast series is trying to talk about the stories that America tells itself. And I would argue, I guess you agree, that the most successful political storyteller of the second half of the 20th century in the United States was Ronald Reagan. He told this story about freedom, about capitalism, about American confidence and American exceptionalism that was highly influential. And I think it's fair to consider the United States as living in the Reagan era from the 1980s through the early 2010s. I also think the Reagan era has ended. Do you agree with that?
Well, it has, and that's a shame because the Reagan era at its core was optimistic about American possibility. What you have today among conservatives, and certainly with the president, is essentially a pervasive pessimism about the future of liberal democracy. The idea that ultimately free citizens sorting out their problems through experiment and collaboration, the contestation of ideas, is going to yield good results. The conservatism that Trump expresses, I think, is better classified as illiberalism. That's to say, a set of ideas often based in kind of ethnicity or race or place that may have something in common with kind of the conservative traditions of Europe, but have much less in common with the conservative traditions of the United States. At its heart, there's a kind of a dark vision of the future of the free world, a real pessimism or doubt about whether liberal societies can succeed. And I've never shared that pessimism. And so that's one of the many reasons why, from the beginning, Trump simply left me cold as a traditional Reaganite Republican.
You and I, in different ways, both lament that Trumpian pessimism, but I do want to try to give it its due in one way, which is understand why so many Americans find it attractive. And I think there is something important there about the failures of the last several decades, including the failures of Reaganite conservatism, which I don't think that Reaganite conservatism delivered on what it promised in terms of broad-based, consistent increases in Americans' living standards. And I don't think you totally agree with me about that. And so I'm interested.
Maybe not.
I'm interested in both. I'm interested in both how you disagree with it, but then also why you think Trump's darkness was so appealing first to so many Republican voters, and then was appealing enough to let him win 2 of the last 3 presidential elections.
First of all, I think where Reaganism failed in terms of delivering on its promises is that Reagan never meaningfully cut the size of government in the way that he had promised coming into office in 1981. And I would argue that that explains many of our dysfunctions today. I don't want to get carried away by tangents. I also think it succeeded in this sense. For 35 years, in terms of at least finance capital, the United States was the undisputed world champion, and it explains why we have remained economically dynamic in a way that the welfare states of Europe or Japan simply have not. So I think that in many respects, Reagan delivered on his promise. I do think that Trump understood better than I did a couple of very serious complaints that parts of America which I don't inhabit had about the way things were running in America. I think one of them, maybe most importantly, he understood intuitively that migration was an important issue affecting ordinary Americans. And he also understood the failure of elite institutions to deliver on their promises, and whether the elite institutions were...
That is bullshit. What Trump understood is that the browning of America was pissing white people off as a group, certainly not everyone. And that's pretty much it. Oh, that and civil rights. They never liked sharing power, basically being forced to give up things like segregation. But it's mostly the browning of America and losing power.
Or at universities, or the public health administration of this country, or mainstream media. Trump was onto something in a way that I was simply blind to, because I think I was encased in a cultural bubble. And one of the things I've tried to do in the last 10 years is understand the legitimacy of the Trumpian complaint, even as I profoundly disagree with the prescription.
Can I ask you to pause on mass migration for a minute? Because
yeah, of course.
I'm guessing that some of our listeners heard you say the downsides of mass migration and thought, what downsides? How are Americans, and working class Americans in particular, actually suffering because of high levels of immigration? How would you answer that question?
Well, first of all, let me stress, as someone who grew up in Mexico City, whose father was born in Mexico, that I see many of the upsides, and I see the hard work, enterprise, dreams that a vast majority of immigrants bring with them as they come into the United States, legally or otherwise, just in search of a better life, and how much they contribute economically, demographically, culturally, and so on. But of course there are downsides, and I think that you have to be living in a bubble somewhere between, Scarsdale, New York, and Concord, Massachusetts, to miss them. I mean, we had hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people enter this country with no idea of who they are. Some number of them, by no means the majority, but some number of them were in fact criminals. Many of them depended on social services, which were overwhelmed. Look at what happened in New York, Chicago, Boston, and other cities that found themselves unable to meet the needs of desperate migrants. I see now on the streets of New York the kind of poverty, begging that I used to see on the streets of Mexico City. And more to the point, I think there is absolute legitimacy in saying that a basic expectation of people in this country is that they follow the rules. And when the first thing they do, even if the reasons are understandable, out of desperation, to break the rules in coming into this country, it sets a tone, an idea that our rules are not serious. They can be laughed off. And that's, I think, problematic. I would love to see genuine immigration reform that combines really strict controls over the border with a very generous legal immigration and asylum policy. I think it would settle a lot of the cultural distempers in the country, particularly over the last 10 or 15 years.
You're moving us right toward where I wanted to go, which is let's try to imagine a Republican Party that is very different from Donald Trump, but that also is able to win a Republican primary. How do you think about a future version of republicanism that takes seriously the reasons that Donald Trump was so appealing, but also rejects his nihilism and his racism and his negativism?
Well, look, you don't have to go too far into the reaches of the past to find a lot of Republicans who are capable of thinking rationally on this subject. There are all kinds of conservatives who could conceivably get behind something like my idea of a sensible immigration policy. It's very difficult now, in part because the loudest voices in both parties, but I think particularly in the Republican Party, the ones with megaphones on social media or on YouTube channels, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, have so much sway through fear of what we used to call normie Republicans. And at some point, I just have to assume or hope, wish that when the Republican Party has exhausted the available alternatives, they will see their way towards some kind of more sensible attitude towards immigration. But I don't think that's happening in the next 2 years. I wonder if it's happening in the next 20. I believe that we have to hold out the hope that it might happen at some point in the future because it has to happen.
And clearly circumstance is going to play a big role in that. I mean, how popular Donald Trump is. But what do you think the most important things that normie Republicans can do to make their vision more attractive? What mistakes have normie Republicans made that they can try to fix to bring about the transition that you're talking about?
Well, those mistakes would be my mistakes, right?
Yeah.
And, one of them was, without a doubt, a kind of derisive, holier-than-thou, moralistic attitude about the concerns that people have about migration. And that until you kind of recognize that those concerns are real and valid, you're not going to be able to have a conversation with Republican voters about some other approach to immigration. I think the second issue is, and this is a problem that Republicans can't really solve, and it's this. Republicans or conservatives see themselves locked into a kind of cultural existential struggle with a Democratic Party that they characterize and to some extent caricature as being essentially anti-American, essentially so far out of touch with traditional American values that any concession to that party is hopeless and ludicrous and dangerous. It would help a lot to see the moderate wing, the Bill Clinton wing of the Democratic Party, reassert itself in a way that caricature doesn't resonate quite as much as it does with so many Republican voters today, which is why, to the consternation of some of my readers, I often find myself like offering advice to Democrats, like, please move to the center, not least to save the Republican Party from the kind of xenophobic bigotry that has overtaken it.
I guess the question is, do you want the Democratic Party to move to the center because that keeps it closer to you and you're a conservative? Or do you genuinely believe that a more moderate Democratic Party, a more heterodox Democratic Party, would be more likely to win? Because if that's true, in some ways it would be bad for some of the things you favor.
No, it wouldn't be, because a Democratic Party that moved to the center, captured the center again, started winning elections, I think, far from having a radicalizing effect on the Republican Party, would have a moderating effect. And I know there's some countervailing data. You can go back to 2008, 2009 and say, well, the origins of the Tea Party were with a Democrat who won by overwhelming margins. But the perception among Republicans back in 2009 was that Obama was a real left-wing radical. Of course, he governed much more to the center than Republicans ever gave him credit for.
Yes, he did.
But I do think that a Democratic Party that is able to take many of the cultural issues off the table, not just immigration, but some of the more polarizing issues when it comes to transgenderism, other sort of hot button cultural topics, would have the effect of forcing Republicans actually to move more centerward, knowing that that's where the real political contest lies, rather than to the extremes where they find themselves now.
What would you say to Democrats who say, look at Joe Manchin, he got drummed out of Congress, look at John Tester, he lost, and look at the excitement around Zohran Mamdani in New York, that the answer is not some sort of average between AOC and some Republican. It's an authentic, confident version of progressivism embodied by AOC and Bernie's tour and by Mamdani's victory in New York.
Mamdani running one of the most brilliant campaigns, and I say this as someone who's no fan of Mamdani, in one of the most progressive cities in America, eked out, 50% of the vote against a weak and divided field. Compare that to Abigail Spanberger in Virginia, or Mickey Sherrill in New Jersey, running as centrist, pragmatic, get stuff done, national security credential candidates. And I think you see starkly that outside of the progressive bubbles, the winning tickets for Democrats are all at the center. And I think the editorial board has made this point very admirably in a close analysis of most of the races, where the Democrats who won contested seats or difficult seats were all leaning towards the political center. There's a real problem in American politics today in that the noisiest factions are rarely the most representative. And cutting through that noise to understand that American politics maybe isn't so different than it was 15 or 30 years ago is a really important task for commentators like us.
When you look around the world, do you see countries that offer something of a model for what you want the United States and its politics to become? And what I mean by that is these populist forces and the version of relatively elite social progressivism that you do not like are not distinctly American phenomena. We see versions of them across most of the wealthy world. And have you seen countries where either a center-right has managed to marginalize the populists or the center-left has managed to marginalize the elite progressives in ways that you think offer lessons for what you hope will be the Democrats and Republicans of our future?
Good question. And as you were asking that, I was sort of doing a mental scan of the globe, looking for leaders who would fit that description. And the name that came to mind, and I'm thinking aloud here, David, so
dangerous.
It's dangerous. But actually the name that came to mind was Giorgia Meloni of Italy, who, by the standards of Italian prime ministers, runs an extraordinarily stable government, because what she has managed to do is adopt the language of populism,
yes,
and the politics of pragmatism. One leader after another who has dealt with her notes that she is anything but what she was billed as being when she came to office as the ostensible heir to the fascistic movements in Italy. She's sensible. She's able to talk to populists. She's been particularly persuasive when it comes to offering a European view for that Donald Trump can accept. Maybe it's her charm or her a combination of charm and wit, but that ability to talk populist and govern pragmatic. I'm being deliberately non-grammatical here. I would say that's probably the right prescription. Tonally, you have to be populist, but you also have to do stuff that works. And the problem that Donald Trump now has politically is that never mind the tone, it's the policies that are leaving people scratching their heads when it comes to, the kind of destructive absurdity of DOGE or the destructive absurdities of the tariff policies, that are not making life better for Americans.
That's a great point. And I think too often outsiders lump the European far right into one basket. But actually, there's a huge difference between Meloni, which, as you're saying, is what I think we should want the far right to become, and the German far right, the AfD, which is truly terrifying.
The German far right is that they really mean it. They're every bit as bad as advertised.
Okay, coming back home to the United States to finish, what do you think are the most likely scenarios? I don't mean names, although feel free to mention names. What do you think are the most likely scenarios for the kinds of candidates that the Republicans and Democrats nominate in 2028? And we'll start with the Republicans.
Well, I find it difficult to conceive that J.D. Vance isn't the nominee. J.D. is very clever, very opportunistic. Let me tell you a story about him that's interesting. A couple days before the 2016 election, I was invited on Fareed Zakaria's show, along with an up-and-coming writer from Ohio, a certain J.D. Vance, and we were talking about the election, and afterwards we went for a little walk around Columbus Circle, and we spent our time just insistently agreeing that not only did Donald Trump have to lose in order to save conservatism for the future, but he had to lose by the widest possible margin to drive the lesson home that Trumpism could never be mistaken for conservatism. So every time I see him on TV, that memory flicks through my mind. But I think he's the likely candidate. I think he could lose, however, especially if in 3 years, Americans find that their lives are no more affordable, no easier, that their schools are no better, that their safety is no greater than it was at the end of Biden's term. And there's a real opportunity for a unifying Democrat who doesn't alienate large parts of the center. I don't know if it's Spanberger. I don't know if it's Josh Shapiro, Andy Beshear, Alyssa Slotkin. There are a lot of names. Actually, the field of outstanding centrist Democrats is broad and deep. And I just hope that the party has the wisdom to understand that the imperative in 2028 is to ensure that Trumpism does not become the consolidated establishment of American politics.
When would you guess the next time you, Bret Stephens, will vote for the Republican presidential candidate in the general election?
2036.
So that's 3 presidential elections from now.
Yeah. I mean, fingers crossed. I would dearly love, David, to be able to vote in good conscience for a Republican candidate who believed in the things I grew up believing in: lower taxes, less regulation, free trade, a belief in the virtues of immigration, and sticking it to the Russians. And that's the Republican Party I grew up in, and maybe it will come back again.
I want to close this by asking you to help spare me from some deep pessimism, because we began by you talking about how the optimism of Ronald Reagan's Republican Party is part of what attracted you to it. And there are times when I look at our society, much broader than politics, and I look at the level of anger that is out there, and I look at the level of isolation, and I look at measures of mental health, and I look at the fact that almost any measure of how well our children are reading and writing has gone backwards. And I look at our fractured media ecosystem, which you've mentioned, and the fact that people don't trust institutions. And I sort of worry that as a society, we're just kind of falling apart, and we're going down that path of an empire in decline. And in my darkest moments, I'm not completely sure how we get out of it, even though I desperately want us to. And I'm curious how much of that fear you have, and how you keep it from becoming overwhelming.
So the conservative in me is always like the line from Adam Smith, there's a lot of ruin in a nation. And if you think of this historically, I mean, let's go back 50 years to 1975. An America humiliated in Vietnam in the midst of skyrocketing oil prices, a society that was shifting uncomfortably fast for many people, urban decay, a perception that the Soviet Union was on the march and we were losing out against it. Basically, an era of deep American pessimism. And all the data points were valid. The paradox of open societies is that in a democracy, you focus obsessively on everything that's going wrong, and you spend precious little time thinking about what's going right. And that's normal. The nature of democracy is that we are problem obsessed, but it also means that we are trying to address those problems, however imperfectly. We're trying to deal with them. Paradoxically, if you look at an authoritarian system like China's, they hide their problems and advertise their strengths. But it means that as problems grow, they often fail to comprehend their magnitude and fail to address them in a timely and rational way. And so authoritarian systems, even though they appear strong, are actually extraordinarily brittle. So democracies tend over time to solve problems in unexpected ways. We would not have known, if we were having this conversation 50 years ago in December 1975, that someone named Bill Gates or Steve Jobs or Larry Ellison were kind of tinkering with the toys of the future. And they were going to create multi-trillion-dollar economies whose very nature we could scarcely have conceived back then. But that's in fact what happened. This is a recurring cycle in American history. And so that's kind of my source of optimism, David, which is that we've been this pessimistic before, and we've been wrong before. And we've experienced a lot of terrible presidents, a great deal of illegality.
Did he say experience in the past tense? He should have said we're experiencing. And by the way, Dave, let's see. You could get your best policy ideas from this chat. We'll do the work for you. Let me put it to you this way. I don't think Mike 123 and JB are going to make good policy advisors.
And bigotry coming from the highest reaches of government. And we've somehow made it through. You know, one of my favorite lines from a presidential inaugural address is from Bill Clinton's first inaugural.
Oh, and by the way, I think it's, I hope it's not ironic that Bret Stephens does not mention that Donald Trump talks about all his successes, and they are few and far between, and hides all the failures. Kind of like an authoritarian government, huh?
He said something to the effect, he said, there's nothing wrong with America that can't be cured by what's right in America. I think it's a beautiful phrase, and I think it has the virtue of being true.
All right, well, that's that. I don't know that it was that enlightening, but I always like to know what people like Brett Stevens think, because oddly enough, he has a lot of influence for one reason or another. So this I've actually been wanting to watch for a while, and we'll kind of shoehorn it in since we're talking so much about conservatives and MAGA. We will talk about a MAGA voter who thinks he's a conservative, and I guess he is, and Condoleezza Rice, who I would definitely vote for president, and Clarence Thomas. And they're talking about, well, I think they're talking about Condoleezza Rice, Clarence Thomas, and Thomas Sowell on this panel. And Condoleezza Rice, yep, like her. Clarence Thomas, I understand him, I guess would be the best I could say. And Thomas Sowell, everybody knows what I think about him.
Something told me that I was glimpsing the future. This very powerful woman, I mean, she is Emeritus Secretary of State of the United States of America, this esteemed and extremely accomplished jurist. Yeah, that's Clarence Thomas who I'm talking about. And what do they have to say when they're huddled in the green room at a conference honoring Thomas Sowell? How can we get people to take more seriously the public imperative of preparing young Black kids in poverty to compete on a level playing field in this society? That's the future.
Innovative?
Anyway, okay, so we're live at the Glenn Show. We're going to have a conversation today. We're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff. The big...
I'm no more innovative than usual. Is your girlfriend watching with you there, Zhang? Tell her I said hello.
Deal for me over the last 6 months has been the lead up to and the culmination of and consummation of the conference honoring the great African-American economist and public intellectual Thomas Sowell of the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. 95 years old, and the author of 40 books and an iconic figure, both as a scholar of social inequality, race, and ethnicity, and also as a commentator on public affairs from a libertarian conservative perspective. Tom Sowell has been around for a half century in American public life and is someone who has inspired me in his determined, heroic advocacy of a point of view about public affairs and about race that is anathema to the conventional liberal mind. And I was very blessed to have been asked by Condoleezza Rice, the director of the Hoover Institution, former Secretary of State, African-American woman of some considerable stature, to co-organize the conference honoring Thomas Sowell. I worked with Stephen Davis, an economist who is director of research at the Hoover Institution, and the two of us put together a 2-day program that invited scholars, of course, to make remarks and present their research relevant to the corpus of work that Tom Sowell.
You know, I'm actually curious to know what, this is a conference with scholars and all that sort of stuff. People who read books, basically. I'd be curious to know what, I'd be interested to know what Nigger Galt thinks about these people reading books.
Accumulated over the course of a half century. as well as other figures who were influenced by or who made use of the work of Thomas Sowell in their own writing and commentary, illustrating the reach that Tom has had in terms of commentary on public affairs. It went off with great success at Stanford. And I'm happy now to be able to bask in the afterglow of what was a very successful event. I must say, leading up to it, I was anxious. I was quaking in my boots, concerned about whether or not the remarks that I would have to make, and I gave 2 lectures. One, a kind of mini keynote setting the stage. I was the second person to speak in the morning program of the first day after Justice Clarence Thomas was being interviewed for an hour by Peter Robinson, who is a Hoover affiliate, who hosts a podcast and program called Uncommon Knowledge, which is an interview show that Peter Robinson does very, very well with esteemed guests and so forth and so on. Anyway, Peter Robinson in conversation with Justice Thomas. And then the stage was mine to frame the proceedings to come over the next 2 days in the language and the register of an economist, Thomas Sowell's Economics. And I gave a lecture in that spirit. And on day 2, in a panel that I shared with great satisfaction with my former student and colleague, co-author, and good friend, Roland Fryer, a panel that was devoted to the significance of Thomas Sowell's research on culture and inequality. I gave a lecture there that attempted to comprehensively review the contributions that Sowell has made in the economics of cultural influences on social outcomes. And Roland gave a very nice talk on his research on hip-hop and the extent to which it's changed over the decades and how that might have or might not have impacted on behavioral outcomes in African-American communities. But in any case, I gave 2 talks. So it was a big deal. It was a big deal for me. It was a big deal for me because I deeply respect the legacy of Thomas Sowell and was honored really almost beyond measure to have been asked to shepherd in the assemblage of dignitaries. I should mention that in addition to Justice Clarence Thomas, Kemi Badenoch, the woman, Black woman, African descendant woman who is head of the Tories, the Conservative Party.
Yeah, they've been actually saying Kemi Badenoch might actually be prime minister one of these days.
In the United Kingdom, flew in from London in order to sit on a 90-minute panel discussing the influence that Tom Sowell's writing has had from her perspective on the discussion of racial issues in the United Kingdom. And there were other, very prominent people, some of whom are affiliated with Hoover, some of whom not, who contributed to the proceedings. And yes, I was honored to have been asked to play that kind of organizing role. Important to me for a number of reasons.
This isn't as exciting as I thought it would be.
I felt that I was being handed the responsibility of as a custodian, in a way, of Sowell's intellectual legacy of framing and
custodian, like a janitor,
giving voice to the appreciation that Hoover Institution wanted to express for the contributions that Thomas Sowell has made over the years. those contributions are considerable. And I was also, in a way, chastened a bit by the responsibility of giving voice to what Soul has actually done in his life. I mean, conservative, Black conservative. You know, how much of a Black conservative is Glenn Loury? Well, you know, one person could raise a question about that, and people have raised questions about it. And what role does race play in the self-understanding of an intellectual who happens to descend from slaves? So, in the excellent biography by Jason Riley.
See, this is that fucking slow-witted bullshit. This is not Thomas Glenn Lowry's finest monologue. So when he says he just happens to be the descendant of slaves, I kind of wonder what context. Is it really an accident? Slaves didn't just happen to be in America. They didn't just happen to be transported over here. I'm not going to say it's deliberate, but dude, don't act like this is some weird accident of history. Slaves from Africa were brought here, so I would almost say it was inevitable that there were going to be descendants of slaves. Yeah, you can make the argument about the accident of birth. No one asks to be here, but is accident, do you actually just happen to be? Is it accidental? This is why these fucking Black conservatives just annoy the shit out of me. Oh, just happen to be the descendants of slaves. Well, the slaves didn't just happen to be here in the first place.
Maverick, and in his own voice, Soul's own voice, in his autobiography, A Personal Odyssey. Soul he's from North Carolina, born in North Carolina in Jim Crow segregation in 1930, brought up in Harlem in poverty, educated at Columbia, Harvard, and the University of Chicago. Started as a Marxist, a devoted follower of Karl Marx, Das Kapital.
Oh, bullshit. Okay, the dude was in college. Okay, he was not a devoted follower. That part is bullshit. And how of the story of how he got, disenchanted was he did, I think it was an internship, or maybe it was his first job out of college, or it was during college. He went to work for the labor department, and for some reason or another, he decided Marxism wasn't for him. It wasn't like the dude was devoted. Again, what is it with these Black conservatives that just make them so down low hyperbolic?
Evolving into a free market economist and a follower of Friedrich von Hayek. As I say, author of 40 books. That's a lot. That's a book every 15 months for a half century.
Okay, dude, it's not number one, they were just slapdash. And number two, those 40 books were not on economics. Some of them were on fucking photography.
Century. And believe me, that's an act that's going to be very, very hard to follow. A prodigious footprint, column at Forbes magazine, which he was writing on, I think, a bi-weekly basis, and doing that while he was doing everything else that he was doing. Acerbic, biting commentary, often from the writer center. Devoted in his way to African-American striving, but
okay. You know what? I might not be able to make it through this. I thought I was going to be able to because I like Glenn Lowry, but not today. God damn it. Thomas Sowell was acerbic. How about humble and subservient to the white man?
Opposition to the conventional wisdom of the civil rights establishment and the liberal cognoscenti about what African Americans should be doing. A believer in the essential imperative of liberty, of personal responsibility. A person who thought that, well, civil rights legislation may be necessary, and certainly it's a political imperative and nobody is going to stop it, but it's not the answer. The answer is development. The answer is skills. The answer is make yourself useful, fit in someone else wants to pay to do something, and you'll solve the problem. Discrimination doesn't explain all of the disparities. A believer that culture, values, attitudes, beliefs, practices, norms, expectations, structures of family, institutions within communities, not government, has a lot of the answers to the questions that people concerned
and
about
again, bullshit.
Fortunes of
once
the
again,
disadvantaged, the poor.
These black conservatives don't even make good white conservatives. Okay, civil rights had nothing to do with development. Two different things. Okay, the civil rights were literally that. So the basic civil rights could be enforced for black people. Nothing to do with development.
Excluded the minority, the underdog, people concerned about those fortunes can find answers in the development of productivity.
Dude, Dave, you're as skewed is Glenn Lowry, and Glenn Lowry knows better than this. Civil rights and development are connected, but they're not synonymous. Okay, it is hard to develop when you're segregated. I've said this before. When people like Byron Donalds and Glenn Lowry and Thomas Sowell want to talk about how great things were during the Jim Crow era, well, things were great, except there were glass ceilings. Okay, if you were some black businessman, you could not grow beyond the segregated clientele that you had. You couldn't become international or coast to coast because everything was segregated or read it, contained. There was limited growth potential or limited development, if we have to use that word. The civil rights movement sought to basically remove those barriers. And the thing is you let these fucking black conservatives just ramble on forever, basically high on their own supply without anybody there to check them. They sound convincing. And it sounds like you were puffing on the same hookah that that Glenn Lowry was that day there, Deacon Dave.
Of the achieving the potential of the market. Anyway, I go on perhaps a bit too long here, but this is Thomas Sowell, and I was asked to curate this legacy for the purpose of the Hoover Institution's
Well, I hope you weren't as boring on that
celebration. Now, I was asked to do this as a distinguished visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution. But I was also asked to do it, I dare say, asked by Condoleezza Rice to do this, if I dare say, because I am, in some sense, following in the footsteps of Thomas Sowell, both as a conservative and as an African-American and as a first-rate economist. I mean, I'm not going to toot my own horn here, except to say that in the same way that Thomas Sowell venerated excellence and looked to the bottom line of productivity and engagement with the frontier of one's discipline as the currency of the realm, so I have, in my own way, proven my bona fides by exhibiting that currency in my own research portfolio. Trained at MIT in the 1970s, first Black professor at Harvard University in the 1980s, going on to a 14-year career at Boston University as a very productive scholar, publishing in the frontline journals, evolving into a public intellectual with his own acerbic tone, critical of conventional African-American liberal nostrums in the arts, developing a podcast with a big reach, such as the one that you are now taking part in, and so on. I felt it was a kind of confirmation to be asked to play this role in this conference. And so there you are.
Okay, let me level
Lowry.
set everybody here. Dr. Lowry skipped over the part about when he was at Harvard, he had another life out on the streets. He forgot to add that he was like, I don't know whether it was crack or heroin. I don't recall. I have to go back and look. But the dude was an addict and a philanderer. He was a baby daddy at like 17 or 18, which is fine. You know, we all make mistakes. But dude, he was a tenured economics professor, the first Black economics professor, full professor at Harvard, and basically blew it all up, being out on the streets and abusing women, apparently. Oh, he was married, by the way. His wife was an economist. So, I mean, he had like a kid out of wedlock and all this stuff. He forgot to leave that part out. Damn, dude.
I'm not going to say.
Guess it doesn't fit the narrative.
I'm not going to write another 40 books before the thing is up. But Glenn Lowry, a custodian in a way of a precious legacy. And I was humbled and honored to have been.
Let's face it, Glenn Lowry had a lot more fun in his life than Thomas Sowell did.
Has to do so. I see that Clifton Duncan is in the picture here. Hey.
Yeah. So there's this big event that's honoring this major intellectual. As you say, it's honoring his legacy. We're talking about.
I would win in the debate. Unless, I mean, if I debated the Glenn Lowry that is currently on the screen right now, dude, I would just talk about acerbic. I'd be nothing but acerbic. And by the way, I'm not even sure why you're making the comparison, Deacon Dave. He's way more accomplished than I am. That's why I'm not treating him like I would treat John Galt. I mean, I have to give Lowry respect. I'm not treating him like I would the nigga Galt. And by the way, Thomas Sowell was not a first-rate economist. He was a first-rate polemicist. He never did any important economic work.
Legacy, we're talking about the past. But I want to know if you were able to glean anything about where things are going in the future from, because it's not, it's not Sowell. And if I understand it, I don't even think Sowell was there in person, which is not that surprising given his reputation. Was he there?
He did not show up in the room. He did do an interview live to tape with Peter Robinson, some segments of which were.
I think I actually showed that that interview with Peter Robinson.
Broadcast for the assembled magnitudes during the conference. And I understand that he had a live feed. And so from the comfort of his bedroom or wherever he might have been reposed, he was observing the proceedings, but he was not in the room. No.
Yeah. Not that surprising given his reputation.
Well, you want to know about the future? I'll tell you about the future. Amongst the many wonderful things at this conference was the presentation of awards for an essay contest, which was organized by the Hoover Institution on the occasion of this conference, inviting young people, high school and college-aged young people, to contribute short, 1,500-word pieces that celebrated in one way or another the ideas, the influence of Thomas Sowell. And the contributors came from all over the world. They came from Latin America, they came from Europe, they came from North America, and so on. And there were two winners, both of whom were young Asian men. And there's I don't have a problem with that. This is not a complaint. This is an observation about where the future lies. And the future lies, of course, in the small world that we are entering into, and the universality of the ideas that Sowell championed, and so forth. But that's just a kind of, I think, interesting indication of this future. I'll tell you this, man. I'm walking from I was on the program, of course, because I was one of the organizers. So I had access to the green room, which means I had access to the green room bathroom, which as Robert Patton Sproul will be quick to tell you, for a guy of our age, I'm older than Bob, but that's okay. It's good to be able to take a leak, when you need to take a leak. So I'm in the green room doing what I need to do, and I walk out, and they're sitting in the corner, huddled, whispering to one another, are Condoleezza Rice, Black woman, former Secretary of State of the United States of America, and Clarence Thomas, Justice Thomas, Black man, senior member of the United States Supreme Court. They were huddled. And I'm walking by, and I don't want to interrupt, so I'm trying to, get back to my seat. And Condi says, "Glenn, have a seat." So I have a seat. And I said, what y'all talking about? And it turns out they're talking about education of poor people in East Palo Alto, California, and the role that Stanford is playing in facilitating that education. And Justice Thomas makes the following remark. He says, "We have yet to have a case in which the petitioners are trying to protect their right to take race into account as they deliver educational services to poor people. We've had a case where they want to take race into account as they deliver educational opportunities to the elite at the institutions of higher education. But nobody has come before us and asked for, in effect, the blessing of the court on behalf of a program of enhancing the education of poor Black kids." Now, he says, they get our blessing. I paraphrase here. I'm not quoting Justice Thomas, and I certainly don't speak for him. They get our blessing because that's a compelling state interest, says the great Clarence Thomas, senior member of the United States Supreme Court, who everybody's prepared to dismiss.
You know what? With that bullshit, we need to move on. I can't take this any longer. I think that's about the most disingenuous thing I've heard. Dude, it was Clarence Thomas himself in the Students for Fair Admissions case that, or the one that the Asians brought, that literally said the Constitution is colorblind. You can't bring a race case towards or to the Supreme Court easily. So let's just move the fuck on. These Black conservatives. I can only take them a little bit at a time. So this sounds interesting. This is called The Great Myth of the New Deal and its lingering economic impact. And the reason I think this is important is essentially one of MAGA's goals is undoing the New Deal type programs. Republicans have been trying to do it pretty much since Reagan. Privatizing, a lot of different things. This move with the little birth accounts, I forget what they're called. The ones that Michael Dell just provided, like $1,000 per account or some bullshit like that. It's basically, in my opinion, a move to eventually phase out Social Security and privatize it. And I don't think that's in the state's best interest, to be honest. Our markets are too volatile. There's no move to separate investment banks from regular banking. Bill Clinton took that away. And I just think that there is a social safety net. And the reason for the social safety net is literally in the name, safety net. And who better to do that than a government versus private economy? It's volatile. And, I'll remind people back in 2008, there were retirees who were like close to retirement age. I said retirees. I meant people that are close to retirement age who wound up having to work longer because of the stock market crash. Now, there are ways to avoid that. You could make the argument that, the older you get, the more you move your nest egg money into stable assets. You don't want, there's something called the stock bond mix or something like that. You want less money in more volatile type mid cap and what are they? I forget what there's mid cap and then the one below that. I forget. Anyway, if you're going to have stocks when you get like 60 years old, you want them in blue chip, stuff that's relatively stable, or just outright bonds and stuff like that, stuff that doesn't lose value and provide income. But the bottom line is that I find that there should always be small cap. You're right. Thanks, Jang. I'm having a senior moment here. Anyway, because I'm also rambling, I think there should always be a safety net, especially if you are the richest country in the world. There's no reason for your seniors to be working till they're 80 because they have to. CDs, if you're risk averse. If you're big money, I do treasury bonds, which is what the CDs, are anyway, really. CDs, I have jokes about CDs, but yeah, you're right. But, I'm assuming if you've actually been, saving right, I don't know that you want like $100,000 worth of CDs. How about just put them in treasury bonds or something? Anyway, let's listen to this. I don't know if we'll get all the way through. If it's interesting, we will. And then this will probably be the last thing I do for today. Because at some point I do need to do dinner, though I'm in no rush. Excuse me. And also, while I'm thinking about it, everyone, please make sure you have hit the like. And if you're new to the channel, please subscribe to it. We are trying to grow the channel a bit. And I was going to say, I guess I could save it to the end of the show, but Brooklyn Watson, Kimmy, was actually kind enough to kind of send me an email that basically said, hey, look, do you really want to grow this channel or not? Here are the things you shouldn't do, which is mostly don't be an asshole. And here's some things you should try. So it made sense to me. So, somewhere between now and after the new year, we're going to be trying to tighten up. Just as Zhang said, we're going to try and tighten this show up, make it a little bit less rambling, at least during the week, and more useful. Because I tend to wander. I'll admit that. So we'll try and tighten it up for you there, Zhang. And the other thing, while I'm thinking about it, today is the first time I've actually done both formats, the vertical and the landscape. So it seems, I don't know, you can only do that for so long. I'm trying to save all that for the weekends. I think what it is everybody's too afraid to come up on the panel now. So the fuckery, I can't do the fuckery by myself, and I'm not inclined to do it by myself anyway. And maybe it'll come, but I'm still going to insist that towards the weekend is when stuff like that should happen. I'm not that interested in the fuckery, to be honest. I don't. It's so funny, watching Be Brave, watching John Galt, watching some of these other shows. It's not something I've watched. I mean, I don't enjoy, never really enjoyed the John Galt stuff that much, not for long periods of time. I don't enjoy, most of the stuff that happens, like, talking about the relationship stuff doesn't interest me very much. Talking about how bad black people are doesn't interest me that much because it's always repetitive. It's never anything new. So politics and news, at least it's, can vary day to day. It's much more interesting. And then learning about politics is almost like a gift that keeps on giving. What are you saying here? Get Strivaz and Ryan to come up at the same time. Decent guests who can actually hold a conversation. Does Ryan? Oh, you know what? I haven't seen Ryan in a while. I think I heard he was on Be Brave show. By the way, well, you know what? Why even hold it? We can watch this maybe tomorrow because I have a couple videos that'll go with it. CKJ3 actually sent me. Apparently, Be Brave wanted to talk about. He reacted to some Anton Davis thing, and I was gonna save it for the Bigsby Awards, but you know what? This will be pretty much the last thing I do today. So for this show, so might as well just end it with some fucking some horrible racist stuff. So this is Be Brave, and I've noticed Be Brave these days. See, it's one thing that really interests me about Be Brave and John Galt is they actually think they're smart. They actually think they're offering sage advice that young people should be following. So Be Brave, it seems, has adopted this posture where he sits back, with his hands in a contemplative pose, and he's laid back in the chair, swinging back and forth like he is. Well, it's almost Jabba the Hutt like, to be honest. But what these guys don't understand is, dude, he looks ridiculous. He's wearing a mask and sunglasses and a silly hat in what looks like a wooden shack with a bunch of guns on the wall. Yet, do these people understand how silly they look? How is anyone supposed to take someone in that getup seriously as a sage, as a wise man? And John Galt's even worse. That motherfucker's drunk and high half the time. So I don't know. Maybe it's my age, or maybe I've just known too many people that were actually worth venerating or taking seriously. These guys are not it, and neither am I, for that matter.
I could give you names, but I'm not. So, but let's get to Anton Daniels, this fucking shyster motherfucking multi-millionaire as a life coach. This is my question, because this is what this view is going to do. This young lady was saying some stuff, and we're going to listen to what Anton says, and then I'm going to tell you.
Now, this is the other thing. Apparently, Brave is trying to posture himself as some sort of life coach. Now, look at this motherfucker. Does he look like anybody that you'd want to emulate? This dude is wearing a homemade mask and cheap sunglasses, spewing racist platitudes.
What a white man says. Okay? You're going to learn real stark differences why white culture is the one that fucking dominates and rules the fucking world. And why the black culture is in a pile of shit. Anton's going to just put on full display.
And by the way, this moron thinks that culture has a race. That's the other thing. We use black culture and white culture as a shorthand, but really, culture doesn't have a fucking race, you moron.
Why black culture is full of shit and trash and fucking everything up, because Anton is saying shit that is silly. As a very successful black man, he's coming from this. With the white perspective, you've got a bottom feeding 2-bit fucking loser that is going to make.
See, this is the rhetorical device that Be Brave uses. Okay, he just tells you up front he has not been a success in his life. I guess the point is, hey, I have not been successful in my life, so I know how to make all the mistakes. Let me tell you how not to make the mistakes. Which, to be honest, he hasn't had the kind of life where any mistakes he made really mattered. He's never had much to lose in the first place. So, this is just going on what he has said, since I've known him over the months, and it's probably years now. He's never, if you're 2 steps up the ladder, falling off of it isn't going to hurt you that much. So, again, why he thinks that he has any special qualifications, to give out life advice is beyond me. He, from the stories I've heard, he hasn't been much of a family man. I don't get it.
Makes sense out of what this lady says. That's why the white race is so magnificent. The white race, you don't have to be real smart to be real functioning. I know there's a lot of stupid white trash that thinks stupid. I get it. But the white race, it just lends itself to logic, regardless of your income.
Savage, we are talking about this young man here, Be Brave and Think, who is quite the Yes, it's a mask. You never, Kimmy, you know who Be Brave is, right? Yeah, it's a mask, and he has a reason. He says something about rosacea or something. I have no idea what it is, but he's got a mask, and then he's got sunglasses over the mask, and then he's wearing that silly hat. But yeah, Sharon. Oh, that's right. They did have an encounter. You know what? I need to find that. CKJ3 or anybody who watches Brave out there, do you recall when Sharon and Brave talked? I don't know whether it was on another show or whether Sharon came up to Brave's show or vice versa. If anybody could talk. Well, Be Brave is a racist. That's just pretty much what he does. He's friends with John Galt, as one would expect. Now, the funny thing is Be Brave has a decent sized following, as does John Galt. I guess there are a lot of people who just agree with the black bashing that happens a lot in this particular part. Oh, is it on? Okay, CT's. Bet he might have taken it down, but I'll see if I can find it. But this is Be Brave on his show. He's about to critique or criticize Anton Daniels. Now, this is the other thing that amazes me. Be Brave has a lot to say about what goes on in the proverbial black community. He basically is positioning himself as someone that a young black man should listen to in order to if a young black man or boy, I guess, needs a life coach, Be Brave and Think believes it should be someone like him.
That's what the white culture is about: civility, expected behavior from cohabitants. So let's do this. My fucking face up because I'm gonna have to get close to the screen. Is this
so apparently apparently Be Brave is afraid to get close to the screen because we might see his face. I don't understand this, but he is over 70, so he does have a little bit of a technological handicap apparently.
Folks, I see people just snatching the shit. Like I said before, man, they really go from material to material at rocket speed. They must have there must be something that I sure the fuck don't know how to do, and I'm sure that's the case because I've got to go through all this shit to get this up.
Yeah, let's not do anything like pre-prepare. Yeah, let me.
Hang on,
oh, there he is. I was about to skip ahead.
Hang on, folks. Hang on to your fucking hats. Anton Daniels is an incredible genius. I know, Chaotic. He's just not using his intellect.
Being a hoe. I don't know. Low-key, I think I'm a hoe because I'm sad. I'm fucking sad as shit. I don't know. I'm so tired of coming home.
Oh, here's a young lady that's saying she's tired of being a hoe and she's sad. And she's sad. And she's being honest. And
yeah, there's a good reason to stop it here so you can just repeat what she just said, right?
Basically, if you've got a child as a woman and you're not thinking right, that's all you're worth is being a hoe. If you have a child and you're still confused and a hard-headed, silly woman, I would tell my son, don't you touch that fucking woman. I don't care how pretty she is. I don't care how on the surface she seems like it. I talked to her. She's crazy. It would have.
But here's the deal. Number one, Be Brave does not have a son. Be Brave does not have a family. I don't want to repeat the rumors because I don't know them to be true, but it has been quite some time since Be Brave had a family. There was an attempt, or he had one briefly, but for most of his life he has not. So why should the "if I had a son" part even be taken seriously? I don't know. But see, this is what happens when you're actually stupid, but people kind of, either find you funny or they find you interesting. People don't always find you interesting because you're smart or you have wise things to say. Sometimes, a lot of people find Bugs Bunny cartoons interesting. That's why they watch them. But they're not going to take life advice from like Elmer Fudd.
Nothing to do with the fact that she's got a child. It'd be like she's crazy. In other words, okay, if you're admitting that you're crazy, are you really regretful of it? Or are you just saying you're crazy and you want to change because you're trying to trick a man? It's kind of like a woman with a lot of tattoos.
You're trying to trick a man.
You'll hear women, well, I'm not going to get any more, but I don't regret any of these. So as not to make herself look like a goddamn fool in the past, she has to protect fool behavior. That means she's not genuine about moving forward in a stable mind. If you got to hang on to stupid past and make excuses for it so that somehow you don't have to be accountable for how fucking ignorant your fucking thinking was or how misguided your thinking was, you're not healing. All
it's
Be
brave and think.
I'll do this, but by God, I'm still right back there.
He's called Be Brave and Think. He's got a show by the same name.
Still defending insane behavior, and that's what this woman is could be doing, and you got to watch out for her. So let's see this. No, my position is Slick Rick. A hoe, okay, a hoe. She's talking about being a hoe as in probably she's easily to be put in bed if she meets the man she's attracted.
See, this is where, and I know it's for entertainment. I know I should not be so persnickety about this, but she is not talking about that. She has used none of those words. But see, these people like Be Brave and John Galt and all these people, they literally have to have the world according to whatever it is they're thinking at a time. It's a weird form of just outright misogyny. And John Galt definitely does it with Black people in general. He has so little respect for Black people. Be Brave has so little respect for women that he will just think for them as a matter of habit. Now, the woman said nothing about any of what Be Brave is saying she's talking about. She's only gotten maybe one or two sentences out. But Be Brave, in his dementia, has weaved a whole narrative for this woman. And it's just so disingenuous. And I don't know why people, are big fans of this. And CKJ3 said this would be interesting. That's why I'm watching it. I don't even subscribe to Be Brave's show anymore because he's basically a one-trick pony, as is John Galt for that matter. And by the way, they're just for Savage, you may not know either of them very well. They are basically two peas in a pod.
Attracted to. Okay, if you're a fucking hoe and you're a prostitute and you're addicted to money and that's all you can earn your money because you don't want to get a job and it's easier for you to spread your legs and get money, I'll go for that, Slick Rick. But you can easily take a white woman that is thinking stupid because of the culture has her thinking stupid, and snap her out of that. And they will turn into magnificent housewives if they decide to. And you can tell by what they say that they're ready to. Well, I think Palomino, it's not a matter of, I think I'm a hoe. I think it's a bit of a good move, because that's what white women are. Because they want men that can get women. All right, they're not picking the sloppy, fat white man sitting on, barely, just barely making minimum wage. It's a slob, and when he comes home, he needs to, get in front of a gaming console. These women are looking for men that are slim, trim, successful, not successful as in money, but it's successful as in functioning every day and staying in shape and thinking.
The other thing is that notice how he goes back on not men with money. Well, the reason he won't admit that women like men with money is that he's never been one of them. Now, obviously, he's been successful enough to make it to his 70 whatever something year old self. And women don't necessarily need millionaires, but there is a point to wanting a man that can take care of a family. So yeah, money, enough money. Okay. Women want men who can preferably earn enough money to not wind up in the poorhouse. And enough money is what women want. That's, vague enough that, it could be $1 billion. It could be, a decent salary.
That's what they want. They can easily become pieces of meat for that man. I can't count the women I was with, and I said, look, even if I fucking did give you the time of day, it would be for a week. No, you're too crazy. But I'm telling you, they still, well, of course you don't. It would probably be something to deal with if you picked this woman and everybody's seen your wife. The fact that if I ended up with this woman as a man, mm-hmm. and somebody said I seen her on the streets saying she's a hoe, I would have determined that she was saying that for effect, to be honest about where they actually end up in the function. They end up as a hoe functioning. That's all they are many times because of their confusion. No good man wants them, but all men want a piece of ass once in a while. So I wouldn't hold that against her, Palomino. I get what you're saying, though, but
and not having someone to walk in the door and, oh my god, what the fuck, I'm about to cry.
Now see, with my red flags go up. Listen to how often she talks about fuck and fuck this and fuck that. So see, if you're tired of being a hoe, she's not leaving the streets behind, is she? So see, that's where she flunks. That's where it's no, ding, 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 you already failed. If you're tired of being a hoe, talk like a lady. Okay? Leave all the street lingo out. You're not a man. Men can say fuck this and fuck that because we're warriors. No, if you're a sweet, soft little woman, leave the fuck words out of it. Leave the hard language out. But she's already fucking up real bad here. Because I'm saying Anton seems to be giving her some input, and I'm giving her some input. Mine is superior to Anton's by leaps and bounds. Not because I'm old, because I'm white culture based. Stop talking like a whore then. That's step one, young lady, okay?
Not having someone there to care for to like fucking like, bitch, I want to make your dinner. I want to pack your lunch. I want.
Look at her. She's okay with the man saying, "Bitch, let me make your dinner." She's fucked up. This woman isn't ready to leave the hoe behind. What she wants is a man where she can keep the hoe intact.
Someone to help me raise my daughter and be a father to her. I don't know what the fuck.
I don't see why Anton is finding so funny. This is black culture on Fuel View here. She's hurting, Anton. She's fucking confused.
Now, see, here, let me pause this real quick. Once again, Anton has said nothing. So once again, people like Be Brave, they've got to see the world a certain way, and they will force the square peg in the round hole. Anton has said nothing. And I hope y'all caught the part about, basically he says his advice is superior to Anton's because he's white. What does white culture based mean when a white man says it? It's because he's white. I don't know why there's a reason that Be Brave uses the word culture, because he thinks if he uses culture, like he says he's a culturist, when in reality, that's just a fancy word for racist. So his advice is superior because he is white culture based.
That makes me want to laugh. But he's got to, because black culture. Everything's funny to black people. I feel sorry for this woman. First of all, she's not doing what it takes to leave the whole image behind. That's what's sad about it. She's really screwing up there. Anton's laughing hysterically. Okay, not quite hysterically, but what? Anton, I'd be asking him, what's so fucking funny, man? Are you appealing to your idiot black culture counterpart, your contemporaries or counterpart, whatever the word is? It's like, Jesus Christ.
There it is. There it is. It's always a caveat. So you want to make my lunch in order for me to be able to take care of your daughter. Where her father at, man? That's what I be wanting to know every single time. Where the father at?
Who gives a fuck? This is what I'm saying. Blacks are they lack creativity. As counselors, okay, profound question. Obviously, the father's a fucking jerk. She made a mistake. If you're trying to help her, you don't sit there and say, where's your father at, you stupid? Where's the father of your child at, you stupid bitch? Or was he talking about the hoe's father? I'm thinking maybe I need to listen to it closer. Was he referring to? I'm thinking he's referring to the child's father. So be careful.
We'll get there.
Because I'm so sad about not having any of that, and it's like I feel like I can never find that, and I will never have that because I haven't been able to find anything like that.
This is where an old elder white dude or a young white dude, even when I was young, I would tell her, you gotta stop fucking being where you're at. You gotta understand, you gotta step way back, go into the time machine. And think back when you were an innocent little female thinking properly about you had a crush on a boy that you really liked and how you cherished him. Stop it with all the fucking expectations of what you destroyed, and now you're trying to fit everything into that formula. First of all, again, she's still swearing like a fucking hoe. But what she is doing is she's soft, she's sweet, she's crying. Would you look how soft she sounds? When black women, they think I'm kidding when I say, you gotta understand your soft side. See, this white woman knows whether she's being genuine or not. She knows. There's value in that softness. See, white women, that's not lost on white women. Black women need to understand that. Look at how soft she's speaking, how regretful she's speaking.
Because all guys want to do is fuck or play your ass. I mean, I had someone that I really liked. We didn't even fuck.
Every time, now I know Anton is not with her personally, but he doesn't say this. My point is, every time she used the word fuck, I would say, stop doing that. You think you're going to get away with that, setting across a first date while you've got a child to try to include him in? See, so she's not really doing what it takes. That's what's sad about this. She's softening her voice. She's softening her attitude. She's admitting, okay, you know, she probably slept with men because, well, she couldn't get a man. So she said, to hell with it. She was romantically desired. She had romantic desires, but she's not really looking for the.
Listen to this dude weaving a whole narrative from pretty much nothing at all. Listen to the racist, misogynist, and people wonder why I just kind of, have harsh words. Dude, this guy is a fucking moron, and a racist moron at that. But their feelings get hurt. And Be Brave and I went back and forth for a year and a half, 2 years maybe. And look, I like to be blunt with fucking degenerates like this guy and John Galt. There's no reason for me to soft soap it. These guys are degenerate. And they shouldn't even have YouTube shows, let alone give advice to young people. And by the way, this isn't a first date. It's a TikTok video or something like that. Why is he taking this so seriously? That's my other question.
Real formula to reverse things.
And he played me. Like, he didn't get anything out of it other than getting off on playing me. So, like, and nobody wants to be a father to a child that they didn't have. Like,
no, you're very wrong. See, this is a very wrong fucking attitude. No. See, nobody wants to be a father to a child.
Well, I'm not a big Anton Daniels fan either, Palomino. But the bottom line is, I'm trying to figure out who is worse. And I think Be Brave is the worst of the two. The worst of the two. Be Brave has 0. Like, I can't think of a reason why any young person would listen to Be Brave other than, he is pretty funny. He'll make a joke or two and make you laugh. But what experience has he to do any of this? I mean, it's his right. He has a show, and obviously there are people who like his content. But dude, this is just degenerate, in my opinion. What's up, Mike? How you doing?
For a fucking idiot. See, folks, you see the difference in that? Nobody wants to be a father to a child that has a mother that's a fucking idiot. If a mother's really sweet and soft and ladylike and wants to mend the error of her ways, It might take her a year to get back.
Now this dude is on a small YouTube channel with a hee-haw mask, cheap sunglasses, and some Kmart fishing hat. and you know, again, obviously there are people who take Be Brave seriously, and I guess my endless source of fascination is why.
In the frame of mind of where she belongs. There's a lot of men that if a woman's a fine sweetheart of a female, they'll take on your child, lady. If you're slim, fairly good looking, you don't even have to be beautiful. Just if you're slim and you're soft and you're sweet, you'll get a daddy for that child. It ain't hard. Now, are her standards too high? Oops. See, that's another obstacle.
You'll get a daddy for that child.
Men, I'm in that group. Since we get a women real easy. Yeah, we're not going to take the bottom of the heap when it comes to taking on a child if we take on one. So you got to have some physical characteristics that are rocking and rolling, so to speak. But it ain't your child, man. It ain't. And I'll tell you why it's not. Because everybody knows, whether they put their finger on it and understand it or not. What's the reality is the people that are shaping our culture, the media, owners of media, print media, Hollywood, film, all this stupid shit, own the politics, they're turning us into animals. So see, it's not uncommon for women to have made a mistake because they've been given the green light to act like a fucking animal. As I say, 80% of women have the heart of a whore now, thanks to our small fat friends that persuade them it's okay. He's insecure if he don't want you to be naked in public. So see, the culture has grabbed up 80% of humans. So guess what? Nobody's getting out of at 30 or 28. Nobody's getting out of no kids. Oops, the person you fall in love with is going to have kids. Because everybody's so fucking stupid that they're making children out of wedlock by the millions upon millions. I'm talking white culture here, okay? Now, black culture, no, that's a whole different thing. Those black women are fucking out of their minds to the point of fucking wanting revenge on society. These little softies like this, she don't want revenge. She's just confused and she got taken up in the cultural flow and the permissiveness of the culture, and she thought she was getting away with it.
Now, again, everybody has, their angle on content. But this is the first time I've actually listened to this much of a Be Brave show in quite some time. And I'm just amazed that this isn't even good Gomer Pyle hayseed shit. It's not good natured. It just sounds like it's coming from a place of bitterness. Yeah, I see. Hey, CK.
It's not fair.
Hey, CK. It's every bit of horrible you said it would be. It's just, I'm just like, God damn, dude. America is the greatest country on earth because people like this can have a YouTube channel.
Talking to a national audience and going, what the fuck, dude? That's like a fucking black woman saying, bro.
Did he really?
I told Lola.
I think I saw that and I didn't watch it.
I don't talk to her much. I don't talk to them channels. I was on a channel with her and John Galt's space. I said, stop saying fucking bro. You got a deep voice. You really want to throw bro in on that deep voice too? And she said, I do it too much. I do it automatically. I said, well, stop it. Fuck, you do it. Just stop it. I haven't heard her use the word bro much. She hasn't thanked me for that bit of putting that bug in her ear, that very valuable bit of advice. Not that I know of, but I don't hear her using the word bro every fucking other word. I haven't heard her use it at all.
Yeah, you had that
Saying
much
bro.
influence. This is she took this guy real serious. All I have to say is whatever it takes. If it takes this guy to improve someone, then I'm gonna take that laughter back. If he can actually improve a young lady, who am I to judge, to be honest? So forgive me.
I don't even, when men say it, it gets on my fucking nerves. What are you, a lack of fucking words that you got to end something with bro? A woman? Jesus God. She's saying.
Well, I haven't heard Anton express an opinion yet. It's been all be brave. I think be brave. I don't think Be Brave has given me anything to agree or disagree with about this young lady. What he has given me is a narrative that he is spinning for her. Okay, she hasn't told anything about her life other than she has a child and I guess she's having a hard time finding a boyfriend or a man or something. That's for obvious reasons. But Be Brave hasn't given me anything to agree or disagree with. What he's given me is a narrative and his opinion on what he thinks she is. So I don't have an opinion. I think Be Brave is a horrible person. And I think that I haven't heard, I'm not a fan of Anton Daniels. He's that kind of like a red pill guy. I think they're misogynists mostly, but I don't know what to think about Anton because he hasn't said much.
Dude.
Like, I just want someone to love. Like, I love my daughter. Yeah, I get to come home to her every day, but like, I want a partner. It's like my best friend.
And I would advise any young girl, not that this is a deal breaker, stop saying like.
You know what? Be Brave. Your English isn't good enough. Are you really the right messenger for this? And again, this is just some YouTube short. Where are you getting all this? And why are you even critiquing Anton Daniels? I thought you were going to critique Anton Daniels, not the girl or the woman in this video. Is this a truth in advertising moment?
Stop it. Learn to express yourself. What's happened, the reason people rely on stupid words like dude and bro and like is because they want to run their mouth too much when conveying an idea. Keep your ideas short and sweet and you won't need like or dude or bro.
Every day with forever. I don't know.
You too young right now, Queen, to be having those type of thoughts because you went for a rude awakening. Now, that's not to say that there's not some young simp that is willing to be a step crash dummy.
Listen to this black man, piece of shit, motherfucker, telling young people that if you take up a woman, a fine woman, and you take her up and you help her out with her kids because she made a stupid choice with a fucking idiot male, now you're a simp and a step crash dummy. Nice way to go, Anton. Help the young people out, Anton, with your multi-million-dollar fucking genius fucking brain that Chaotic gave you credit for. Come on.
Uh-oh, did I? You know what? I clicked the wrong button here. My bad.
He gone. I could give you names, but I'm not.
Oh, God damn it.
So, but let's go.
Let's see, can I find the right place?
Weaponized because
Let's see, it's around 1
the
hour.
kids had nothing to do with it.
Oh, there we go.
So fucked up. That's why when black women get a little bit pretty, they act crazy. Black males, alpha, they're alphas, rich, millionaires. Now all the other males are beta. How about all the other males just weren't as successful as you? I don't know. Is that okay?
Okay, well, here's the deal. I have not heard Anton say much. I honestly don't know what Be Brave is criticizing. He's criticizing this woman more so than Anton. Now, it seems so far that Be Brave is mad that CT had compliments for Anton, and Anton has money. That really seems to be the two main beefs so far. If you're in the chat, let me know if I'm missing something.
Hey, can you pat yourself on the back without knocking the shit out of everybody under you? These people are fucking fucking secure about themselves that they gotta literally trash anything that is beneath them.
Literally, where is Be Brave getting all this from? Palomino, you were there. Is there something I'm missing?
They gotta rub in their success. It's like it's not enough to be successful. You can't help beta males understand things. I gotta go get a drink.
Now, while he's going to get a drink, I've got to remind you, this is the dude talking about calling people beta males. That shit is weird. Well, let me skip ahead here.
Of it interested me. And yet I maneuver so well in life that life still went like a hot knife through butter. Everything was easy. Anton's a fucking genius. Chaotic says he's a fucking half-wit.
Literally, Anton has not said much of anything because Be Brave isn't running the clip apparently. But what is the critique other than just sheer bitterness that this black man has a successful channel and apparently has money? Why is Be Brave even what is Be Brave criticizing other than the man's wealth? And CT seems to admire him. Is Be Brave jealous or just what?
You call a man a genius because in making money, he's a genius. Okay. You know what would really make him smart?
Do you really think that's it,
When it comes
CK?
to areas of psychiatry and psychology, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's shut up. That's what would make.
And again, so a non-psychiatrist is criticizing another person for not knowing stuff about psychology. What? See, this is what amazes me about a white supremacist, because that's what Be Brave is. White supremacists just think that they get qualifications out of the air because of the color of their skin. It does not matter whether, I mean, Be Brave literally has said he didn't even start reading books till he was in his 30s. So just because of the color of his skin, he's like an air fern. He just takes all the nutrients he needs just out of the air, like Superman. Be Brave has white skin, so the yellow sun gives him all the powers he needs to be superior to Anton Daniels. If there are black people who are fans of Be Brave, who like sit there and listen to this and engage and ask questions about it. And here's the deal. And I say this several times a week. White supremacists like Be Brave are not the biggest problem to black people in America. It's people like John Galt. It's these black people who buy into the narrative that whites are superior, are the superior race. They're superior culturally, et cetera, et cetera. And what they don't realize is that because white, European culture, various types came into places like the United States, or what became the United States. They went to Africa. They literally cut whatever cultural development was happening. They cut it off at the knees and forced people to do it the way they thought was the right way to do it. And this narrative that blacks never had culture or Native Americans never had culture, they never had European culture. That's the truth. So for Be Brave, and I think it was John Galt yesterday. He thought he was, making some headway with the point. Goddamn right. Yeah, I know more about white culture than Be Brave does. Way more. I was educated in it, and it's my education. I know way more than someone who didn't even graduate from 6th grade, if that story's to be believed. Listen to this motherfucker. I also know that white people are not superior to much of anything or anybody. I also know that white culture has left people like Be Brave in the dust. That Be Brave thinks he's an example of whatever it is white culture is. He's not.
Getting even smarter. Shut up. If you don't have this knowledge, don't convey it. Don't convey erroneous bullshit, because you're
What's up,
rich,
CK?
so now people want to hear what you say.
You have set me on a course I didn't even know I was going to be sailing.
No, that's all it is. It's just he doesn't think Anton can critique the white woman. That's all.
Did he actually say that?
I think it's a point where he kind of mentioned it because I think Anton had asked, I don't know if he asked where's the girl's father at or where's the child father at. And then he just went off into a rant, like basically saying like, who is you to ask where her father is at, where the child's father is at. So basically like Anton can't critique her.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is bad. I'm going to go ahead and just review this till he moves on to the next topic. This is kind of fascinating because Anton hasn't really said anything. Be Brave keeps stopping it about, every couple seconds. So Anton really hasn't said that much.
I mean, if you see he got mad with CT, CT basically saying like, he's successful and stuff like that. Because Anton been married since he was like 20 or something. So he's married with the same woman. Daughter lives with him. He has money. He came from nothing. That's something to be mad at. And Be Brave's, perspective,
Well, I know that apparently CT finding Anton to be Apparently CT gave Anton a compliment, and Be Brave, it doesn't sit well with Be Brave. Can't figure that part out. Why would Be Brave care that much?
Because CT is not supposed to talk good about black people. Real
Yeah,
simple.
okay.
As far as behavior is concerned, you piece of black shit. And it's a black thing. Look at CT coming over here. He's a genius. No. Part of a genius is understanding your value in life. Ooh, he's rich. Who gives a fuck? God damn, is that all you black people understand? I mean, I get it. This motherfucker gets on my nerves.
Now, Anton Daniels has not, I don't think he's even gotten to a point to where he's rendered that.
See? But here's the deal. Where do you think black Americans got
Stanley,
this love?
Your mic.
I'm sorry.
Your
What
mic.
is it messed up?
Yeah, you sound kind of like distant.
Oh, I see what the problem is. Wow. What on earth happened here?
Can you all in the audience hear me now? I don't know what happened. Can you hear me now, CK? Or can anyone in the audience hear me?
Yeah, that's better. I can hear you now.
You know what? I have no idea what happened. I put in my JBL earbuds and everything just broke. I don't know what happened. Wow. My camera broke. All kinds of things broke, and I do not know why. All right, well, let's put this back up. So I don't even remember what I was saying before. I think that where is it? I think that B Brave's white supremacy was hurt. All right. So let's see here. See, can I get back to the right place?
I'm going to start reacting to a lot of what he does because there's about three things. It's like, especially the one where he's got the teachers complaining about quitting teaching, and he's got white kids tearing up a fucking classroom. Nice fucking try on that one, black man. And then, of course, if he ever responds to me, it'd be on a high and mighty, oh, I'm a millionaire and he's a two-bit loser living in a shack. I get it. I understand it. But you see, he'll never disprove what the fuck I'm saying, folks. That's my point. And see, what he's saying, I'm ripping it to fucking shreds. He's coming from black cultural perspective, and I'm ripping it to fucking shreds. That's the difference. Alphas are cucks. They let women tell them how to be men. Well, that's not an alpha, Dennison. Come on. I would put myself more in the Sigma category. But come on.
Listen to this dude. He's putting himself in categories. This dude is calling himself a Sigma. Well, you know what? There's no accounting for self-confidence.
An alpha is fucking, he's kind of a take control fella. And if he does it psychologically, a woman isn't going to tell him how to behave. Goodness me, goodness my.
When y'all have these conversations, I would like for y'all to add some context as to what happened to the child's father and why didn't you get married before you carried? And what did your parents think of it and your family think when you decided to say,
oh, look, he's going back to the fucking ease and the fucking the fish in a barrel commentary. She's fucked up in the head. You're not helping her with asking those fucking stupid questions.
Okay, again, now see, I think this might be the beginnings of dementia. Does Be Brave understand that this is not a conversation that Anton is having with this girl in the video he's reviewing? They can't hear each other. I'm not sure Be Brave understands that.
You can get to the father being fucked up. That's a good place to go. I'll go with him on that. But past that, you don't need to scold her other than say, do you understand you were a fool? That's the big stepping point. That's the big step she took. That's the big first step she took. She's understanding she's a fool. Is she getting out of it? Is she repairing it? No. Fuck, dude. Fuck this. Men just want to fuck.
Listen to this dumb motherfucker. He has made up a whole backstory to this. He's telling us about her background. Now, I mean, maybe Be Brave knows who she is? Is that what this is? This is insane. It's like Be Brave is making up a whole narrative about someone he doesn't know, who has no clue who he is, probably. And then he's fussing at Anton because Anton is not helping her. Well, he's not helping her. He's reviewing or reacting to the video. Do you think Be Brave knows this? That she can't hear either of you? This dude said, I'm gonna be honest. Be Brave sounds like a fucking lunatic.
Fucker. Yeah. Okay. So she's not doing real well at the repairing being a fool. But Anton, she knows she was a fool. Okay. So move past the easy shit, because I know you're not creative. And I know you don't have the fucking intelligence that I have with which to fucking dissect the circumstance, because you're too wrapped up in being so impressed with yourself that you made some real estate investments that turned out. Bless your heart. But stay out of the field of psychiatry, dumbass. If that's all you got is where were your parents?
Hold it. How is this psychiatry? The fuck is he talking about? And by the way, Palomino, she might see Anton, but she sure as shit won't see Be Brave unless Be Brave knows who she is. Be Brave is coming off as a cantankerous old man or a lunatic. I can't figure out which just yet.
Well, if you're gonna pick somebody up that's all fucking wounded and beat up, okay, you don't get the fucking, okay, you gotta.
How do you know she's all? Wait, hold it. How do you know she's all wounded and beat up? She might just be a little sad. This Be Brave has made up a whole backstory for this woman, and he sounds like he's losing his grip.
Best of yourself to somebody else. Somebody tell me what happened in the midst of that.
Don't need to. You're a dumbass. That's the end of this. This is why black culture is fucked up. This is who's fucking being off as somebody who can offer advice to a confused young person. You know how many.
So Anton Daniels doing a react on YouTube is why, quote, black culture is all fucked up. Yep, there you have it. The motherfucker is a lunatic. Oh, thank you for this, CK. I haven't laughed this hard all weekend. You know, it took a Be Brave video on Monday evening to make me belly laugh.
Look at CT coming over here. Anton's a genius. He had to throw that in out of protection. That's why black culture is so fucked up. Classic example, CT. He's a genius. What proves it? His wealth? Because he's talking like a goddamn fool here. Oh, gee, who's dissecting him, ripping him apart, making him look like a complete goddamn fool? A bottom-feeding, two-bit losing white man that's pretty smart? Ooh, the money ain't there. Folks, I'd be a multimillionaire if I pursued my interests as a kid.
Look at this dude. He'd be a multi-millionaire if he pursued his interests as a kid. Well, I hate to tell you this, but Be Brave, sir. This is why white culture is so fucked up. It's people like you who this dude is Be Brave is 70 plus years old. He's only 10, 11, maybe 12 years younger than my father. What held him back? There's not a goddamn thing. Since you're so smart, why didn't you pursue your interest as a young'un? It wasn't because you were black. Since white culture is so superior, what held you back, son? You were white and in white culture. Why did you not pursue your interests? If the answer is that you were a young fuck up, then dude, that's the problem with white culture. It has too many fuck ups like you, Be Brave. Yeah, well, you know what? Lazy, whatever. But basically, the problem with white culture is because it just lets lazy motherfuckers like Be Brave off the hook as racists. This dude has nothing to hang I'm better than black people, his I'm better than black people cap on. Yet white America is letting him do it anyway. That's what's wrong with white culture. What's up, Speak
Sam,
Radio?
Nice try. Don't I strike you as a multi-fucking millionaire? I mean, I'm not asking fuck all you that don't think I do. I know I do. You come on. Outside of looking at my material wealth, hello. If you don't know anything about me and you heard me talk, you're not going to put me at a bottom feeding 2-bit loose.
Okay, let me help Be Brave out. In the quote white culture, they think if you have $1 million, you have been successful. So I hate to tell you this, Be Brave, but the problem with white culture is money talks and bullshit walks. And Anton has money and you do not. So you're the bullshit that's walking. Anton is the money that's talking, and you're reacting to money talking. That's the problem with white culture, sir.
They're at the bottom of the food chain. The stranger 9x6. No, yeah, because you're a fucking idiot then. You don't know, you can't judge people. But let me get back to this and get rid of this. Get rid of this fucking damn fool. I'm going to be reacting to Anton a lot because he's a good example.
Dude, and then I guess maybe I'll be reacting to your reactions a lot because, dude, you sound like a fucking... You know what Be Brave is fond of saying? Either one of us is a damn fool. Well, let me put it to you this way. If one of the two up on the screen are fools, it's definitely Be Brave. Again, Be Brave is the bullshit walking. And Anton is the millionaire making more money by talking. And that's the problem with white culture.
Do this.
All right. Well, I don't know. But see, Lawrence, I'd personally just get bored with reacting to it. It's the same dumb shit over and over and over. I mean, and I'm being dead serious here. I don't get the jollies I once did reacting to people like Be Brave and John Galt because they're a broken record. It's the same racist shit over and over. It's never even anything different or interesting. Now, I have to say, Be Brave reacting to Anton Daniels, yeah, that's a bit different. But it's kind of the same argument. Be Brave just thinks he's superior because he's white. Everything in his white culture would tell him that Anton Daniels is more successful and more. Anton Daniels has more, quote, white cultural capital than Be Brave does. Anton Daniels is a success on the white man's platform, and Be Brave is not. So I don't get Be Brave's argument, to be honest. Yeah, that's exactly it. Hey, Speak Radio, that quote, that Lyndon Johnson quote. If you make a poor white man feel superior to the black man, you can basically pick his pocket, something like that. That isn't Be Brave is just Lyndon Johnson's wet dream. So let's see, what else does Be Brave have, and then I'm gonna wrap this up because I'm not getting any pleasure out of this. Oh, and by the way, let me make one more thing because I thought of it yesterday, and since I'm reacting to Be Brave, look, I actually think one of John Galt's problems with me using his content is criticizing it. Okay. Basically, what John hasn't been able to figure out is that people reacting to content is content. He hasn't been able to stuff that through that wet brain of his. And if I were reviewing John's material, his content, and complimenting it, he probably have no problem with what I'm saying. It's that I'm shitting on it that's pissing him off. And I'm sure that, much like Lawrence says, he always enjoys when I react to those two. Probably it gets back to him what I've said. And I'm glad it does. The one-legged white busboy wouldn't trade places with him, and he's rich. Yeah, well, I don't know about all that. I think Anton is doing what Anton is built to do, and I think that Be Brave just sounds like a bitter old white failure when he criticizes Anton. Anton is not that big a cultural figure in the black community. So he's not the problem with, quote, black culture.
And go forward.
Now this is the motherfucker criticizing Anton Daniels. I don't care what you have to say about Anton Daniels. At least he looks normal. I mean, Be Brave literally looks like a fucking lunatic with that getup and that and it's not a shack that he's in, but it sure as shit looks like a shack. I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess. What's up, Sin? DiCapriono, what's up? How you doing? I don't have anything lined up after this. I guess I'll just maybe CK, is there anything else on this video that's let's see, I see that Be Brave talks to what's his name from Eastern Europe, that fucking racist. I forget his name. Who the fuck is that? Oh, and why isn't he wearing a shirt? Wait, what is this? Who is Zombies? Why is he wearing his hair like that? Whoa. What have we here? Who is this motherfucker?
It's my recliner chair, and I got my feet up, folks. The Char said that Ryan was fat and eating, puts a plate on his belly to eat. Fuck.
You know, I just don't get it. Like this dude is wearing like a homemade mask. Looks like he cut out a pair of denim jeans, cut some eye holes in a jeans patch. stuck some cheap sunglasses on his face, and he's wearing this Kmart fishing hat, and he is the height. He is the spokesman for quote white culture. Truly, dude, the ego of a racist white man is incredible. And by the way, I was just looking. If you look at the top of that Murphy bed or whatever it is, in the slant of the ceiling here, Jesus Christ, man, that door, that Murphy bed frame that top isn't even fucking level. Let's see. He wears the mask because his red face is. Oh, that's some bullshit. I don't believe that story for a minute, Palomino. You know, it would be less weird if he just used makeup or something. Well, no, the roof is slanted. I'm trying to figure out why the ceiling is slanted. Apparently, there's no crawl space up there. Oh yeah, well, I never doubted he and CT would wind up, friends again. I have no idea, and I don't care, to be honest. But I do want to see this zombie fella. He looks interesting. Let's see, when does he show up? Okay, this is Crime and Punishment TV. Why are black people white folks' favorite pastime or subject to speak about? Y'all would be bored out of your mind without black folks to talk about. That's pretty funny. I want to see the reaction to that.
Well, these kids, why don't they just work? See how they leave out what they're doing? They leave it out. Why? Let me see. Here's a group of kids that go around burning down houses. Why do you people in this area keep talking about these kids that are burning down houses? Of course, see, they wouldn't say the kids that are burning down houses. What they would do is the equivalent of this dipshit statement here. Is it still up there? Yeah, let's bring that up for people to see. Yeah. No, you see, black people don't go. If you had a group of kids burning down houses, see, the black people, the equivalent, they don't go, why is everybody worried about these kids? Why don't they just work? See how they leave out what they're doing? They leave it out for convenience sake so they can try to make the people that are talking about them look crazy. Who do you people think you're dealing with, man? I'm a social scientist, psychiatrist, psychologist, philosopher, all boiled into one. When you come over here, who do you think you're dealing with, man? I'll dissect your fucking mind like you're a goddamn toad, man. Psychologically, thought-wise. Get the fuck out of here, man. My God.
He's a psychologist. He's a sociologist.
White kids just keep burning down houses in this area. So let's just, if somebody says, it's the same group of kids, why are they doing that? The person that's asking, why are we talking about those 6 kids, never throws in the reality. They never say, why are you people talking about those 6 kids that are burning down all these houses? See how the question sounds stupid? That's why they leave out the damage these fucking blacks are doing when they ask that question. And thank you for asking that question.
Black kids are burning down? I thought he lived in like an all-white neighborhood. Excuse me, I don't get what he's saying, and I don't really care at this point. Let's see that zombie fella.
I've never seen him before, but he looks like a freak. So he must be new.
Before,
How you doing, buddy?
good. How you doing? Yeah, I just figured I'd just join or whatever, see what you guys are talking about.
Oh, I'm just the usual. Blacks make me sick, and I'm pointing out that I wish they'd fucking stop doing what they're doing because they're taking us all down with them.
Yeah, I was even thinking, I'm like, man, I don't want to be racist and hate all black people. It's like, I don't hate all black people.
No, hell no. I got you.
Bad actors. If they're acting bad, I'm going to say
It's just a large number of bad actors has now come to where it's just destroying the greater culture.
That's a bullshit statement. The other thing is they never talk about white people acting bad. So and I again, Lawrence, this is why I don't really get much out of criticizing racists. They're one-trick ponies. Be Brave would not be interesting for anything other than he's a big-ass white supremacist and racist.
They're just everywhere they go. Everybody has to spend money they don't have to get away from them. Do you realize the housing affordability problem? A huge part of it is because you can't live around entire sections.
No, that is absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong. What a dumb statement. In Speak Radio, do you know who this dude is? This Zombies dude? And the idea that housing affordability is because black people and white people can't live together. What kind of dumb shit is that?
Where affordable housing is at because they're there with Section 8.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, if you look at what happened in like Michigan and Detroit and stuff, it's like they would have like these Halloween things, just burn everything down.
Hey, dumb fuck, what happened to Detroit was exporting industries.
Down. And that's they don't really construct, but I mean, it's not just them. I mean, like white people.
No, hold it. It is just them. Stop. I know white people do a lot of.
Hey, let's not have any. Hey, but white people are fucked up too. Sort of talk. Devil's Night.
Crazy shit. Nobody's doing what they're doing in the numbers they're doing it, and as intensely as they're doing it. Nobody. There's nothing close. Nothing. Now I get where you were going, but don't go there because we don't do it.
This is exactly what John Galt does. As soon as you start disagreeing with them, they want to stop you right there, and then they want to demagogue the conversation. That's exactly what I would never let Be Brave do, and that's exactly what I would never let John Galt do, and that's why they used to get so irate. Motherfucker, you don't, when I say, motherfucker, you don't tell me that you're right and you're going to take over the conversation. You're either going to hear what I have to say or we can move on to another topic. But see, as soon as you start saying, oh, wait, hold it, there's some fucked up white people too. No, there's not.
On this channel. We don't get to do whites do it too, because whites do not.
Yeah. You don't get to do whites do it too on a racist channel. That's not the format. That's not the type of content we produce around here.
Do it. I don't give a shit about an occasional white shooter. Big fucking deal. For every white shooter you got.
Listen to this motherfucker. I don't care about an occasional white shooter. Listen to this dude. This is awesome.
I can show you 20 fucking shootings all across the nation in one day. And then carry that out.
See, so his argument is that, hey, white people kill people less, so that's better? What kind of fucked up argument is that? And by the way, he seems to not understand that white people are the biggest threat to white people.
So whites do not do it too, zombie. So in your utterance,
no, there are not a lot more black mass shooters. Simply untrue. And even if there were a lot more, so that makes the white mass shootings not as bad. That makes the black, because black people kill more black people per capita, that affects white culture. How? Absolutely. I don't need you to email that shit to me, Palomino. I know the statistics. It is not a lot more. See, what Be Brave wants to do is he wants to talk about violent crime. Let's see. What are you saying here? There are more black mass shootings. There are more white mass shootings. Dude, the semantic argument that you and Be Brave want to hide behind does not work with people like me. Okay, there are not a lot more mass shootings. What you want to do is you want to look at what happens in the black community versus what happens in the white community. I understand that argument. In the inner cities and stuff like that, there's more violence. But what you idiots don't understand is that the violence in these high crime black communities are very geographically limited. Not all black people live in the hood. And there are not a lot more black mass shootings than there are white shootings. There are more, but not a lot more. And probably not that much more. I looked at some I can't even remember what website it was, and I was struck that the numbers were not that disparate. If you need my email, it's in the crawl. It's Stanley at jghb.info.
Do that over here because it gives them too much. It lets them off the hook, and we're not.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what do you mean the stats are cooked? They're cooked? No. See, you and Be Brave do not get to define what mass shootings are. The stats are the stats, and because they don't agree with you, they're cooked. Now who's fucked up? Mass shootings are mass shootings. Change the definitions. You and Be Brave do not get to decide what's a mass shooting and what's not. The stats are the stats. I'm going with the white man stats. It's not, they're the white man stats. All of a sudden you don't accept the white man stats?
I forget the last guy. They even said he was black. I forget, or the white. There was a black guy that
Brave, maybe Black Bolt. I'm sorry, zombie. Brave, maybe Black Bolt had something to say on the channel. What? Where's he at? Am I not seeing him or something? Palomino, I mean, what? Black Bolt speaks. Are you here? How does black on black crime affect you? Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God.
It actually doesn't.
How does black on black crime affect white people? See what I mean? Blacks ask that.
Now see, this is a question I guarantee you Be Brave won't answer. Watch him just prevaricate and dance around it. Answer the question, Be Brave.
That without they think it's a gotcha question. When in reality, black on black crime affects everything it touches, let alone white existence. It destroys.
Okay, see, look at him tap dancing here. So white existence is threatened by black on black crime. I'm gonna backtrack this a little bit because this is the kind of tap dancing that I love hearing him do. And I'm sorry, Palomino. The stats are made by people who say gang shootings aren't mass shootings. Well, let me tell you again, you and Be Brave don't have the kind of credentials, nor do you have the position to redefine what experts are defining. Okay. Apparently they think gang shootings are not mass shootings. So gang shootings are not mass shootings. I'm going with that definition. If you have a problem with it, then get the definitions changed. Okay. Be brave. Not agreeing with statistics are not good enough for me to accept Be Brave. He's not any sort of expert. He's a racist. And if a racist thinks that gang shootings should be mass shootings, I don't give a fuck, and nobody else gives a fuck either, except for people who like Be Brave or Be Brave himself. Gang shootings are not mass shootings. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I don't care about why. I don't care enough to even, hey, the stats are the stats. The white man says gang shootings are not mass shootings. All of a sudden, Palomino and Be Brave don't trust the white man's word.
It's black existence. Would you ask blacks, how does black on black crime affect you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was laughing and I muted myself. Hey, Be Brave just asked, would he ask black people how black on black crime affects them? I wish someone would ask me. If you don't live in a high crime area, it doesn't affect you. It affects the people who live in those areas. Be Brave is just a whole idiot. Dude, the people who buy Be Brave's arguments are truly deficient in critical thinking.
Whites have to move away from it. If not, do you know how many whites are fucking a victim of black crimes as opposed to how many blacks are victim of white crimes? Do you want to look up the statistics on that?
See, only in Be Brave's or similar worlds. Look, it's not black people who control the distinctions. It's people who are white and have more intellect and expertise than bottom feeders like Be Brave. Everything is good with what white people say until there are white people who disagree with Be Brave. Then all of a sudden they're fucked up too. That's literally laughable. And that's why people like me don't take people like Be Brave seriously. There's no reason to. And I'm not going to go and find out why. I don't give a fuck. All I care is that I get to shit on Be Brave with his misinformation. And sometimes Palomino too. Wait, they're hiding black mass shootings? Oh my God. Really? Now, where did you get that idea from? Can you back up this statement, Palomino? Okay, if they hide black mass shootings, you need to prove that they're hiding it first before I'm not paying attention to that shit. Now they're hiding shootings. Where are they hiding them? Please tell me, where are they hiding the black mass shootings? In my opinion, a killing is a killing. Really, to be honest, gang shootings not being mass shootings, they're all bad. And maybe think about it. Maybe the gang shootings, maybe the gang versus mass are racialized. Maybe the title of the type of killing is racialized. Blacks do gang and whites do mass.
God, he asked that question. Black Bull. I did answer the question. It tears up every fucking thing it touches. This is my country. It's a white culture. You're tearing apart white culture. That's how it affects me. God damn.
Dude, see, all that bluster, all that muss and fuss to say absolutely nothing at all. He has proven nothing. The only thing he's proven is that he's a fucking tap dancing idiot who can't answer the question. And people like Be Brave and John Galt and others get pissed off when I actually listen to their arguments and tell them you've literally said nothing. I want to hear this motherfucker's I want to hear that again. It's amazing that more people don't call him out.
Ask that without they think it's a gotcha question, when in reality black on black crime affects everything it touches, let alone white.
Okay, so black on black crime affects everything it touches. What the fuck does that even mean? Black on black crime affects everything it touches. Now, is he just basically what's the term? What's the term when you there's a term when you basically give human qualities to animals. Is crime like a sentient being? Crime goes out and touches people? That's kind of giving it some qualities that crime doesn't really have. Black on black crime touches, if it touches anything, it touches the black people that the crimes are committed against. It touches the community that, the high crime community. But I'm struggling to figure out what else it touches. It's such an odd term.
Existence. It destroys black existence.
Yes.
Would you ask blacks, how does black on black?
Okay, if it destroys black existence, the question was, how does it affect white people?
Crime affect you? Whites have to move away from it. If not,
no. These high crime areas don't have a whole lot of, see, that is the pivot that somebody needs to pull him back to that point. Are white people moving away from the hood? What the fuck is he talking about? There are no white people there in large numbers. See, this is where the Be Braves are just fucking, they think people can't actually understand and parse these stupid arguments. This is literally a Gish Gallop.
Do you know how many whites are fucking a victim of black crimes as opposed to how many blacks are victim of white crimes? Do you want to look up the statistics on that? My God, he asked that question.
Yeah. No, see, Be Brave thinks he just made a good point. Be Brave knows that he didn't say much of anything. Look at him just skip over the shit. What statistics are you looking up, you idiot?
Question, Black Bolt. I did answer the question.
No. See, thank God. Thank God somebody in his own audience called him out. Whoever Black Bolt is, salute to Black Bolt. Motherfucker, you didn't even approach the question.
It tears up every fucking thing it touches. This is my country. It's a white culture. You're tearing apart white culture. That's
Okay, look at it. Look at all these logical leaps. So black on black crime is tearing up white culture. Now, let me also let everybody know, you probably all know this. I don't think there is a white culture. I don't think there is a black culture. But since we like to racialize everything, let's just go ahead and do it. Okay. He's acting like white culture and black culture are separate cultures, that there's some sort of cultural segregation. And if you're making that assumption, how does black on black crime affect white culture? That was the question. Or white people, maybe. He didn't answer the question. He made like 3 logical leaps in a row, a Gish Gallop, basically. And all of a sudden, he's answered the question. Does he think his audience is as dumb as he is? Or does he just think his audience is dumb, period?
how it affects me.
I know what I think of his audience.
Well, whites aren't allowed to have culture, don't you know?
Man,
only other cultures are allowed.
Sin, so what's your point here? White peoples are moving further into the country as low income people are moved out of the city into the suburbs. Where the fuck are you getting this from? Let me tell you a little bit, and you live in North Carolina. You should know this as well as I do. At least in the deep South, like South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, black people are already in the country. I'm not exactly sure what your point is here. That might be a phenomenon, in the major cities. It might even be something, in a place like Atlanta. But the thing is, black people are already in the country in Georgia. If you move out to the country in certain parts of Georgia, you're going to be moving next to black people. Now, you won't be crammed up in a city with them, but I don't know. I don't follow this stuff that closely. Are you saying that crime is moving into the suburbs? If you are, then send me that stuff. Email it to me, because I don't keep up with it. So maybe I missed something, but I haven't heard about high crime suburbs.
Just the fact that a black man would ask that question, as if fucking people, you know how many.
By the way, I have lived in Appalachia, Northern Virginia, that West Virginia, Northern Virginia, 81 corridor. There's a lot of crime in, these little Appalachian communities, even in the holler. It might not be high crime, but have you ever read Hillbilly Elegy? There's a lot of depravity going on in some of these little hollers. I encourage you to read J.D. Vance's Hillbilly Elegy. It's pretty fucked up.
Blacks have to run away from black crime and spend money they don't have to get away from it. John Galt has fucking pointed out without fail and constantly the cost of the black tax, he calls it. Blacks have to.
So he's quoting that expert, John Galt. Really? So a racist quoting another racist, that's real academics right there.
Move and get away from blacks. And you think that's not affecting whites?
Okay, dude, you have literally said nothing authoritative. Just because John Galt says it, I guess my question to Be Brave would be, was John drunk when he said it?
They have to move and get away from them? Oh, we're just, never mind us. It's only blacks that have to move from blacks. Everybody has to move from blacks.
Yes,
whites.
it is only blacks moving away from blacks, right? The fuck is he talking about? Dude, I need some proof. I need some numbers. Give me trends.
All of your rhetoric is anecdotal.
Yes.
You give a black
Sin, I'm dead fucking serious. Don't ask me if I'm serious. Send me the statistics to prove your argument. I'm not going to go and do the research for you. If your claim is that crime is moving to the suburbs, I don't keep up with crime statistics. Apparently you do. Prove your argument or not. I don't care either way. I don't think John Galt is anywhere near the authoritative enough for me to pay attention to, and I know Be Brave isn't. I think that high crime areas in high crime urban areas are overwhelmingly black and probably Latino too. I think the white flight from there happened quite some time ago. And black on black crime does not affect white people that much. I'm sure there must be some effect, but not, to a point that the country's survival is on the line. It's not an existential threat to whiteness.
Man, a fucking word and they'll run with it till their brains fall out. Anecdotal. No, not really. Mine are observations from afar. So no, they're not anecdotal. I've only got
Sin, that is absolutely not correct. Whites do move away from whites that are, dude, I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. White people move away from the trailer park all the time. Dude, it's anecdotal. I don't have numbers, but white people move away from poor whites all the time in Appalachia.
1, 2, maybe really 2 intense bad circumstances with blacks that I've told that were anecdotal. I'm talking about what they do in the inner cities, all across the news feeds, all across the fucking closed circuit cameras, all across all the nation, all across every night. The hell are you talking about anecdotal? You use that word.
Is it low income housing per se? You mean Section 8? Now I do know that what do they call it? Is it mixed use? There's a term for if you go, because I've heard Jared Ball talk about it in I think he lives in Prince William County, Maryland, where they're like mixed. Is it mixed use neighborhoods or something like that? Yeah, CK, you would know. Where they, if you're gonna build certain like high income housing, you actually have to put other types of housing in there. I think they do the same thing with condos and other types of like city housing where, you know, a certain amount of it has to be for low income people. But and I know that a lot of times there's big protests. You know, people will go, no, we don't want that type of housing out here. But I'm still not sure what your point is in pointing that out. Are you saying that crime moves with that mixed use type housing? Let's see, multicultural. Let's see, Kim. Let's see. We have that in a portion of the property has to go to the New York. Yeah, exactly. I mean, do you know if crime follows that sort of thing? I don't know anything about this sort of stuff. I would have to leave it to the real estate guys. But I mean, I would imagine that, you know, culture tends to go with the people that are moving out. But I would be hesitant to just assume that, you know, because low income, like that New York City Housing Authority type housing would be a magnet for crime. I'd be hesitant, you know, without some sort of numbers to back that out. Interesting. They do mixed use out in the suburbs where it's lower property values. All right. Well, let's see here. Let's see. Where am I time wise? I'm at 5:50. We'll listen to a little bit more of this.
Heard wrong, buddy. I have destroyed you countless times before, sir.
We say they use that word, but they don't know what it means. Yeah.
They don't. I have destroyed you countless times before, sir. He says Black Bolt. That's funny as hell. Jesus Christ.
Why is it
Black
funny?
guy wanted to buy a cell phone from you. Would you sell him a cell phone?
If what's that?
If a black guy wanted to buy a cell phone off you, would you sell it to him?
I wouldn't sell any cell phone to anybody. That's my cell phone. I'd be afraid of personal information.
Like, say you bought a new one, you got an old one, or I can sell this old one for $100 or something. And the black guy's like, yeah, I'll buy it. Would you do it, or would you be like, no?
But it has nothing to do with race, zombie. I just wouldn't sell my phone. I don't. I'm so tech fearful that I don't know what the fuck's on that fucking thing. Who I've called, I've deleted, and you delete. Can you recall? Can you get phone numbers that you've called? I don't know. That thing is going to go in the fucking trash if I'm done with it.
Yeah.
In this day and age, it's not like an old land phone. Here's a land phone. Yeah, there's no, there's no tracing things. It's like price on a cell phone. Even if you delete calls, hell, they can find out who's called you, who you've called. I mean, isn't there a way to open up the phone and get all? I don't know. I don't even care if there isn't. My point is this. Hold it. My point is this. I don't need money. So no, I'm not worried if when my cell phone's done, that motherfucker's in the trash, destroyed.
You're luckier than me because like I'm struggling. Fuck. Yeah. No, I've had it worse actually. In 2012, I was broker than I am now. So I'm not.
What?
In 2012, I was broker than I am now.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's bad, but it's like, oh, it's not that bad because in 2012, I used to go like collect cans just to go buy a 6-pack or something. Like, damn.
What were you, homeless? On drugs?
So what we got here, folks, is a fine example of the best of quote white culture. I love it. So we got two people up here that are going to discuss the finer points of why white culture is better than black culture.
I don't know. Just life was hard at that moment. That's weird.
Life wasn't hard. It's not hard here. You were just a fuckhead.
I don't know.
I do. I do. I know. I got you, Zombie.
Well, I know I'm a fuckhead, but
look over here, Zombie. There's no we don't play.
Of Aaron C., what legends are you talking about? Can you name the legends that I'm hating on right now?
Play that blame. That we live like gods here. There's no excuse for a failure here. Complete failure. I get, okay, you tried to open.
We live like gods, and those gods are the aluminum gods. They allow you to go out and pick the king of beers cans to take and trade in for a new 6-pack of the king of beers. We live like the king of beers.
Business. I'm not saying that, but as far as like happened to,
what were you doing in 2012?
This has nothing to do with you digging up cans and to buy beer. What I'm saying is,
what were you doing?
If you're that low, you were a fuckhead, man. What was I doing in 2012?
Oh, wow.
Making about 50 grand a year, doing nothing, driving a silly fucking truck around. Putting a lot of money in the bank because my mortgage.
What are they doing with these trucks?
My mortgage was only $356 a month because I was smart enough to buy a mortgage within reach of my income. What was that, Zombie?
Well, what are they doing with these truckers nowadays? They got these immigrants taking over all these truckers. And...
Yeah, Black Bolt, yeah. We live like gods. I don't think we're gods. I'm saying see, you can't talk.
You know what? I'm tired of hearing this dumb fuck saying that. Let me put it to you this way. Immigrants are doing jobs, apparently, that Americans don't want to do. I don't think that getting rid of immigrants is going. I mean, unemployment was really low for quite some time. I don't buy the argument that immigrants were taking black jobs or any other type of jobs. And the other thing is, if they were taking whatever black jobs were, well, then you need to take advantage of whatever educational opportunities you have to go and do something else. I don't know how you square immigrants taking all the jobs and unemployment is real low. Maybe, again, I'm not an expert in that field, so maybe there's something that I'm missing, but there's some things that don't add up. What does add up is, you know what? White people are afraid that they will lose power or have to share more power, and they're even more afraid of being a majority minority. That's actually, the only thing that really squares or fits all my criteria for being somewhere near the truth is the Great Replacement theory. You know what? I couldn't tell you, and the reason I couldn't tell you is I literally haven't been in a fast food joint in probably 5 years. No, let me take that back. I went to a McDonald's with my father-in-law and my son. I think it was about 2 or 3 years ago. I think it's more than 2 years ago because I don't think my son was in college yet. And I didn't notice, to be honest. But I don't go into fast food joints a lot. I do go through drive-through windows. I don't know that I've seen an outright teenager at a drive-through window. But I also can tell you this, and this would be, you know what? I won't even bring this up because it's quite some time ago, like 10 years ago. But I don't know. You tell me. Are teens no longer working? Oh, yeah. Well, Great Replacement theory, that's a thing. Tucker Carlson talked about it when he was on Fox News. Well, Be Brave seems to think that blacks are destroying white culture or something. Brian Nichols was here earlier. Palomino, why are your thumbs getting tired? Is it from sticking them up your ass? That's a joke. Someone with shoddy papers. To be honest, I don't need. Do black people even still? It seems like most times when I go to these restaurants, there are a lot of Hispanics working there. So maybe, I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm just looking at unemployment numbers. I don't. The numbers are somewhat more objective than anecdotally going into fast food restaurants. Adults have taken McDonald's jobs from teenagers. That doesn't surprise me, actually.
Talk to black people. I'm saying we live like gods. I didn't say I think we're gods. I said we live like them. See that the word them came into play there. Jesus, come on. What were you saying, zombies? How you doing now? Are you in your house? You paying your rent?
Yeah, that's a good point about Chick-fil-A. Now, my niece, my sister's daughter, worked at Chick-fil-A in high school. But I think they make it a point.
You're managing?
Yeah, I'm not doing as good as I want. I'm actually trying. I'm sitting here thinking, man, I could go get a 6-figure job. I could go be a plumber. Boom, that's 6 figures a year.
Oh, do you know plumbing?
I can figure out plumbing. No, I know.
Okay. I was just wondering. Oh, you're right. You are correct.
Oh, hold on. Let's explore that and let's see how easily satisfied people like Be Brave are. Now, I mean, I think to actually be a plumber, you have to go through a process, like going to work for some of these, like in the DC area, Northern Virginia area, like there are 1,000 different companies that employ plumbers. And the plumbers go around in these vans. I think you actually have to, like, to make 6 figures. You're not going to go in there and just figure it out and make 6 figures. So this is literally what I'm talking about. This hubris that these Be Brave types will tell you, oh, well, you know what? I'll figure it out. I'm white. I'll make 6 figures as a plumber. I don't think it's that easy.
Zombie, this is why I'm saying over here we don't play. When you told me you were hunting up cans, I'm going, that had nothing to do with the way things were. That had to do with you being a fuckhead, buddy. You're too
I'm going to say this, just looking at him, and I don't know him, have never seen him before, but I'm just going to go with first impressions. I would like to see him spend a day digging ditches, and I'd like to see him at the end of that day. I'd be betting that he wouldn't show up the second day.
talented. If you think you can go be a plumber and I think you can, that means you just simply weren't doing just at least a little bit of what you needed to do, buddy. That's why I'm so rough on things.
No, I did anything I could do, and
well, no, not here, buddy. No, you don't have to. I mean, even if you scrape up cans, even if you scraped up cans for a day to buy meal, that would be 1 or 2 days. In other words, any length of time.
Let's see here. Let me make one point. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna have to make this a show title. I'm sorry. I gotta do it. just the way you wrote that is funny. Oh man, this is funny. I will make this a show title, Palomino. It just made me laugh.
Scrounging for sustenance? No, that's your head's all fucked up, dude. Come on, zombie. I'm not trying to hurt you, buddy. I'm not trying.
I don't know. I'm not perfect.
No, I didn't say you were. I'm just saying the biggest thing is that to do in your life is don't sit there and say there's no stupid behavior that I did in the past that I would ever blame on anybody but me.
Oh yeah.
In this country, it's too easy to do things and not to end up on your face. Of course, I never ended up on my face.
The a person can do is accept responsibility.
Yeah, that's all. That's what I'm saying. And I'm sorry, my good friend Zombie, you didn't do it when you tried to say things were rough. They might have been rough, but things were not rough. This country, it don't get that rough. You were just you weren't thinking straight, buddy. That's all. Ain't no big deal. I'm not trying to hit you.
No.
There are free certification courses you can complete online if you don't want to start a business. Oh yeah, SB. There's 1,000 things you can do. Yeah, there's a goddamn not just zombies. We're not talking about you, zombies. Don't get this. Don't take it. There's a gas station on every fucking corner that needs a worker. They start out at like 13 an hour, or in big cities, 18 an hour. Christ, you can buy food and you can get a fucking little efficiency apartment with that.
Now, let me give Be Brave a compliment here. Now, he has found someone that he actually can give life advice to. This guy, Zombies, he looks like he is the type that Be Brave should be. He looks like the likely audience that Be Brave could actually help. So I am proud of Be Brave for taking the time to give life advice to someone who is of his ilk.
The chances are you get within walking distance.
Kimmy, I hope you're not listening, because you're probably shaking your head going, Stanley, I told you to stop that superiority bullshit. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I'm working on it.
To that gas station, because usually gas stations are not in any high rent districts. So come on.
Well, eventually I did get an efficiency apartment, save up, and then I moved here, and I'm doing better. But I felt, I don't know, I'm fucking up again or something. I don't know.
Why are you fucking up again? Sounds like you're doing good. Why are you fucking up again? Why do you think you're fucking up again? Tell us. We want to know, zombies. Why do you think you're fucking up again?
Because he's a fuck
like
up.
These criminal people get rewarded. If you're a good person, it's like there's.
Okay, here's the deal. Fuck ups are gonna. The reason he thinks that is fuck ups are gonna fuck up. It's the natural order of things. Now, I am very interested to hear his point about good people. So I take it he's going into this nice guys finish last spiel. I'm just guessing. I could be wrong.
Why do you think you're fucking up again?
Well, it seems like these criminal people get rewarded. If you're a good person, it's like there's no reward for that. There's nobody protecting if you keep your house or not.
Well, that's where you are fucking up, because you're thinking that somehow for just doing what you're supposed to do for yourself, you need a reward for that.
No, I don't.
Well, okay. Zombie. I'm quoting you, sir. Your quote implied that somehow somebody needs to to reward you for feeding yourself, buddy. Am I wrong, chat? You're at Dr. Brave's office right now. You brought it up. Be careful, young man. Be careful.
No, it's okay. I don't care.
I got you. I know you don't. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings, buddy. It's just that over here, we don't fucking say a lot of stuff that you got to be able to defend what you're saying, or you got to know. Just try not to say it.
That is hilarious. Oh, CKJ3 for the win. Holy shit. I didn't think of that. Good one. Oh, wow. That is a dude. That's a W. Oh, that is funny. That is funny.
Yeah. Hold on. I gotta use the restroom.
Yeah, that is a good one, Yeti.
All righty.
What's going on, Yeti?
All right.
There you go. Tell your patient to get dressed.
What's that on his head?
Oh, shit.
That's interesting.
I don't know, folks. Sometimes life makes you wonder. Zombies, that haircut looks a little goofy if I'm looking at her, right? Oh, buddy.
Oh,
Yeah.
CKJ3.
Zombie,
Salute. You know what? Salute to CKJ3. I would never have seen this had it not been for you. Salute to you, sir. The Admiral has come through with the entertainment for movie night. We never had shit like this on the ship. We just had movies.
Yeah, don't come over on this stream thinking that. Remember, I'm the psychiatrist that after a few sessions, I would hand a patient a pew and say, "Use this. You're too wrapped up in self-pity, and I'm sick of hearing it." Yeah, I'm that psychiatrist. Yeah, here. I ain't worried about you coming here and making me money. I ain't worried about you paying me every.
Dude, why does Be Brave keep calling himself a psychiatrist? Is he giving out meds or something? Does he know the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist? This dude is he's just, god damn.
Every week. I'm sick of hearing.
I'm sorry, Lawrence. I'm not going to be able to do, these reactions like on a regular basis. Just every now and again is good, but I can't do this nightly.
Hearing you. Or if you want to pay me money every week and have me tell you every week, go use this pew, I'll do that. I'll take your money for that. But what you're going to get is that we're going to get to the bottom.
Listen
of things
to
real
him.
Fast. And if you
now, I think people like Be Brave are really good at spinning yarns. Like all of a sudden, Be Brave is like pretending that he is a psychiatrist and what he would do if zombies was his patient. It's like this motherfucker lives in the land of make-believe. He is Be Brave and Think is like the Fred Rogers of the trailer park.
wrapped up in self-pity and you keep wanting to stay there, that's where I'm saying, understand that you're wrapped up in self-pity. And if it depresses you, since you're not going to do anything about it, here, use this and go get it done. Oh, well, bitch, man. I don't see what the picture or what? What am I missing? Regardless of whites are doing Black Bolt, you blacks are fucked up. Here's another black person critiquing white people. when their black culture is as fucked up as it is.
Now, this is amazing. Now, Be Brave has, let's just say it, a fellow white man, probably, very similar background in some weird form, some weird way to his, but he can't just limit, to the person who's up on his panel. He's got to keep going after black people. How racist is that?
White trash. If it's all white trash, the schools aren't tore up, the streets aren't shot up. Our white trash behave better than Section 8 middle class black families, and they're over here critiquing white culture. It's amazing. You can't fucking, as they say, the jokes write them fucking selves with blacks, man. What ain't I seeing, you guys? I can see Brave working as a guidance counselor in a high school.
Really?
I wouldn't be SB. I would be a little kinder. Trust me.
See, this is like manna for heaven for someone like Be Brave. Okay, this is just swelling that head. Pretty soon he's gonna need a bigger mask and bigger sunglasses. Dude, that motherfucker shouldn't be let. He shouldn't be let out of his own house, his own cage, let alone fucking counseling youth. Jesus, the motherfucker literally did nothing with his life of note, and that's fine. It's not like I'm famous or anything like that either, but damn, dude. These people just gaslight Be Brave, and he buys that shit hook, line, and sinker.
But it would be like, hold it, young man, hold it right there. See, my trick in high school, we would have to count you have to go over your blessings. No, I'm not talking religious. I'm talking, you have to go over your blessings as a kid. That's what, as a counselor, if they came in there all fucking confused, I said, how did you have your food? Because see, the school probably wouldn't let me do it. But you see, in my office as a school guidance counselor,
listen to this motherfucker. Man, they just fucking I'm thinking they just say shit like that just to see where Be Brave will take it.
counselor, I'd have pictures of the third world country all over the world. You think I'm kidding? I would. I don't know if they would allow
No,
it.
we don't think you're kidding, Be Brave.
I would attempt that. And if they allowed it, I would do it. When you're coming in here all pissing and moaning about your life, thinking everything's horrible and against you, look at them pictures, bub. Those are real. You see those kids digging in that dump for stuff that they can try to sell so they can hope to buy food? You see them people over there walking a half a mile and carrying back buckets of water to drink to their hut? Yeah. You see those people over there in Mumbai? There's 500 people that live under that bridge. That would be me as a school counselor. That's me. So I don't think they would let it.
Mr. Beast was buying a bunch of wells.
So we would call Be Brave would basically be inventing a type of therapy. Basically, it's racist therapy. Look at them engines over there. There's 500 of them under that there bridge. You need to count your blessings, son. The racist guidance counselor.
In Africa, he was making water wells and stuff.
What's that, zombies?
Mr. Beast was getting donations and making a bunch of water wells in Africa and stuff. And it reminds me of this comedian, and he would be like, he's like, I see these ads on TV and it says,
oh, zombie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. SB, I'll tell you what, once a kid sees pictures of third world countries, because see, nobody shows that to them. That shocks them. That's shock therapy. That makes them understand, oh my God, people live like that. See, that brings them into the reality that they just took a shot.
You know how dumb this motherfucker sounds? I'm sorry. Dude, this just sounds like words. It's just, the thought of Be Brave. What experience does Be Brave have with kids?
That morning, they just got in the refrigerator and had an egg and their mom scrambled them an egg sandwich. And then to wash that down, they went to the kitchen sink and turned on a faucet. See, that's what would sink into them. And that's what these kids, it's almost politically incorrect to show these kids, these smart ass, self-pity and smart mouth fucking kids, pictures of the third world. It's almost politically incorrect to do it now.
What about animals like cows? Like, can cows show videos to their cow babies of like why they're cows?
Zombies? The question you just asked, you want to try that again, old buddy?
You might be a cow for the Illuminati. No, I'm just messing with it. But seriously, I don't know.
The chat wants you to put on your shirt, Bob.
I'll put on my shirt.
Mr. Beast is also in court for nefarious activity, but you wouldn't know that because you're too focused on blacks. No, hey, I'm gay and blacks. Tell us. You want to go over nefarious activities? You want to look where else blacks are involved in those nefarious activities? You double us in those areas too, buddy. You want to go there? Bring them up. I'm game. Bring them up. There was an attorney on yesterday with Pearly Things. He asked the question. He said, who do you think are knocking up all these 14-year-old black girls? Other 14-year-old black guys? No, black adults are knocking these 14-year-old girls up. You want to go there with the stats? 2022, old buddy? Thanks, Zombie.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. In the future, if you come up here, put on your shirt, buddy.
All right. Yeah.
I'm an old hillbilly. I'm used to. It's nothing to me because I'm used to old white trashers. They'd be out there in the fucking front porch, fucking big old belly and beer drinking and hot on a hot summer day. They wouldn't have no shirts on, no matter what they did. Working on the car.
I don't know. I've done it so much, it's almost like a trademark too. Like I always have my shirt off.
Yeah, don't over here though.
I don't mind people getting.
You know what? And I wouldn't mind it. But it's just too close to being able to porn bomb right quick. You know what I mean?
I don't mind. I don't mind.
I got you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You're very understanding. So anyway, well, folks, yeah. Anybody else got anything else in the chat?
I got my own theory. I don't know.
What's your theory?
Called zombies. I have this zombie theory. Like we're in a zombie apocalypse.
Ever watch Soft White Underbelly? Hold on, Zombie. We'll get to that. What is that? A Soft White Underbelly? Contestants from Beast Games have filed lawsuits against him. I don't give a fuck, blacks. You got one. You want me to point out 1,000,000 to 1? Jeez, these blacks are. Jesus. God, it never ends. Who the fuck is Mr. Beast anyway? I don't know. Yeah, I know Palomino. I got you. It's a YouTube channel. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know who he is. I don't know who he is, blacks. I don't know who the fuck he is. What were you saying, Zombies? You say you have your theories on what?
Zombie stuff, which includes a little bit of some black kind of weird stuff, because they used to have this video way back in the day, and it was called a Generation Kill, and it was about it was called Inner City Violence Generation Kill, and it was about
Generation Delete. You can't use the word. YouTube will get you.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's okay. Generation Delete.
My bad. But yeah, anyway. And they made a new one, Generation Delete, and there's a new one, but it was about the Iraq War or whatever, and that was the new version of that. But the old one, I kind of watched both, and then the old one, it's almost like the Monarch or not. Sorry, remember, Mandela effect. It doesn't even exist. The first one doesn't even exist. Now there's just the other one. And I'm like, whoa, because the first it showed like the Rodney King riots in the 90s, and they had like the roof cranes and stuff.
I'm sorry, Zombie. I'm dealing with the chat here too. Skid Row content. I don't want to watch Skid Row content. I've always said I don't care who's on Skid Row. If they're shitting themselves, shooting themselves with drugs and shitting themselves, they need to be taken off to a compound. That's not. Hey, CT's doing a Sunday stream based on Zach H. Ooh, look out. Yeah, no, I don't know. I've always said that we live like gods here. If you're on Skid Row, it's because you've lost your mind. If you're homeless, it's because you're too stupid to live in a homeless shelter until you get back to your seat. In other words, we live like gods here. I don't, Skid Row content. People bring up this place in Philadelphia. What is it? Kensington, as if it's all whites. And if you go over there and look, you go, oh, sorry, look at all them blacks on Kensington Avenue. So yeah, people act like, oh, there's a white Skid Row. No, wherever you see Skid Rows, Kensington, or wherever you see them, you're still going to have mostly blacks doing it. And it doesn't even matter. I don't care if it was all whites. My point is they're all a bunch of goddamn pieces of shit. But I'll tell you what whites aren't doing that are on Skid Row. They're not shooting up your fucking neighborhoods. They don't send their 14-year-olds to carjack you. See the difference there?
Well, yeah, I saw a video from Chicago.
I got a question. Who is the they that is sending 14-year-olds? Who is the they? The fuck is he talking about?
Ghetto, and they're like, none of us feel safe. There's shooting.
Well, Palomino, I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to see I don't really enjoy. I know it exists. I don't really need to dwell on it. Or
hey, Palomino, man, you and Brave, why don't you ever just go up to the panel? You know, you and he are having a high level dialogue back and forth, chat to panel and panel back to chat. Just why not just go up on the panel? That way, Brave doesn't have to lean forward
to observe it. I can picture what's going on there. I mean, it's just to me, Skid Row. All Skid Row is to me is proof that we're being manipulated and engineered downwards, because they could easily just make hell with homeless shelters. They could make homeless compounds and scoop these people off to them, where you're inside of a compound. Here's your room. You got a toilet and a bed and a cafeteria that you report to, and you're not getting out of this compound until you know how to get out of this compound. So, I mean, the fact that these large swaths of cities are full of homeless people.
Oh,
that's not
is
at all
interesting. Oh, you know what? I didn't know this. So, Be Brave thinks the white elites. Okay, this is so interesting. So Palomino says that Be Brave thinks elites are using black culture, rap, clothes, sex, drugs, etc. to lead Western civilization into global degeneracy so he tells blacks to stop falling for the elite's tricks. There's all kinds of problems with this. So why is Be Brave not railing against the elites instead of blacks? It sounds like blacks are victims. So why is he not doing whole shows about the elites? Blacks are, I'm sorry, if the elites are using the blacks, then blacks are the victims, just like, we've been for centuries, apparently. And leading Western civilization into global degeneracy, Be Brave is a racist fuck up. What do you think the British Empire and the other European empires did but lead the globe into degeneracy? What do you think the genocide of Native Americans, the enslaving of Africans, what was that but degeneracy? Dude, you fucking ignorant bastards like Be Brave are why America is failing. Motherfucker, the Western civilization has been peddling degeneracy for fucking centuries. And all of a sudden, the degeneracy is happening. Dude, this is why I don't like reviewing people like Be Brave. He's a fucking moron, an uneducated white man who was a waste of whiteness. Dude, a waste of white supremacy.
Guess what? I don't like chitterlings, but I won't go live every day to tell the world about. Oh, Black Bolt, shut up. Okay, enough. I've destroyed your Black Bolt. Come up with something. Come on, Black Bolt. Jeez, ow. My goodness, Mr. Amazing Ryan. I'm sorry, zombies. I'll let you finish what you were saying. Go ahead, buddy.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Was that a good slug of some beer?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I talk about zombie virus, which kind of has covered even inner city violence, because they weaponize these people, and they do the same thing with any zombie.
Yeah.
They weaponize these people. They create a culture of violence, like rap music teaches them this violence. That's why I watched, I think it was Jay-Z. When he first came out to the scene, he got real famous and was rapping about help your community, do good, be a good person. And he was being moral. Then they came to him and they said, listen, we'll give you $50 million if you sell your soul to Satan. And he said, let's do it. And then every song after that.
Did somebody actually point out that they offered for him to sell his soul? Did somebody actually claim that that's a reality?
No, well, part of just be evil. As part of the zombie.
No, I'm asking the zombie
moralization.
You spoke as somebody has rock solid evidence that somebody's wanted to buy his soul and offered him $50 million. Did somebody offer to buy his soul for $50 million actually, or were you just speaking in a figurative sense in your speculation?
Yes, sorry. Yeah, allegedly, in my opinion.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Sorry. Yeah,
got it. Because I'm telling you, it wouldn't surprise me, zombie, if somebody didn't come up and say, "Here's $50 million, become a piece of human shit for us." Because basically that's what they did. But I don't think anybody couched it in offering to buy his soul.
And that's this, because, you know, they realize they're more different. They can be more gullible, maybe, allegedly, in my opinion, you know.
The infamous Marty says, poor white trash conversation right now. You got me on that one. You
That's
got a couple of white
exactly what it
trashers
is.
up here, buddy.
They weaponize these people, not only against themselves, or against us too, but you know what? It seems like they hurt each other more than they hurt us, even though.
Oh, they do. That's what's sick about blacks defending them. They don't. That's why I call blacks psychopaths, Zombie. I've said that 100,000 times for 3 years. The blacks that are apologizing and making excuses for the killers in their street actually cause more problem to their own innocent, well-meaning, low-income people than any whites. But they're worried about pointing out white oppression while they let their black criminals shoot up black neighborhoods. That's a psychopath. That's why I call them psychopaths.
I've had the unhappy experience of, I've lived in the ghetto more than once, and
oh, hold on. Black Bolt, Erica Kirk, pregnant 2 weeks after her husband's death, and you think that somehow that's equivalent to 14-year-olds carjacking all across the nation? 15 and 16-year-olds carjacking and killing other people, shooting up school buses, shooting up fucking transpo buses, robbing and killing? Are you crazy? That's what I'm saying. You people,
You know, again, so much poison wrapped in sheer ignorance, wrapped in a waste of whiteness. Be Brave thinks white culture and white people are superior. Yet he just spews so much stupidity. So black people control the streets of America? The fuck is he talking about? Even in cities where there are black mayors, these cities are not black cities. These New York City with its black mayor is not Wakanda. It's just sheer ignorance. And Lawrence, there's no way I could, I'm not even sure I could do maybe once every other week. What I'll do is look at something that might be interesting, or CK sent me this show. Maybe we'll do it that way. But there's no way I could I could deal with this level of stupidity on any regular basis. It would literally drive me nuts. Be Brave is just so stupid. It would drive me nuts. And John, I can't. I know Lawrence enjoys it when, I do the back and forth with John Galt. These guys are just lowlifes. And I also have people tell me that I should just outright, ignore them completely, which I think, Kimmy and I, as we, try and make the show more interesting, we're pretty much going to have to cut bait on these reprobates. They're really not worth the time. They're funny. They're sad. They're easy to just beat up on. But I think Kim is right. And I've had other people tell me this too, that I gotta just move on from these fuck ups. They're fuck ups in life. And you know what? I really shouldn't be pulled down to the bottom of the lake by these fucking rocks.
Erica Kirk, a fucking old white elite whore, and you're equating that with kids that are killing other people. You do realize when I'm saying delete, I should better watch the killing. When kids delete other humans, Those humans are gone. That's real. It's not cosplay in a rap video. Or are you wrapped up in rap videos? No, I'm not. I don't have to focus on my own when our kids aren't shooting up the street. I don't have to focus on my.
Okay. I hope this is sarcasm here, Zhang. Be brave. Be Brave's position is racist. There is no good position for a racist to take. So, whatever you think his position is, I feel sorry for you. He has no position. Racists are stupid, basically.
My own when our kids aren't mass looting stores. I don't have to focus on my own when our fucking fat, stupid white women that.
A shed to shed comparison. What is it? What is this fascination with Be Brave's shed? Okay, it wasn't a usable shed. It was outhouse sized. And by the way, Be Brave told me that the only reason he built it was to put his tricycle in. That little 3-wheel bicycle shit that he has. That's why he built it. It wasn't a shed, that was going to be used for anything other than housing a tricycle. And dude, I don't care what anybody says. The motherfucker did not lay a concrete pad for that shed. John Galt was talking something about going to the store or going to Home Depot and buying cement. Be Brave didn't go and buy cement. He fucking got a bunch of blocks and fucking put them on bare ground. I don't even think he prepared the ground to put those concrete blocks in. Dude, that shit's just gonna leak. Okay, when moisture starts seeping up in those cracks, it's just shit. That place is probably just gonna get moldy or something. It was a fucking shotgun shack that Be Brave put up. He did not lay a concrete pad. He did nothing. Basically, a kindergartner probably could have built some shit like that. But John Galt was all impressed. The motherfucker did not pour concrete and level it out. He did nothing of the sort. But John Galt is basically going to act like Be Brave built the Taj Mahal. That's because John Galt worships white people too. John Galt thinks anything a white person does is special, and it's so sad for him. The motherfucker is so warped that Be Brave buying a bunch of fucking blocks from Home Depot and laying them down side by side is a work of great architecture. Be Brave couldn't mix concrete if he fucking tried. That's why he didn't do it. But yet, people dare come and talk about I couldn't build that shed. Well, motherfucker, Be Brave didn't build a fucking shed. As soon as there's a stiff wind, that shit's gonna be all over the backyard. Like this motherfucker built a lasting structure. He fucking put down some blocks on top of grass.
They're fucking fat and stupid, still know their place, and they don't go into McDonald's or on airlines or on cruise ships starting fights. No, I don't have to focus on my own.
Hey, dumbass Palomino, that's exactly my point. Be Brave. If anybody could do it, why didn't Be Brave do it? That's my point.
When your people are ripping shit apart, sir. Nice try. I'm focused on you people because you're doing a fucking lion's share of the damage. It's actually destroying everybody else's life around them. My God. I'm ready to wrap this up, Zombie. You want to wrap up something with your what you got?
Well, I believe there's a lot to it because they try to use these people against us, but at the same time we want to live in harmony, and that's fine. Like, I believe we could live in harmony, but at the same time they definitely do things that, like, they create a rap culture of violence to try to create this division. You know, I think we should all come together.
Okay, Zombie, yeah, I don't like Kumbaya speak. Right now, what we need to do is separate and tell blacks to stay the fuck away from us.
Well, I mean, even Muhammad.
No, listen. I'm saying we don't do Kumbaya over here. I'm for Kumbaya. I'm all for Kumbaya when the blacks actually get control of their inner city schools, where their low IQ kids by the hundreds of thousands are destroying their schools, where their kids are fucking shooting up, carjacking and killing everybody and shooting everything around them. I'll do the Kumbaya when they take care of that. Right now, I'm all for saying, whites, get the fuck away from these people. I said that way.
So blacks control the schools? What a dumb fuck. You wanted any excuse to roast Brave because you miss him. Yeah. I hadn't thought about Be Brave, reviewing Be Brave. It's CKJ3 who sent me the link, and I ordinarily wouldn't have even thought to do this. So we'll just call this a blast from the past and call it a one-off. You know what? I don't even know why. I think John Galt put my name in a title, or somebody said, "Oh, hey, John was talking about you." That's how I even got interested, and it was fun. You know, I got to hurl some insults, you know, kind of dust off the cobwebs, the anti-black jokes. But you know, I think I've had my fill for a while. So we're coming up on 7 hours. I'm at 6:46. It is time to wrap this up. I need to go, and I got the vegetables done for dinner. This is going to be a way late dinner, but I will see everybody tomorrow at around 1:30. Hopefully I can be on time this time. Oh, wait, hold it. You know what? I just thought, I actually have a doctor's appointment. I might actually be late. I don't know if I'll be back by 1:30 or not. But if it's later, that's fine. Yeah, you know, Lawrence said the same thing, but it's exhausting dealing with those morons because their opinions aren't going to change, and neither are mine. It's really just a wasted effort. You know, every now and again, it's funny for a few jokes, back and forth, but they're racist, and you know, I can't change their decrepitude. Be Brave has a Johnny boy. No. Oh boy. Well, you know what? I don't know. Zombies might be able to fill both roles. I don't know. The dude looks like a Swiss Army knife of decrepitude. So you know, we'll see what the future holds. So I will see everybody tomorrow night. Or I'm sorry, tomorrow afternoon. And everybody have a good night. I don't know. I thought Savage was going to do a show. I might wind up on another panel tonight, but I have a book to read, which I'm actually enjoying. See y'all tomorrow. And let me also shout out Kimmy Cakes one more time. Really some solid advice. And if she's still listening, shout out to her. And yeah, that was so well written, so well laid out, so well thought out that there is no way I could not think we need to move in that direction. So I will see everybody tomorrow. Thank you again, Kim. Talk to y'all later.